Hello, everyone. How we doing? So today I have the honor of being accompanied by these gentlemen. We have first and foremost, we have Mr. Coffee over here.
Hello.
We have the Zuboy, the infamous Zuboy.
Hello.
We are actually graced by
Oh
Justin
my god.
from Out of the Basement, and
What's up,
then
guys? I almost didn't know what to say. Sup, guys?
and then we have Tommy from Blitztransmissions over here.
Hello there. How we doing, everybody?
Oh, we got one more lurker.
Terrible since you're
Oh,
here.
wow.
Oh,
Look at
Wilbon.
this. The Wilbon.
That
I
my
like how-
bonbon?
I like how you introduced everybody very graciously, and then you're like, and then there's Tommy.
No. I'm very happy to have Tommy, all you guys here. So basically, what I was telling these guys before the stream started, that this is my first stream. Everybody that's here today, I am very graceful that you guys are here. I had these guys on today because these guys are part of the reason why I started my channel. The Monday Night Figure crew, Out of the Basement, Blitztransmissions, also still Mandalorians. Shout out to him. Honestly, watching you guys every Monday, every Sunday, it's awesome. It's something that I look forward to. But the only thing is that I'm very opinionated. So I was like, you know what? I have to start my own channel where I can actually talk, discuss, have
Hell yeah.
questions, and all this stuff, and ask you guys about the line, about where we're going to. So just a brief summary. I'm Alex, Dante's Toys. I started collecting deep, probably 2021. I got heavily into the Black series. I also collect NECA, Marvel Legends. I'm not a shill. I'm not a Hasbro shill, but I do appreciate the line. I there's a
am.
reason why I collect this stuff.
You're not a shill? I'm out. See you
No,
later, guys.
yeah, right.
Okay, bye, guys.
So, yeah, it's over. Stream's over after 3 minutes. So the reason why I got everybody together was because I want to ask these guys, and I think that on countless streams, these guys have always discussed the Black series, but I really want to go in depth on why we collect. Why is it that we do what we do? And for me, personally, I collect because it brings you back to a simpler time. It brings you back to, when you're young and you see these action figures and you see these heroes in the big screen, and you're like, you get them in action figure form, and you're like, wow, this is awesome. Whether it's Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, and Star Wars has always been something major to me, but I never knew about a line that was a 6-inch line until the out of the basement guys, Justin and Nate. So they were the ones that really got me into the line, and my wife can thank you guys for all of this stuff.
You're my poppy.
First, if you guys don't mind, I do want to start with Justin on what, very basics. What got you into collecting? When you started collecting?
Bro, it was that Nate guy.
He's the one that got you?
It's literally all Nate's fault. I grew up, obviously we all grew up with some kind of toys, right? Like all children have toys. But as a kid, I was never like a collector. The closest I got to that was Lego. And it was only, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 sets. So I was never really a collector until I was an adult. I worked at a movie theater with Nate. And spoilers, I was actually into the 3 3/4 at the very, very, very beginning. I was picking up those like 375. I was picking up those 375 Black Series figures actually, and then Nate kind of showed me the light. So 2015 on my birthday, I got my first 6-inch Black Series figure at Toys R Us. It's the
Which
Toys
one
R
was
Us
it?
exclusive First Order Snowtrooper officer with the pauldron.
Yep.
I still have it, and obviously, it sounds corny to say, but changed my life, honestly. The past 10 years has been crazy, building up a community online, and, it's me and Nate, and we're just two guys who talk toys, and we hit record on our cameras and edit it and post it, and people seem to resonate with it. And we've been able to build a small little community over on YouTube. Just hit, we're coming up on 21,000 subs. So it's small on the grand scheme of YouTube, but for action figure specific, it is something I'm pretty proud of. And, you know, we've made so many friends as a result of this. You know, all you guys. I mean, I'm literally friends with everyone here right now.
Speak for yourself, bro.
So
yeah, I'm gonna glaze you guys a little bit because it's deserving. I think that I honestly, you guys got me into the Black Series. I don't know if I never really actually this is the first time I talked to Justin directly or Nate, any of them. And I do have to say that your videos starting 2021, I try to reach back and all that, and how informative they were, and how passionate you are about the line, and how you really, you know, all your videos, you know, you're consistent with what you create and everything that you put out there. It's not 100% go Hasbro. You guys are doing awesome. You guys also critique them if they're doing something wrong, but you also praise the good. So, like I said, having you on today it's an awesome experience. And yeah, like it all starts with one figure. It all starts with one thing that you're like, wow, this is awesome. What's coming out next and what's coming out next? Because I got into the hobby really late, so I had to do a lot of catching up. So, but yeah, bro, Justin, I appreciate that.
No, that's awesome. I really appreciate.
Bro, I'm sorry, I'm fucking freaking out right now. They fucking tease the SHF Grievous. I'm tweeting.
What?
No, I'm sorry.
I was just about to
Check private chat.
Oh, the private chat.
Oh shit!
I was wondering. I was
God,
like,
bro, I'm like
I was like, we're
freaking
trying
the
to be
fuck out
serious.
right now.
I was like, we're trying to be serious right now, and you got.
Oh
Like, what are you
my God, I'm sorry.
Dude,
SHF Grievous for real?
Yes, they teased it on
Oh,
Instagram.
baby.
Oh, okay, we'll get that up in a bit. Yeah, Coffee's freaking
gonna
out.
be crazy,
Actually,
bro.
let's go with Cawfee next. Cawfee, I know you're young compared to all of us, and what got you into the line? What got you into collecting? Why are you a big OT guy? Like, considering that, you know,
You say OT?
He is OT, right? Is he OT?
Oh
Bro,
yeah,
Tommy's gone.
100%.
So let's hear a
So-
little bit of your story, brother.
I guess the OT aspect kind of thing is I grew up watching Star Wars, and I was like prime demographic for the Clone Wars cartoon and everything. But I've just always enjoyed the movies more. I've always liked live action over animation for a lot of things, and it's just always kind of what stuck with me, you know. Even though I'm pretty young, we did have VHS tapes of some of the Star Wars movies. I did pick up one of the box sets. I forget which one specifically for DVD. My Nana picked it up for me when I was like 7, I think. So I've just always enjoyed the movies more over, you know, animation. I do appreciate a lot of the animation and stuff like that, of course, as an adult. But that's always just what's kind of been my thing. And I love the OT. I really appreciate the effects, you know, the artistic vision of the original trilogy. You know, you can tell that a lot of love was poured into those movies. And, you know, for the time, they were amazing, and they still hold up to this day. You know, I genuinely think that Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back are, you know, they hold their own in the landscape of film. You know, it's like we all like Star Wars, but, you know, those two definitely hold up and deserve their love.
That's very interesting.
I did ask.
All right, real quick. I'm gonna put us on the IG story. Everyone, strike. Quick pose. All right.
I got balloons. Look at that for my first game.
But
Damn.
Bro has no respect for the art form of animation.
shut up, bitch.
Bro, you can't remove me this time. You have no power here.
All right, I'm leaving. But no, and then what got me into collecting is during COVID, you know, everybody, it feels like a lot of people, you know, got back into their old, you know, childhood habits. For me, I got back into Lego, but I was in Walmart one day and I was walking down the toy aisle and I saw 2 Black Series archive figures. It was the Shore Trooper and the Death Trooper. And the first one that I picked up was one of the 2 of them. I think it was the Shore Trooper. And then the next day I went back to Walmart and I bought the Death Trooper. And ever since then I've been cooked.
When was that? What year?
That would have been the end of 2020.
There you go.
You've been in 3rd grade or 4th grade?
Yeah.
All right, let's ask Tommy.
This fuck is like 6 months older than
I was
me.
gonna
and he's
say,
like,
Tommy-
oh my
Yeah,
god,
Tommy's
bro.
young too. So Tommy, what got you into collecting the Black Series specifically?
Yeah, so I was like doomed from the start. Like I was at day 0. I was cooked because my dad was a Star Wars collector. He was buying 2 of each, one to rock, one to stock on everything Star Wars, from like Power of the Force 2 in 1995 all the way up till I want to say Revenge of the Sith, or actually it probably would have even been like 30th anniversary in like 2007 when he stopped. And you know, so I always was growing up with action figures. I always had this infatuation with Star Wars. And the Star Wars action figures and the toys were always the thing that stuck with me the most. As time went on, I kind of had different interests in Star Wars. In high school, I was big into the Star Wars Legos. So like, you know, I was buying like every single Lego set that came out, definitely wasting all my money from my summer job on Star Wars Legos. And then kind of fell off with that. You know, everything got thrown to the shadow realm of the bin. And then after that, in college, I had a kind of resurgence. I got into the infamous Funko Pops. So I was a Funko Pop collector in like 2020. I had
fucking
Real
Funko
quick,
slop collector.
How was that? How was collecting Funkos?
Dude,
Honestly, real
collecting
quick.
Funko Pops was fun at the time, but I didn't collect action figures at the time. So it was like I had almost 200 at one point, and then I was like, I'm actually just buying slop. Like I was buying like the chrome variants of Darth Vader and like red chrome Boba Fett, and I got to a point where I was like, I don't have room to display all of these, and I feel like it's kind of getting pointless. So I sold off almost all of them except for like the ones that were like really difficult for me to get. I think I have like 20 left. But
And did you keep them in box or did you open them?
Oh, I kept them in box.
Yeah, you don't open those, right?
No, well, I think it's stupid to open them, but some people do, and it looks cool
Okay.
when they
Wow. So if I open mine, Tommy's gonna attack me.
Funko slots.
Personal
Yeah.
attack.
And
I
then
gotta
running-
give that one to Tommy.
It's all garbage that ends up in the landfill anyway.
I mean,
Blitz slop missions. Ban that guy. Ban that guy. But yeah, he after that, I actually sold my Funko Pops because I started getting into Black Series. Now I didn't like, know anything about the line. I just saw them at Walmart or GameStop or wherever, and I'd pick up one here, pick up one there. And then early 2021, I stumbled across the Out of the Basement channel.
Yeah.
What a
I
mistake
said-
that was.
I said, dude, I love being a basement baby. I love sucking my thumb and shilling over everything at the bird feeder, waiting for the pellets to drop in. So I'm like,
Hasbro, make me feel bigger.
so I was like, yeah, I'll get into this channel. So because of that, I actually ended up like meeting everyone that I'm friends with in this community now.
Which is an
and
awesome community.
What an
Yeah.
awful day,
Bro, that
was.
butterfly effect is insane.
It's
bro.
insane.
And
It's literally
to the point
insane.
where all the dudes that are in my wedding are people that I met through this
No
community.
fucking way.
Yeah, isn't that
That's
crazy?
Sick invite, brother.
I haven't sent out the guest list yet, but
there you go.
But yeah, it's been surreal collecting, and Black Series then turned into enough is never enough. So I started dabbling in TVC, and then you dabble in hot toys,
Wow.
and everything is a slippery
Peak.
slope. And then I started collecting like old Star Wars toys that I grew up with as a kid, like finding them at toy shows and picking them up. And now I literally just buy stupid shit like. You're gonna bounce on it. But yeah, it's just fun. Like I love the community, I love the hobby, and it's just such a positive influence on my life, and it's a great getaway. When I come home at the end of the day, I can
It
just
literally is.
Tommy,
chill,
I saw that boss nass in a store the other day.
No, you
This
didn't.
close. I was this
Dude.
close.
How much was he?
This close. I think they wanted $80 for it.
Mine was
like-
30. Yeah, mine
I
was
was like,
30.
oh no.
Yeah, hell no.
All right, let's ask Wilbon. I'm gonna keep Zooboy for last, the best for last, because I know you're gonna talk for about an hour. So, Sir Wilson, what got you into collecting in general, and then why the Black Series, or when the Black Series?
So I had a huge action figure collection when I was a kid. Like I collected from all sorts of different lines. Like I would have like huge wars and battles. Like I would just mix everything too. Everything was just Avengers Endgame. Like everything was just
really?
like it was like Star Wars and Zelda and Lord of the Rings, like all in one huge battle over and over.
Like
again.
a sandbox.
Yeah, exactly. Like I just
Super
had
Smash
He-Man
Brothers.
figures and Marvel and all sorts of stuff. So played with toys so much as a kid, Lego, all that stuff. But then as I got towards like middle school into high school, like all that stuff, childish stuff kind of got pushed to the side, started playing more sports, things like that. But then like Mr. Cawfee, COVID time happened and I was like, those Legos look pretty cool. Those action figures look pretty sweet again. So I fell victim to the COVID collector bug. I was like curious, like I had like a figure or two like as a desk buddy. Like I had a stormtrooper on my desk, but I wasn't like a collector. I just had a figure. But then like the bug bit me, and then since then it's just been a whirlwind of Marvel and Star Wars and
Wrestling.
Wrestling now is my big thing. Like I got Triple H right here on my desk. Like they're just toys are just so fun,
And what does it do for you, Wilbon?
I gotta give this one to Wilbon.
It's a little bit of a lot, actually. It's like the feeling of community and then like capturing that part of your childhood like you guys were talking about. And just so much of it is just capturing that little piece of your childhood that is kind of gone, but at the same time it's like it never went away.
It never goes away.
As long as you have that sort of spirit. And I've always kind of been some sort of collector. Like I collected retro games and things like that too. Like, so that collecting bug has always been a space for me that I've been involved in. Physical media as well. I have a huge vinyl collection I've never actually shown on stream before or on anything. But we have a huge vinyl collection in the living room that I need to show off sometime. But
there's something about collecting anything. It just not just action figures. You ask anybody, do they collect anything? Whether it's movies or whatever it is, people collect things. It's just that we happen to collect action figures, which is nothing wrong with that. All right, yeah, Zuboy, let's hear it, man. What got you into collecting?
Everyone cozy?
Yeah.
Ready for
bathroom breaks.
All right, now it's time for me to enter my Zeus Snaggletooth Snags position right here.
First of all,
you have my full attention, Zuboy. I just want to let you know.
Good, I'm glad. First of all, Alex, I want to thank you for having me on, especially having me on with these guys, because I don't really get the chance to talk to them much. So it's nice to have them on a stream,
dude, bro.
But I've actually told this story before on stream. Tommy interviewed me and asked me this on a channel that is no longer here, and that video is no longer here, unfortunately.
Deadcast, yeah.
Rest in peace.
But
oh my god,
We're not talking about that, right?
I'm sure. I don't know if you had. I don't know if I knew you then, but I know that Justin and Wilbon and Cawfee have seen that video. So they know, and obviously Tommy knows. But I got into before I got into the Black Series, I collected statues as a teenager. As a kid, I collected action figures and mainly, Power of the Force, that era. And I did collect animal figures my whole life. When I was a teenager, though, I started getting into statues because they actually stopped 3 3/4-inch Star Wars figures that were until they were 5 PO. They were only 5 POA. That was the sequel era. So nothing I could do there. They had stopped. And then on top of that, for animal figures, I never got out of them, but there were dinosaur figures that, to me, just no longer they no longer help me scratch that itch of collecting a realistic looking animal, because these dinosaur figures, they started going in a direction of science kept improving and what we knew that these animals looked like.
A velociraptor does not have feathers. I don't want to hear it from you. I don't want to hear from anybody. It's not a bird. It's not a
we all know
turkey.
velociraptors actually say Alan.
Yeah, exactly. But as science, we kept learning more about what these animals looked like. The figures didn't go in that direction. So there would be a new update, like the Spinosaurus would be discovered to have a flatter fish-like tail instead of the crocodilian tail that was known beforehand. And the figures didn't reflect that. So I didn't really want to collect what essentially is mythical creatures if they're no longer scientifically accurate anymore. So I didn't really have...
But did you order the dragon?
Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
But
That's a topic for later for sure. Yeah.
But I'm out of dinosaur collecting. I'd still collected animals, but animal
how old
figures.
were you at this time?
This is my teenage years, probably. I don't know, the whole 2010s basically. So I was born in '95.
Like when
so I don't
Cawfee
know.
was like
Do
2?
the math. Yeah, when Cawfee and Psycho were basically in diapers.
Yeah.
Bro, fucking Psycho's probably in his dad's fucking sack still.
But
Foul.
during that time period, like I said, Star Wars figures were done. I did collect DC. I collected Justice League Unlimited figures. I was all in on that line. If anyone saw that Cartoon Network, early 2000s.
Justin, this fucking guy
Excellent.
right now.
Yeah,
But
Cawfee and I are fighting someone in the Discord right now.
Dude, he...
uh,
Technical Terry, they revealed the prototype, guys. To be fair, they already revealed General Grievous.
but
Fucking Christ,
the
bro.
JLU line was my favorite as a kid. So that line had ended. So it was just the perfect storm of there were no figures that I was interested in available to collect. So I was like, you know what? I still want to collect, so I'll get into statues. And I collected that for pretty much all of the 2010s, all of my teenage years, early 20s, until the Black Series got photoreal. And the reason why is because when the Black Series started, I was like, okay, this is cool. A bigger line of the Star Wars figures I already collected.
Mhm.
However, I was like, I am so deep into 3.75 at this time. I've been collecting since Power of the Force before I was born, 95.
That's the
So
thing
I
when you
said-
start a new line completely.
Right.
It's a big deal.
I said, I don't really want to do that, especially because I look at those first wave, that blue line. Justin, you would know. Obi-Wan is in the first wave? Or second wave?
For blue line?
Yeah.
I know I did the Black Series history retrospectives, but
Fake
it's
historian.
all
right, well,
I don't know.
Whether
Where's
it's
Corellian collectibles?
whether that
What
blue,
number was
What number?
Boba Fett?
Thank you, Jeff.
I also
You know what,
real
Zuboy?
quick-
I got you. I'm about to go on 4-on-1.
okay. Well,
What
while
number
you're
was
looking at,
TSB Boba
First
Fett?
wave: Sand Trooper, Corporal. That's a Black Pauldron. Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, and Chewie. Obi-Wan is a repack in the blue line.
Darth Maul was wave 2.
oh no,
well,
wait, it's got to
he's
be
talking
orange
blue
line.
line.
Orange line, no. The first
Obi-Wan-
wave of Black
I
Series.
don't know any of this shit.
Obi-Wan Kenobi was in wave 3 of Orange Line,
Okay,
and then
so,
it got repacked in blue line.
okay. So I guess that was when I first saw the Black Series. I saw the Obi-Wan figure, and I was like,
Trash.
This doesn't look
Garbage.
this doesn't look like Ewan McGregor.
But
And because it's bigger, the flaws of action figures look worse than my
Yeah.
little 3 3/4 inch.
I
So I
agree.
said, I'm good
yeah.
on all that.
I agree.
As everyone knows, I'm not a big trooper guy. So since troopers weren't my thing and the faces looked like shit, I said, I'll get Kylo Ren. And because this was a little later now, this is when The Force Awakens first came out. And I watched Robo's review comparing the SH Figure Arts Kylo Ren with the Black Series. And I could have went a very different direction if I had chosen to pick up the Kylo Ren from SH Figure Arts. But what actually convinced me is
You
funny
messed up.
because I feel like for any other figure, if I were to look and I make the decision based on this, I would have went with the Figure Arts. But the Black Series had more accessories and it had cooler accessories. And that's because the
That's
Black
like such
Ironic.
a wild instance.
right. the
It's like a
Black Series-
crazy instance.
It had the special set where it had Darth Vader's burnt helmet and the First Order flag and all that.
what year was that again?
2015, I imagine. when the
Okay, so
movie
you
came out.
started way before me, Cawfee, and Tommy.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I got that figure and I was like, this is cool. And I like that it didn't have the stupid lightsaber that looked, dumb. You know what I'm talking about? Kylo Ren's lightsaber that had that little effect. Because I didn't like the original Kylo Ren that I had that, because that's not how it looks in the movie. And I said, you know what? This is cool. However, still don't like the faces. So I decided I'm only going to pick up characters I like that do not have face sculpts and not troopers. So for
Okay.
the next 14, 15, 16, 17, for the next 5 years, I collected 7 figures. I had
Big
Darth
collection.
Vader. I had Kylo Ren. When they made Revan, I was super excited. Jaina Solo, Grand Admiral Thrawn, General Grievous. No. General Grievous was a later one because I got the re-release of that. So I'm not sure what the other 2 were. Luke Skywalker was the one I made an exception for because it was the Walgreens one. Did that have photoreal? Does anyone here know? I don't remember if that had photoreal.
Which Luke?
The one, I think it was either Walmart or Walgreens, Return of the Jedi, Jabba's Palace, Luke.
If it came
Yeah.
out in 2019, it definitely would have had
Yeah.
photo.
Okay, so that might have been.
Still looked like a fucking Barbie doll.
Didn't look good. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that was the last figure I got before I got actually heavily into the line. And I was
Okay.
cool with my collection. I was like, that's it. That's all I need. And then in
That's what we all say.
then in 2020, I guess it was 2020 because that's the anniversary. They released the Empire Strikes Back
Mm.
40th anniversary line, and
Just a bunch of garbage repacks.
I was like,
This trash.
this is what I needed because when they started photoreal, I started buying the characters again. However, all of the they didn't have the main OT leads in the line that were not photoreal. So I was like, I could go in on this line. I tried to, but it wasn't scratching that itch because I couldn't have a good Leia, a good Lando, a good Han. So I was like, it's not scratching that same itch for me until the Empire Strikes Back line came out. And then ever since then, I've been all in on the line. And anytime there's a new character, anytime there's a new outfit that's not scene specific, and really anything that doesn't fall in that category that I just like, I'll pick up. So
Yeah.
Black Series is far and away my main line now.
Bro,
Absolutely.
Mig L Arts is spitting in the live chat. Pandemic did wonders for the line.
Yeah.
That's
for
when
sure.
Yep.
Out of the Basement started
Yeah.
like really gaining.
Thank God for the
Yeah,
pandemic.
that's what I was going to ask you, Justin. At what time?
Oh.
At what point? At what year? When did you guys really take off with the channel?
Well, Nate and I and a few other friends have always been trying to get some kind of traction on YouTube. We used to
Always
do
trying to get famous.
Yeah. Out of the Basement used to be a podcast, actually. And it was about movies, comics, gaming, music, like anything. And we had a gaming channel and all that stuff. And then we actually did Blu-ray content because we're big physical media collectors.
Hell yeah.
And I
You
remember
realize that
one
doesn't get shit
time.
for you.
No, it does. There's blue tubers
there
out there,
is.
bro.
For
There's
sure.
blue tubers. But Nate did it was like a Best Buy exclusive Rogue One unboxing of the Blu-ray Steelbook or something. And it actually, like, I remember waking up because I was in college at the time and I opened up YouTube and I was like, there was over like 1,000 views on it. So that was kind of our realization, like, oh, this is possible. Like, this is actually something we could do. So then we kind of just like locked in and like actually started taking it seriously. And then just slowly over the course of time, the Black Series stuff resonated most with people. And then, we started Figure It Out, which we have never missed a Friday on. Episode 2 onward have never missed a Friday, which is crazy because we're on episode 331 will be
Wild.
this Friday.
Wow.
So that's years. And really, unfortunately, it was COVID that kind of made our channel take off in action figure YouTube standards. Hey, Brandon's in the chat. Look at
Yeah.
that. Bro, how did he know about it? Is he in the Discord?
Hey, I'll be honest with you. I did reach out to him.
Didn't you post it on Instagram?
Oh, shit.
I
I did put it. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Yeah. So he might have seen it through that for sure. I did message him. I did say, hey, you know, we're gonna be on tonight. This is before I knew Justin was gonna come on. And I was like, we're gonna talk, you know, the Black Series and where we think the line is heading.
Let's go.
It'd be awesome if you could join the
W.
chat and all that.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I'm sure it's because Justin's here, but
Oh no, he goes on Figureball.
He watches Figureball, bro.
He pops in on my channel. It's
Yeah.
not-
Yeah.
You're
No,
just
oh yeah, it's no big
Bro,
deal.
he's
Oh yeah, it's no big deal.
You're just
He's just
no,
for
no,
the
no.
people, bro.
No,
The
no,
whole time he's just
Alex,
hoping
you're
that
just next.
Justin joins. That's
yeah,
all.
right.
Please, Justin.
Alex
No,
is
but we,
trying to play humble because you know he's got all these small channels on right now. He's not trying to
Facts.
you know, show off too much. I feel.
That's
Honestly,
true.
facts.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. No, but you know, one thing that I talked to my wife about, and a couple of friends, this, you know, toy collecting as adults, it's kind of like, luckily now it's kind of like when anime became cool. Remember, like back in 2010?
So never?
No, anime is legit. You used to watch anime, people would like make fun of you, and now like if you don't watch anime, you're
Bro,
kinda
remember
like a
when
loser.
Pokemon Go came out and all the people who shoved me in the locker for playing Game Boy were
Yeah,
coming
and
out of the
then they were
woodwork?
all-
I'm gonna play Pokemon Go now.
So
Same with Star Wars. You used to get bullied and you used to get called a
Yeah.
nerd and, you know, slurs for playing Pokemon or liking Star Wars or whatever.
dude, I graduated high school in 2009, and I remember like being an avid when Pokemon Silver came out. That was like big on the Game Boy, and I had like my little group of friends. I was like I was an athlete in high school, but I also did my nerd stuff. I loved superheroes. I like comics, I like all that stuff. But you had to like kind of hide that from people, because people back then, it was a hard time, you know, being a nerd. And even Star Wars, I remember there was like a time where if you like Star Wars, you were like a loser. Like that would be like, nah, man, there's no way. Star
Especially in
Wars
those prequel days, bro. I used to write like Clone Trooper. I'm a big cloner, you know. I used to write like Clone Trooper stories and like fan fiction in elementary school, and people would make fun of me so hard.
Nerd.
Yeah,
Wild.
dude. And then like nowadays, like nerd culture is cool. It's like people are getting into these things and these topics, and people are accepting this. Like I have people come over and see my collection. I'm always like, oh, what are people gonna think and all that, and they're always like, dude, that's so sick, that's so cool. And at my collection, it's a little bit of everything. I have Star Wars the Black Series, I have Dragon Ball Z, I have NECA TMNT, I have Marvel Legends, I have a little bit of everything, so people can kind of like relate to a certain thing. And when they come in and they'll look at something and they'll be like, wow, dude, that's sick. And you know, you're like in your head, you're like, dude, are they judging me? Are they, you know, because as an adult, this is not, you know, collecting action figures is one of those things where it's like, you know, it can be sketchy, but nowadays with like all the communities, all the YouTube channels, everybody talking about toy collecting and all that, it's like it's a very accepted thing out there. So that's kind of why I wanted to ask you guys, why is it that, you know, we collect, and why is it that we do what we do? And it's a hobby that it always starts, how Zuboy was saying, you think you're gonna start with like, oh no, I told my wife when I was starting the Black Series, I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna collect the core characters, you know, it's gonna be like 6 or 8 or 10, and then no.
It's
that's
funny.
not the case.
Because every line I collect, except for McFarlane, I bargained with myself and I said, I'm not going all in on this. McFarlane is the only line
Of
where
course, the McFarlane slop is where you're like, oh yeah, I'm all in, bro.
well, I'm a big DC fan, but for Marvel, I said I'm only
Me too, Zoo.
I said I'm only going MCU. I don't like Marvel comics enough.
I'm
to
the
go
total
comics.
opposite, actually.
And now the funny thing is, I have most of my Marvel display is comics, because I was always DC comics and I didn't really get into Marvel much until the movies. So I was like, I don't need Marvel comics. I'll only collect the movies. And then for Star Wars, like, you know, what I said before. And then NECA, I said the Universal monsters only. I don't need that slasher slop. And then I watched the slasher movies and I was like,
Yeah, and like James Wade is
Attaboy.
saying,
Attaboy.
collect what you like. There's nobody like who's here to
Right.
judge you. Who's here to tell you what you're doing is wrong. You're paying for these action figures. You're paying
Yeah.
for your display. You set up however you want. There's no reason why you can't mix different lines.
I don't
different
know, bro. If you
scales,
say
different things.
even in
Bro,
this, Even in this community, if you say you like McFarlane, you gotta fucking dodge attacks.
You gotta be careful.
Bro, honestly,
Zuboy, I'm so sorry that you collect figures that you like, bro. Holy shit, I feel bad
hope
for
this, I hope this comes up later in the stream, because that's kind of been a recent topic of discussion, is like people who are just like dissecting what you're getting or what your thoughts are, but it's like
So frustrating.
all it boils down to is varying degrees of like standards, or like like your perceived value, you know. So nobody's crazy for thinking one thing or the other. It's just everyone has like varying degrees of, I'm spending $25 and I expect X, you know.
And I'll give you a perfect example of that, because it goes sort of back into what you were saying about how we started collecting. Because I don't know how to say this in a way that doesn't sound cringe, but I was a big Redditor.
Loser.
Loser. But
Loser.
I all these action figure Reddits, I would go on them, and then everybody would complain, and that's all they would do. And I would be like, I like this line. I don't really want to read or talk to people anymore who seemingly don't like the line. So
that's Instagram and Twitter too, bro. That's
right, and
it sucks.
I was like, you know what? The final straw for me is when everyone who knows me knows that I'm a big fan of Return of the Jedi. When they announced the Rancor,
Wait, really?
I was so excited. That was like my dream thing, the Rancor. I could not be more excited for anything.
Rest in peace.
And when that was, $350, I was like, easy. That I don't even have to think about that. And then I go online and everybody hates it. And then there starts being campaigns, and then people start going backwards. And I'm like, what?
But I think nowadays people do things for clout. People just like going against the, what everybody else is saying. It's like, it's cool to be unpopular.
I 100% agree with that. And I think that a lot of times, not necessarily even just figures, but in just about media, especially about movies or shows, you'll find people who maybe they like something, but they're not saying that they do, because they know that kind of response can elicit a certain type of audience that maybe they don't. That's what they want to curate, lots of engagement. But for me, I don't like that. I don't want to see that, let alone interact with that. So I was like, I go on YouTube and I'm like, there's got to be people out there that actually like the Rancor, right? It can't just be me. And then that's when I find Out of the Basement. And I say, okay, these guys actually.
It was me and Mike and Nate. It was Out of the Basement.
No one
Mike.
else.
We
No one else
were like
cared.
knights fending off like 1,000 zombies coming at us.
And it
was
shame
insane
because I don't remember what specific video it was, but there was a video that Nate and Justin made addressing the Rancor. I know you guys have made a bunch, but I was like, man, I agree with every single one of the points that these guys are saying. So I'm just going to be satisfied with the fact that I want to back it and did back it. And hopefully it'll get funded. And I really thought it would until it started going backwards. And then after that whole debacle, I was like, I'm kind of done with the action figure Reddit community because people are just not pleasant people. So I said, let's lurk on YouTube. And I did that for a while until finally Justin wore me down with the join the Discord. And I was finally all right, fine. I'll join the Discord, Justin. I'll do it. And then I lurked in there for a bit. And then finally I said, you know what? I'm going to talk. I'm going to say something, talk to other collectors.
Yeah.
And then quickly after that, Justin
I think with Discord,
made me
it's
a
like,
mod. And
with Discord, it's just like over the course of many months or maybe even like a year or two, you just get a feel for like people who are on a very similar wavelength. So that's kind of how I met Zooboy and Cawfee, because they're both moderators at Out of the Basement's Discord. And I just think over time you just get a feel for people and you're like, you know what, this guy's based. And then Wilbon actually met at ICC Con 2023 because
Tennessee Toy Con.
Yeah, he was
I
more
like
of a Black Series Cantina VIP at the time, and
Yeah, that's
so
why
then he knows
MNF
Zach,
is
and
like
we
the
know
baby.
Zach, and then
MNF
Right.
is the offspring of OTP.
and then the way I know
and
Tommy, we
yes.
don't talk about that. We skip that.
Previous employment.
We skip that
Oh,
historical bit
Tommy,
on how
I-
I know Tommy.
This is an
Got
after
arrested by
show.
him.
This is an after show discussion, but I was scrolling through old Instagram posts and I found a very interesting one with you in it. A very, very funny. It made me laugh a lot.
Yikes.
I gotta tell you about it. But
Bro, stalking me on Instagram.
Yo, Harpo Quandrax was spitting, bro. I was in. No offense to them, but Echo Base, I was in that one, and it was like a tumbleweed. I'm pretty sure someone posted a GIF of a tumbleweed one month because it would just be like months of no, nothing going on in there. So
Yes,
I'm really
that's-
happy with the Discord.
100%, and that's something where I liked because the Discord was big enough to where there was constant discussion, but not too big that things weren't seen. Because I'm in a few Discords that are huge, and I don't even talk in them because what you say will never be seen by anyone. No one knows. There's too many people, and the Out of the Basement Discord, especially at that time, but even now, hasn't reached that point because they're small creators. So that was really fun, and like Doug is saying that he's glad that I did. So am I, because if I didn't decide to talk that day in the Discord, then I wouldn't be doing this right now, and that's why Wilbon denies it, and he's probably right, and Justin has said the same thing as well. But that's why I always say that a part of me is happy that the Rancor Haslab failed, because maybe if it didn't fail, that I wouldn't be doing this right now.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have, and more importantly
It was
than
meant
that,
to be, bro. It
Right.
wouldn't have mattered.
more
It was
importantly
meant to
than
be.
that, maybe I wouldn't have
I'm with
become
Wilbon
friends.
on this one.
I wouldn't have become friends with everyone here and more.
Look,
And that to me is
all right,
even more important
let's-
than doing this. Is
for the
friendship
sake of
that I made.
argument, did any other Haslab succeeding or failing cause you to join any other communities or get involved in anything? Like a Mattel Creations thing failed. Like
no.
it was yes, it was a canon event. We can't change it, but at the same time,
It was a
Like-
canon event.
You know what? Maybe one day I would have joined. I would have watched Out of the Basement, and then Justin would have went on a new media tirade and would have been like, "Fuck this guy. He's one of those guys. I love my new media." And then I wouldn't have joined. Then I would.
I love the slop.
Oh my god.
This guy doesn't like Book of Boba Fett. What a fucking piece of shit.
So, real quick on that topic of the Rancor, do you guys honestly think that they'll ever reintroduce that in the
Never
Black
say
Series?
never.
It's a toss-up.
Maybe, maybe not. I think I'm more on the side of no than yes.
Can't even sell staps, bro. I don't think.
I know.
I
dude,
mean,
that's so
yeah,
disappointing.
Hey,
If,
it was
Can you guys
true-
imagine though if they brought it back and it failed again? That would be.
That'd be pretty
I would
funny.
lose
It,
it.
it, it
I
would
would
be
lose
over.
it.
It would be over.
I would.
So I know it's a toy at the end of the day, and it doesn't matter. But I feel like they're gonna stick to their principles of the Haslab idea, where it's like if it fails, it ain't coming.
And
back.
they really never came out with that Luke either.
Yeah.
Like specifically that Return of the Jedi
What-
Luke that would have
what
been on the
gives
new
me-
Luke buck.
What gives me pause though is that while not 100%, Marvel has been releasing figures from their failed Haslab.
Yeah.
And especially Damian Hellstrom, that is the Haslab figure, except the new one is pinless. So it's actually better than what the tier would have been. It's the same exact figure, no changes except now it's pinless. So there's rumors that they'll do Mephisto. If that's the case, that's another
Yeah, I've
tier.
heard about that. Yeah.
So maybe, but then again, a tier is different than the actual Haslab itself.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I don't know how
If
they're
they
gonna
did it,
approach
I would prefer a made-to-order thing.
Yeah, kind of
because
like Dragon Man and the new Sentinel.
I do think, gun to my head, I do think it would fund this time, but I wouldn't bet on it.
I don't think it
I'm not.
would. It would
I'm
be
not
more
100%
expensive.
confident.
It would probably be more expensive.
It'd be more expensive.
Dill is
Less.
spitting right now.
It would probably come with less and be more expensive. That being said, I would still pay $300-$400 for.
I would buy it.
Oh, I mean, I would too, just because I wanted
Gotta
to see a
support.
Haslab,
even if it
succeed,
came
but-
with just bones, fine. I
Really,
want the
Cawfee?
Rancor,
Did you
man.
back the Riva Haslab, bro? You
Yeah,
fake
Cawfee,
ass
didn't
fan not supporting the line, bro.
Hold on. I don't necessarily know if I buy that because
Hang on.
What, you think he
I
did
don't
back it?
necessarily know if I would
You
buy
think he
that.
did back it?
I don't know if Mr. Cawfee would back the Rancor because he likes Empire more than Return of the Jedi, and he doesn't own a Tauntaun or a Wampa.
True that.
I mean, I gotta give that one to
All right, I'm leaving.
And we had to
I
pull
gotta
teeth.
give that one to
We had to
Zoo.
pull teeth to get him to buy the probe droid.
And
He
the
was,
probe droid-
dude, he was
Yeah,
getting
that's
heated.
insane.
ICCC. He was getting heated. He was like, guys, stop giving me shit. I'm not getting the snow speeder, bro.
Hold on, not
Those
only
speeders.
not
Those
only
larger
Wilbon,
scale things, he's like, I don't know, but when it's a 12-inch action, when it's a 12-inch figure, that's $300-$400. All right,
He's like, all right. It has a hot toy logo on it. All right, I'm
Wilbon,
going.
I stand by the fact
It's not worth its weight in gold.
if we didn't fucking pressure Luke to make a fucking stand for the probe droid, I bet Cawfee wouldn't
Wouldn't
have
have
gotten
happened. No.
No,
Bro,
So
the stand
James-
is fine. It has snow on it.
It's
fine,
over
bro.
$24.99. That's why he couldn't.
It doesn't
it. Yeah,
fit.
you're right. You can't do
head
it.
stands.
Funny thing that you guys bring in, James Wade talks about the tariffs. Did you guys notice the uptick in pricing? So I saw in the what is it, the Black Series Cantina, Zach and Mike had posted that big bad Amazon, they're increasing their prices. I don't know if that's due to them themselves, or is it a thing where Hasbro is going to increase prices? I don't
Well,
know. Justin, if
NECA
you guys hear anything?
NECA actually, I was kind of surprised that they cited this, and not to get political or anything with the tariffs, but I was kind of surprised NECA actually named them specifically and said, this is why we're raising, like, we have to raise our prices.
Okay.
Like, obviously we haven't heard anything from Hasbro, but we've all noticed Big Bad it's like $28 now for a
Yeah.
main line.
Y'all
or,
ready
you
for
know,
$30
look,
Black
guys,
Series?
Dude, the
At least
Silvaggio
we got our
Quitting
cheap eggs.
line.
We got
Yeah.
our cheap eggs though. At least we got our eggs. So
I don't.
You got cheap eggs, bro?
Well, I don't,
No,
well, I don't
no,
shop
we
at Whole
don't. That's the
Foods.
thing.
So
I mean-
they were always pretty cheap for me.
Let's just say I'm not.
I
Color
shop at
me
Costco,
shocked
bro.
that
They're always
the-
cheap.
All I'll say about it is color me shocked that it all goes back to the consumer's responsibility. Like, of course, we would be fronting, that bill.
Nah, bro, it wouldn't
the
be
cost-
passed on to the consumers.
Like, who would have thought that it goes, back to the consumer to pay more? On it, shill status though, but I'm so selective anyway. I feel like it. I don't know what my limit is, man. Like on a standard
mean-
regular figure, I don't know what my limit is
I'm
because
glad-
I'm more like character driven. Like if I need the character, like Momon Nadon was 34, I didn't bat an eye, bro. Like I don't know.
I'm
like,
glad
what's my
that
limit?
Brandon is in chat. So you hear that, Brandon? You could start charging $50, $60, $70 a figure.
Okay, all
I'm gonna
right,
chill out. I'm gonna chill out. Clone Trooper, I'll pay $80.
bro. They're already doing it with the Maximum Spider-Man.
Yeah,
I mean, I'll
and we
say
will
it.
talk
I'm
about
basic.
that
I'm
later.
I am already picking up a lot less Black Series. If they go up to $30, it's gonna be even less.
Yeah, James is about to go hungry.
Bro, James is spitting,
it's,
bro.
it's one of those things that the increases. I understand that nowadays everything's going up and everything, but it's getting to the point where I don't know. I always feel like you attract more bees with honey, and when you limit the consumer to now, let's say you get a wave, right? Either Marvel Legends or the Black Series, right? It's 4, 5, 6 figure wave. When they're 27 as opposed to 24.99, and I think Zoo brought this up before, where you see that like there's a psychology on seeing something whether it's 25 versus 24.99, and when you see something increase that it was so rapid, it actually makes you not want to. And it happened with me in a couple of the waves where I was like maybe getting 3, 4 figures. Now I'm actually getting just 1 or 2. So in the grand scheme of things, are you making more money by increasing the prices, or are people still going to pay? I mean, it's one of those things that you have to be careful with meddling in and that when you're increasing prices so rapidly. And I think Justin, when was the last time that they increased the prices to $24.99? When was that at?
Well, it was $19.99 from 2013 to 2020. Then it went to $22.99, and then it was like what 2021 or 22. It went up to $24.99.
Yeah.
But you bring up a good point with community reaction to price increases, because that's like one of the main complaint, which I kind of don't get it. I do and I don't. A lot of commenters will say they'll use language like endless price hikes when there's only been 1.5. Like, are we really counting $22.99? It was like a few months of that at the most. I don't think it's been endless price hikes, but obviously it is a steady, it is going up.
And also, I know that you've talked about this before, Justin, but I feel like people don't realize that $19.99 in 2013 is $25 today.
Well,
So
it's actually worth even more than 25.
I think
so
it's not really even a price hike now if you look at it that way. It's like how video games were $60 for my entire life, and now they raised to 70 and everyone loses their mind, but they've been $60 since the 90s. So
Yeah. Right.
I also
So you were.
would-
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to add one final thing about that. Like, I feel like sometimes my opinion can get a little skewed because, and I don't mean to brag or to gloat or anything. This is just like 100% honesty. My collection is funded by YouTube, which I do as a hobby.
Wow, thanks for bragging, bro.
Wow, I pay
Alright,
for my toys. Guy doesn't pay for his toys. I'm out.
Mr.
No,
Big YouTube over
it-
here.
Wow.
Big channel
I have
privilege.
money
Big channel
too.
privilege.
Wow.
No, it is true. Like 100% of the toys I pick up. So I think I'm just naturally going to be more, I don't want to say forgiving, because I don't want to make it sound like I'm giving the mega corporation a pass, but it's an easier pill to swallow when you're getting paid to do a hobby that you were going to be doing regardless. You know what I mean? So I don't know if I'm the most reliable source on opinions when it comes to the price increases and stuff. I mean, obviously nobody wants to pay more.
So I wanted to add on to the comment that you were saying with like people's mentality and seeing $25 versus $24.99. Me, Bat Diesel from, a good friend in the OOTB Discord and Zuboy, we were talking about it. Zuboy has a Haslab listed on eBay. It's some G.I. Joe bullshit slop that nobody cares about. But he has it listed for, I think, $500, but his shipping price was set at $70. And then he's like, these other ones are selling that are $600 with free shipping. And I'm like, dude, I know it sounds crazy, but people are going to pay more for something that says free shipping next to
Stupid people.
than being like, oh my God, I'm wasting $70 on shipping this thing. I'm not doing that.
It's crazy.
That's something we learned about in college. I was a communications major, so like there were certain classes like broadcasting to a mass audience. Like, you really, really have to put yourself in the shoes of like the masses. And we were discussing this recently with like, how Spring has been screwing everything up and not shipping orders or whatever. But we kind of expressed like it's important to us that you can link Spring with YouTube. So like when you're looking at the YouTube channel, you see the products, and just, I don't know what psychological thing it is, but people are more likely to click on that because it's one less step in your call to action.
Yeah.
So that
Also,
totally makes
the
sense
picture
with
is
like
there.
the
It's like,
shipping thing.
ooh, I can actually see the
Or
thing
like
and
channel
more likely to
memberships
click on it.
versus Patreon. Like, I guarantee if Out of the Basement launched a Patreon in an alternate universe, we'd get less members because you're asking them to go to a third-party external site. Versus channel membership is just right there, join. So I could see how that makes sense with the shipping. It's all
even-
psychological.
It's even something as simple as before I did Figureball, I would always wonder, I'm like, why do these YouTubers say like and subscribe? I know I like the video as soon as I start watching if I'm subscribed to the person, and I'm already subscribed. I figure most people gotta be like me, right? But no, every time in Figureball where Cawfee, myself, Wilbon, Fig, if we say like or subscribe, we will get more likes and subscribers than if we don't do that. And I don't understand that.
I think naturally people
It's a call to action.
People have to.
Yeah.
They're,
No,
You
I
don't understand it, but everybody's different.
I think people at the moment don't realize they just, for me, when I put you guys on or Lazy Sunday, I'm busy because I work Sundays and when the Lazy Sunday stream goes on, I'm actually getting ready for work. So I just put it on and I'm like getting ready, or even on Mondays, it's like one of those things where I don't think you do it purposely. I think people just forget. And then when you give that reminder to people like, oh shit, yeah, I have to hit like and or subscribe or whatever. But I mean, that's giving people the benefit of the doubt, right? But I think people, especially if they're lurkers or they're here a little bit more often, I think people forget. Actually, don't forget to hit like and subscribe for this one.
Yeah,
too.
like and subscribe.
I mean,
Gotta give that one.
Gotta give that one down.
So I'm gonna bring up another topic, and we're kind of going into this. Is the Black Series doomed? So I know a couple of months back, we were talking. A lot of people were afraid that it seemed like the license with Star Wars and Hasbro was going away.
The big switch.
Yeah, and the big switch. We see it with
thank
with
fucking
McFarlane,
God.
with DC. And what do you guys feel about the line? And I know you guys have talked about it, but let's go deeper into it. Do you guys think that we're at pinnacle right now, climax? Are we still moving up?
Oh,
Is
I'm
there
about to
a
climax.
dip? I'll be honest with you, with Nate's review of that Bakara, it wasn't a great, so there's things where they knock it out of the park, but with the prices increasing and everything going on, do you guys think that the Black Series is going to survive within the next few years, 2, 4, 5, 6 years? What's your opinion?
I think for me personally, I think you're always going to have your hits and your misses. Like the last Black Series wave before this one was like the Luke, Leia, Dagon. Like there were some figures that were really good in that wave, and there were some figures that I just thought were mid. Like it's just the way that the cookie crumbles when it comes to any action figure line.
But Tommy, mid because you don't collect or you don't like those specific characters, or mid
because I bought the
or how they were? Okay.
I bought all 5 characters from that wave, and there were just some that I thought were lacking in some ways. Like I thought Vernestra was just boring, like just generally a boring figure, and a Jedi that was a traffic cone. And then
Luke has one of the most disappointing head
She
sculpts
should have
in
come with
recent
the whip.
memory.
She should have come with the whip.
Yep, and it's little things like that. But
And didn't Marvel have a character? Zoo, you might agree
Yes,
that had a
Whiplash.
whip. Yeah, with the whiplash. Yeah. So they could have used that.
yeah, there's when I think it comes to the Black Series, though, I think Hasbro's actually, if they weren't doing some of the things that they did last year to really change things up, I would feel like the line was getting stagnant. Now they're doing things like dipping into multi-packs again and dipping into smaller vehicles again and trying to diversify what they're releasing instead of just, all right, guys, here's 5 or 6 more figures as another wave in the same box over and over and over again. Because people lose interest over time. Is what it is. I think they've improved on things like character selection. I think they've improved on the types of things they're releasing. They're trying different things. Not all of it's working, as well as they would have wanted it to, but at least they're trying and thinking out of the box as opposed to just, doing the same mundane thing over and over, because that kind of generates apathy within the community if you're just doing the same thing and never innovating and never trying anything new. So I honestly think right now, I think the Black Series is in a very good place, and it's in a good trajectory to really these next couple years. I think it's just going to do nothing but improve.
To also add on to what Tommy is saying, I also want to stress that nothing lasts forever. So
here we go.
If at some point the Black Series dies, it doesn't necessarily mean that the line failed. It's just like when Kathleen Kennedy inevitably does retire, there's going to be people out there that
told
say,
you so.
See, I told you.
knew it.
They've been saying the same
He's
shit
fired.
for 11 years now, and they're like, "Oh my god, I was right."
It's okay if something like what is happening with McFarlane right now.
Star Wars is sad.
Todd he's done a few interviews since then, and he's been open. He said, "This is not what I wanted. I would have liked to see the line go." That is a line dying. If the Black Series naturally reaches its end in 5 years doesn't necessarily mean that it died. It just ended, and that's okay too. So there's a difference because
Brandon brings up a good point.
Right. That's exactly what I was going to bring up, is that something like Marvel Legends, though, has been going on for 2+ decades. So Black
Why don't we
Series
just
is
get
only
Brandon in the stream, bro? Like, send him the link.
I mean,
like,
Black Series is
Instagram
only on
creator
its
Hero
Look, get
Collections
him in.
joins the stream.
yeah.
The hit
Black Series is
Instagram
only on
creator.
its first decade. It just
I mean-
finished its first decade, so there's still a lot more to see. And I don't think Black Series is going anywhere anytime soon. However, if you were to ask me, is the line more? Has there been more behind us than forward? Maybe. If we get 8 years left, that would still mean we have more in the past. If we get
But
9 years. So
this is the thing.
I don't know.
What do we have left? We do have a lot of characters, but they've ultimately done like what 85% of.
So I guess a good point to counter that too is you got to think about the fact that the Star Wars license specifically is exclusive licensing. I mean, there's a reason that Funko Pops have to be bobbleheads and not just a regular vinyl figure when it comes to Star Wars or Marvel even too. And it's when you look at the way that Star Wars is licensed in the US domestically, I mean, the only figures that we can get 6-inch wise, we have to go to Ami or Hobby Dookie or whatever else website you want to go to. But it's one of those where I think Hasbro will never give up that exclusive licensing unless it really just becomes really unprofitable. And I just don't really see that happening.
I think general public interest in Star Wars as a property in general is an indicator on the health of all of its merchandise.
I'm with Wilbon on this. I don't think Hasbro is going to kill the Black Series. I think the general public's interest in Star Wars is what would kill the Black Series.
Toy collecting is huge for adult demographics, and we're the ones spending money. We're the ones that have money. So it's just what are we into? What are we going to collect? And for a lot of people that's Marvel. For a lot of people that's, lots of things. Jurassic Park is a big toy thing.
Yeah.
Lego is huge, especially for adult collectors. So it's just popularity of the property, I think.
And they do cite Wilbon is 100. That's like factually correct. They express that in their, Hasbro's publicly traded and they release those reports. And I know that there's one bit on Black Series Cantina where Zach went into that, and it's 100% true. They do cite lack. I'm paraphrasing, but they cite lack of interest, or like the parameter of interest determines our success with like this franchise or partner brand.
Yeah.
So that is true. So, I mean, if it kind of sucks because we love the rest of, some of us like the Disney stuff, but Star Wars is everything. So it kind of sucks that kind of determines like how many people are into collecting, like, cause Mando season 1, 2 is like a powerhouse. You can look at those Disney Plus streaming numbers. And that was also around the pandemic time. So I'm sure it was highly successful at the time, but Star Wars has had a few projects that haven't performed as well, as they. I was helping a student before this, so I was trying to like not say this is fucking slop. So now I'm kind of like, okay, I need to remove the filter. I'm like, go back to my natural self here.
No, and Wilbon brought up a good point. I think that as long as Star Wars continues to create good content, and I think right now we do have with The Mandalorian, it brought a new wave of, young and then that's the thing, is Disney reaching out to, what are you trying to do as a corporation, right? Are you trying to bring in new audiences? Are you trying to cater to those old timers that, we love, the OT, the prequel? How do you have a good balance of having both communities happy? You're new with the Skibbity crew, and I love the show. I enjoyed it. I thought it was entertaining for what it was. Is it peak Star Wars? No, I think Andor is way better written, cinematography, everything. Yeah.
Neil.
So do you guys think though that Star Wars is possibly doing too much media? are they,
Oh,
or how?
That's why they pulled back.
They were. Yeah.
That's why they
It's
pulled back, dude.
oversaturated, bro. It's
Yeah.
Marvel status, dude. They need to pump the brakes hard, and I'm glad they seem to be doing that a
I
little
think,
bit.
Justin, you've talked about this previously where Star Wars used to feel like an event. Star Wars used to be special. And now it doesn't feel like when new Star Wars comes out, it doesn't feel special anymore. It just feels like Tuesday, you know?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh,
Right.
the new episode of Skeleton Crew is out. It's like,
There used
No,
to be
Star
3
Wars-
years in between
Yes.
films,
Yeah.
OT and PT. And I honestly think Marvel is
what
to
do they,
blame
what do
for
they
everything.
say?
Yeah, no, I agree with Justin. Go ahead.
Waiting
Wilma.
makes the heart grow fonder.
Yeah.
of
Distance
thing.
makes the heart grow fonder.
Distance.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think about the line? Are we in a good place?
I think we're cooking right now.
Yeah, I
Real.
think the line's in a good place. Like I said, I think any downtrend in Black Series is just from general public's view of Star Wars and
Yeah.
not what Hasbro themselves is doing. Because I think the line's doing great.
I also just want to point out, like, this is something that I say a lot, and I'm pretty sure everyone here agrees, is that Hasbro kind of got caught in a bad spot these last few years with Star Wars because you have only so many figures that you can put out in a year for the budget, and then you have 4 new shows coming out in a year. All those spots are going to get sucked up by new media, and then even then, you're barely
get sucked
covering, barely scratching the surface of these new shows that are coming out, you know?
Yeah, but Tommy, this is where I get upset. This is where I get upset.
You know?
And not upset because toys don't upset me like some people get really, really upset. But why is it that they put so much craft in new media? Look at that, Neil. And then we have literally the most important character in all of Star Wars, Anakin Skywalker, with a
Yeah,
backpack.
But he's
And
a blue elephant.
Do you want my honest thoughts?
So I don't think it's
Yeah.
a Hasbro thing. I don't think it's the team. I think they get either more funding to push out these media figures, and I think that's what it is. But it's just extremely frustrating that the core character in Star Wars, or one of the core characters in Star Wars, gets so little, attention. And that's very frustrating. Even with the new Anakin coming up with those legs, those reused
Yeah.
legs, it's
So-
like,
Yeah,
Why?
but budgets, contractual obligations.
So I'm not trying to be an apologist or anything when I say this. I'm trying to
Shut up,
think-
shill.
I'm trying to think how they think, And I think what it comes down to is it's a lot easier to sell an Anakin Skywalker figure than it is to sell a new media like a Neil, right? So you're going to put a lot more effort into trying to make that Neil figure enticing to someone to buy, whereas you don't really have to try as hard with an Anakin Skywalker because people are going to buy an Anakin
But doesn't
Skywalker.
that suck for us, though?
It does suck.
It sucks for
the way
us,
it is.
but Tommy is spitting because they put those fucking 2013 legs on Anakin and he sold
It's
out.
sold
in
out
an
in
hour.
everywhere.
I would
man.
also make the argument, though, that maybe that's not Hasbro's call. We don't know.
Well,
maybe.
That's the double-edged sword. Rich.
Lucasfilm demanded the 2013 legs.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that maybe
You better use those.
Lucasfilm can tell. They say that we want the new media figures.
Of course.
Kennedy herself was like, put the fucking legs on him.
No,
Lucasfilm
Dave
tells
Filoni was
Hasbro-
like, "No, don't you screw up Anakin. Use those same legs."
if
It
Lucasfilm
was
tells
being
Hasbro
Morgan
that-
Elsbeth.
dude,
don't
what?
get any
Oh, it's on his
acceptance.
mic. I thought it was floating. Dude, I was like, what? How's that?
out.
if Hasbro has a certain
He did a fucking voodoo spell on Neil.
if Hasbro has a certain amount of budget that they can use for a wave, but Lucasfilm or Disney says that they need the newer characters, the newer figures to take up more of that budget, then by default, the rest of the budget would fall to the other characters.
Yeah.
Also, for something specifically about Anakin, this is something I've been seeing in this community a lot. I would say hold your horses.
What are you
Because
about to say right now, bro?
I see a lot of people criticizing a figure before it's revealed, and I don't understand because
no, wasn't
we
he
don't
talking
know.
about
If no. I understand. I'm not blaming Alex here. I'm just saying that I see people writing off that Hasbro is going to use the old legs on that already. We don't know that. If they do, I'll be right there with everyone
You
saying
better
they
be,
should
bro.
use new legs.
I swear.
Wait, but he was
But
talking about.
we don't
he was talking
know.
about
I thought he was
Anakin.
talking about
He
Phantom
was talking
Menace.
about Kid Anakin with
Yeah.
a back.
No. I understand. That's why I said other people, not but I think that that's just something that, you know, I don't like outrage before we even know what's going to happen.
Pre-ordering being mad.
Right, exactly. Great way to put it, Tommy. And then, you know, obviously everything that Brendan's saying in chat, I feel that the Black Series now, you know, the question is the Black Series doomed? I think the Black Series now has been getting better every single year since 2019.
Yeah.
I think every year is better than the year before.
But
And go ahead.
you go ahead.
I was just going to say that because the line is getting better, a lot of it has to do with character selection. Obviously, there's other things like taking away thigh swivel and stuff like that. But the character selection has been improving so much that for me personally, that's the most important thing for me. I'm very happy. And it's to the point where after this however many year thing they're doing the next 2-3 years, including last year, this year, whenever this golden age of the prequel figures that we've been getting ends, I feel like while there will be still a lot left to go, like Dexter Jetstern, Zem Wessel, stuff like that, we are getting a lot of the heavy hitters. And I feel like that's something that, you know, maybe you look at the line in 2015, 2016, and you'd say, we're never getting characters like that.
That's what I was going to touch base on. Zoo and Justin, you guys have been collecting for a while now. And from what I've seen, that periodically since 2021, you guys always talked about how the Black Series, this is the best year, 2021, 2022, 2023.
Yeah, no, now this is the best year.
Yeah, and that's great. That's actually phenomenal for the line. And I think that Justin has touched upon how this is the year, and naturally because the anniversary of the Phantom Menace and everything like that, but the Super Battle Droid, the Droidica, all of these things that are coming out that nobody would have thought, you know, in a million years, are we getting this? Are we getting this? And I know Brandon brought up, you know, Shakti and Luminara and all these figures that I think sometimes us as collectors, we kind of like, we get things and we're like, all right, whatever, we're getting it. And then we still complain. But like, who knows, in 2015, 2016, 17, we would have been like, oh my God, this is like amazing. And now it's like, we're almost getting catered. We're getting used to having things like that where we're not as hyped. When we have, if you look at the last 2-3 years, oh my God, stellar releases. Arguably, top 10 Black Series figures of all time, 9 out of the 10 will be within the last 2 years. Would you guys agree? For the most part?
You want to know what I think it is? I think a lot of people in the Black Series community will judge the entire line on a case-by-case basis. Like, their opinion on the line will just change from release to release. They're not looking at like the bigger picture. We saw a lot of that in like, I know Mike Case has the spreadsheet where he keeps track of all this, but 2021, 22, maybe a little bit of 2023, it was like the most amount of new sculpts ever. Objectively, the most, like the highest amount of new tooling, and it came with more releases, which also naturally came with more repaints. So those years was like the highest amount of repaints ever, but it was also the highest amount of new tooling. But everyone just focused on we're getting so many repaints, when, again, objectively, it's like those years had the most amount of new tooling. So that was a whole back and forth you know, just a few years ago. So
not to completely change the subject, but Yadi Mundi has a new piece of bling on him. Just wanted to show everybody.
Show it off.
He's got indoor Leia.
Hey, yo.
He can hold.
Bro, he's risen up the huzz, bro. What the fuck?
He can hold indoor Leia.
He's like, Anakin, I'm going to riz up your daughter. And I'm not going to grant you the rank of master.
Kiati is the group leader of the TikTok Riz party, dude.
Facts.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my God.
So I know that Brandon's very involved in the chat, and he's saying like all these releases and all that, and I'm with you 100%. I think that overall the Black Series, and I'm not trying to shill. I know that that's a big thing in the toy collecting community is, I don't know, complaining gets views, I guess, or, you know, saying something sucks or saying this or complaining. It naturally, people gravitate towards that kind of stuff, you know.
Bro, why do you think I'm doing those thumbnails?
Yeah, if it bleeds, it leads, and that's you know, but I don't see. I look at toy collecting as, you give me something and I'm going to admire it for what it is, and I'm going to look at the positives. And yeah, there's some things that are like the Anakin that I was referring to, but overall I'm like, this is an awesome representation. I put it in my shelf and I look at it and I'm like, this looks great. Could it be better? I mean, hypothetically, anything can be better, right? Especially if you have imports and stuff like that. And we're going to talk about that later today. But I think what the Black Series does and what it offers is just a representation that, now, are you the type of collector where you're okay with just good enough? Do I think it's just good enough? I think some figures are subpar. I think they could be better. But that's when you, as the buyer, as a consumer, you have to decide, like, okay, is this enough? Does this warrant the $25, $26, $27 that I'm going to pay? But then why buy it if you're going to complain about it? So it's one of those things that you collect what you want, right? And nobody's going to judge you. Who's going to tell you, like, go into your collection and say, why the hell did you buy this? Or why'd you buy that?
Well, some people do.
No, I think Zach is spitting in the chat right now, because I do think criticism is important.
Definitely.
And because it's kind of been a recent trend in Out of the Basement this past like year or so. Not like 92% of the comments are chill, just like normal average collectors just chilling, right? Mm-hmm. But that remaining 8%, there's like two camps for the bad comments. It's the shill thing, which is just so brain dead, and like nobody's getting paid by Hasbro. Shill! Nobody's getting paid by Hasbro to say nice things about, like, nobody's a Hasbro shill.
Shit, am I the only one?
Wait, I'm a shill.
I mean, Brandon, if you want to.
I heard the check is clearing, splitting it.
That's like,
I'll send the PayPal, brother.
Those comments, I don't give a shit about those comments. That's just so idiotic and stupid. But the other camp is that the people who's on the polar opposite side who are saying, you guys are being too critical. You guys are complaining too much. You guys are being too critical.
How are y'all simultaneously being too critical and also being shills?
Well, I think that's a very easy answer, actually. I think because it's subjective, some people, any amount of criticism they don't want to hear, and then some people, any amount of glazing they don't want to hear. So for each individual person, it could be too much.
I think some people get too much of their ego wrapped up in the things that they like, and
Wilbon is literally spitting, and we, there may or may not have been examples of that, but it's like the thigh swivel thing. Like, people are giving us shit for like,
line, dude,
and people are giving us shit in the comments for like calling that out. And I'm like, okay, here, I don't know if you know how to make me big.
How do I make him big? Let's do it on stream. How do we make somebody big?
Justin becomes a physical therapist live on stream.
You realize
you gotta click the one where like one person's square becomes big and the rest are
shit.
Oh,
what a handsome guy. Look at this guy.
How do I switch him?
Go down below. Go to Justin
now we're
on the line of all of us at the bottom underneath the stream.
Yeah.
There's 3 dots. And you can click
hey guys, hold on.
Witty.
Shit, I gotta go this way.
You're gonna become Justin.
Yeah.
He's him.
There you go.
He's him.
I don't know how to do it.
Hold on. Grab an SHF, bro. Grab a Mesa.
Grab the hot
I gotta do the top of his hands when he does the gritty.
I'll figure it out eventually. Bro. Sorry, Justin, but go ahead.
Bro,
let me see the thigh swivel.
Okay, you want to get in a natural... How far back do I have to go? You want to get into a natural shooting stance.
You gotta put some lights, though.
Hands on the hips, brother.
Yeah, hands on the hips. Square dancing.
Turn your leg that way.
Okay? Hey, yo.
Or line
those
dancing.
legs.
Your leg turns. Okay? You put this
I can't see anything
leg forward, bro.
Hey, Justin, but is thigh swivel natural, though? That's what people are arguing. No,
yes. I'm kidding. Not at that specific point, but to look at the Imperial Armored Commando and try to get that in a natural shooting stance.
Here's my issue with thigh swivel. I don't like when people don't have an issue with something and then Hasbro changes it and all of a sudden They think it's the greatest change ever, and they think anybody who like doesn't like it is a fucking idiot, just nonstop complaining dumbass or something. It's like they have thigh swivel. Nobody complains about it whatsoever. Everybody likes it, no issues. Hasbro takes it away. All of a sudden, people are like, "Oh my god, this is the best fucking change that
But
Hasbro
nobody was
has
complaining
done
about it
in
previously.
the past 10 years." And anybody who fucking complains that they took thigh swivel away is a fucking babbling idiot, dude. Holy shit, I'm so glad they took thigh swivel away. And then they're going to bring thigh swivel back on every figure, and they're going to be like, "Oh my god, guys, I'm so glad that Hasbro decided to bring back thigh swivel." It's honestly such a
Based
good change.
Hasbro, I gotta give this one to Hasbro. I can't.
It's just like removable helmets. They're like, "Oh my god, guys, I love removable helmets. They're so awesome. I freaking love them." And then Hasbro's going to go to swappable, and they're going to be like, "Oh my god, guys, you guys were cooking with this change."
And so
It's
many
just
people
all
have been
hard
leaving those
move.
comments. Nate actually purposely went out of his way in the Kelnaka review to like show how the rotation at the knee doesn't solve the issue of thigh swivel.
Because the thighs are still stuck like forward.
Yeah.
And if you can go back and watch it, he literally breaks it down in a nice little package of why it's important. And I think eventually we're going to make a video about that. Because again, that Imperial Armored Commando, the thigh swivel.
It's about all you can do.
Did the new Ahsoka have it or no?
And the TVC
No, the new
version
Ahsoka
has it.
doesn't.
And the
have it.
TVC one has it.
Yeah. Oh wait.
So
So, real
why?
quick, and I'm not going to touch base too much on TVC. I think everybody collects the line. I actually collect a couple of TVC
I
figures.
collect it casually.
Yeah, I do too. So is
Why
it
does
upsetting?
the new Luke?
They
Yeah,
have Gooch
this is
shot
where I'm
there.
going
Thigh
at.
swivel.
Is it upsetting that the new release? I always say stop rushing things and work on things and make sure that you work on
Yeah.
your craft for whatever it is that you do, right? Do you guys think that the Black Series rushed some of these figures and then the Vintage Collection learned and added either thigh swivel or
I mean,
what do
I
you
think-
what do you guys
think
think?
I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on and say Mr. Stevie is in there making sure the vintage collection figures are better. I'm putting my tinfoil hat on.
Bro's going to put thigh swivel on retro
doing-
collection.
Look, man was in charge during the worst period of the TBS. He's back, and now thigh swivel is gone.
I know
Just
Zach
saying.
shares. I know Zach shares the same opinion as me. We do genuinely feel like guinea pigs a lot of the time when our figures come out, because if our figure comes out first and then it comes out in Vintage Collection 8 months, a year later, which of course, different teams, different production times and everything, but it genuinely does feel like we are the guinea pig for certain things. Like the TVC
Yeah.
Balin and Shin, so much better than the Black Series releases. Like Shin actually has silver paint on her armor, the heights are correct, all that fun
And they
stuff.
complain about the new media thing, and then they end up getting better figures as a result of their waiting period.
Dude,
I think with the thigh swivel thing in
But they
particular,
don't have the
what I've
client.
noticed in reviewing a lot of these most recent figures where they got rid of it, I think that it's if they want to reduce the piece count by doing no thigh swivel, because that's really what it is. It's reducing the piece count.
yes, no matter what anybody
He's
says,
gonna
budget
do thigh
thing.
swivel.
the reason is budget
Justin,
and
hit
piece
the
count.
gritty again.
He's doing the thigh swivel.
god, you guys! Holy shit!
How's he doing that?
Where's his line? I don't
Bro,
see his line.
are you
Doesn't have the
swiveling
line,
at the
bro?
Are you swiveling at the top of your boot, bro? What are you doing?
look!
What I,
Who's
what I
doing
think
that?
the biggest thing with the thigh, with the
Holy
hip,
shit,
the hip
you
joints
guys.
is
Look! My knee doesn't actually rotate all the way
Bly's knee bends like that.
Look.
Why doesn't?
Oh my
god.
Look at my foot! It's literally. Oh my god!
Justin,
Now-
can you show me bicep swivel?
Yeah, let's
Show me
let's
the
see
back
it.
of the knees, Justin.
Yeah, can you kick your own ass?
Can Justin show me the back of the knees on the figure?
Bro, oh my
Bro is
god!
jacked.
Look!
All right, so real quick,
Bicep swivel?
I might
Yeah, I think when it comes to
accidentally
the hip
end
joint,
the stream, and I hope I don't, but I'm gonna do something. Let's see if this doesn't
gonna do
ruin
it.
everything.
We'll just go live again.
Yeah, let's see if this works.
what are
You
you trying
guys
to
still
do?
hear me?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
try to
I thought I
add
unplugged my mic.
a. There you go. Is
Ah,
that
there
what-
you go.
you see that? Yeah. Okay.
If you
So-
deselect that banner, you won't be covering Will Bond's face.
Also, I know you asked it in the private chat. If you take the banner away, that's what makes everybody's name pops up.
Damn.
Oh, there we are.
You the man. All right, so real quick, what do you guys
Freshly
anticipate
squeezed Wilbon.
Yeah.
on the fan stream? What are you guys thinking?
Well,
I'm excited.
I mean,
So,
Yakface hit us
Said,
with
yeah, he
the
said we're getting 3 figures.
minimum 6 reveals between the both lines. So
He said there's going to be 3 Black Series.
yeah,
Tommy, what do you feel about combining the vintage collection and the Black Series?
I think as long as
Indie
they do
stream.
it how they did the February stream, I think I'm fine with having them both on the same streams. As long as it's a streamlined thing and we're not bouncing back and forth between the lines over
Bounce on it.
Mhm.
crazy style. I think we'll be fine, dude. I think honestly, I'm happy with how last stream went. I hope they follow suit with future streams.
Now, do you guys like the whole like every month and a half a new
Yeah.
stream, or would you guys
Yeah.
rather, 1 or 2 streams with everything that's going to come
I
out?
like the more consistency more too.
I like-
because
yeah.
If I get disappointed in one, I don't have to wait 4 months for the next one. I can just be like, oh well, next month there's another stream. I'll go
It
get
feels
the next
like
one.
this is kind of replacing when they would do like reveals randomly on Instagram, or like Yahoo News would get a
Orbs.
figure. Or
I'm
something
with
like that.
Tommy. I will take the consistency because that is genuinely one of my biggest complaints with the line, especially in the past couple years, is
Yeah.
quarter 1 is always so dry.
Yeah.
So little releases, and then we just get completely dumped in the later half of Q3 and all of Q4. I am all for consistency when it comes to this. Like, streamline the releases. Stop giving us half of the fucking Black Series releases for the year in quarter 4 of
Yep.
the year.
Now that's ironic because leaks obviously aren't consistent, right? We don't know when we're going to get a leak or when something's going to come out. What do you guys?
Who do we
Feel
credit for
about
those leaks, anyways?
leaks.
I don't even know who to.
I don't
Are they
Yeah,
from
right.
something or are they?
Yeah, who does? Yeah,
Hey, look what Brennan's confirming in chat.
Good,
Hey,
Brandon. You guys
need.
need to keep doing what you did.
Yes,
and
please do that.
one thing that I
Appreciate
do
you.
have to say, I thought that stream was so genuine. It was fluid. I love that they broke down the team with like 2-man roster, and I thought
Mhm.
that it just seemed like they were so engaged and they were talking about it. And I thought that I don't know who made ultimately that decision to like break it up like that. I thought that was awesome.
It was me.
It was just
Yeah, it was me.
it was just it was just it felt like genuine. It felt like they were excited about it. They were discussing it and they were talking.
It's also
about
not
it, and that's
5 people trying to talk over each other,
Like
which
we
is,
are right now, yeah.
Great. Yeah.
I was gonna say. I wonder what that's like.
Yeah, no, I'm excited for this. All right, so there was a couple of releases that came out or pre-orders, and did anybody pick any of these up? Is
2
it,
of each, brother.
And now I gotta ask
Bro,
you
2
guys,
of each is crazy.
because I'm gonna be honest with you, I wasn't collecting where the packaging was so important to me, right? I wasn't collecting at this time.
Okay.
What was this? 2005.
5.
Yeah.
Star Wars
Um,
05?
Yeah. So to
Don't
me,
get me started on that bullshit, Tommy, bro.
I will
That's
say
so-
real quick, bro. I was at Disney World and someone had a shirt that said Star Wars 1977 on it. 1977 on it. So fuck off any the Grand Unk Council. I don't want to hear shit.
Oh my god.
very good.
The Grand Unk.
You're friends with a bunch of millennials? I feel bad for you.
You're friends with Gen Zers, you Gen Zer? Sorry.
So
Side quest?
did anybody?
Okay, no.
What?
That's
Jesus
crazy.
Christ.
That's crazy. That
That's
is crazy.
wild for on air.
That was wild.
I didn't say it. What did you? I didn't say anything. All right, Count Dooku, bro.
I'm out, bro. I'm out.
Coffee's out.
Justin, who's doing that? Who's doing that?
Dude, our stream is so crazy. I'm with Zuboy on that one.
Who's doing that?
Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
So who picked this one up? And or are there? Okay, so I've seen a couple of the streams, but I haven't been able to finish all the streams. What
Bro,
were some of
fake
the
ass fan.
differences?
Get me off here.
Yeah,
You didn't
I'm
finish our
out.
streams,
Yeah.
bro.
What were differences?
You didn't
in
finish
this
a
one?
5-hour figure
What were the
ball?
what?
Get outta
Fucking
here.
hell. Let what? All right. What is the?
Let Unk speak.
Let Alex speak.
No, you're good. So I was noting that one of the things that there was a possibility that the cloak wasn't going to have the two-tone. Is that true? Is that confirmed or
I don't think that's true.
No.
okay?
We don't really know because some of the pictures look like
The
it doesn't
in-hand
have
shot
it.
though had it. So
Yes,
it
however,
should
the
have it.
in-hand shot does. So I would assume that the figure does, because I don't think Hasbro would put out the old figure at a con, would they? That seems too scummy.
That
There's no
seems
way.
a step too
It just
far
seems like
after the
another-
Emperor Palpatine zoo.
Right. I don't
just-
think
It seems like another
too-
scenario of them just like photoshopping something out in the promo images.
Right.
This is
And
why I
I
hate
do. It does have the collar though, which is, you can see that on here. That is interesting.
So is there any update in like the paint apps or anything like that? Is
I mean,
there
it looks
anything new?
sharper.
It's probably updated photoreal,
The
but
face
Now
mask
is that,
sharper,
and
yeah.
I think somebody mentioned that, I think Zoo, that's enough for you to pick something up where there's an update on paint apps or something like that. Is
Yeah.
that the case for all you guys? And I'm not saying specifically on count, but
9
if
times
you
out of
see a
10,
figure,
yeah.
even
Yeah.
if it's as minimal as, because to me, face
Hell
is
no.
not minimal.
yeah,
but
if I own a figure that already has photoreal, if they're just doing a photoreal update, I'm not buying.
if it was pre-photoreal. So the example I
Yeah.
used was the 40th anniversary Empire Strikes Back. I had the Bespin Luke from the 2013 or 14 release, and I did pick up that 40th carded Luke because it was from a non-photoreal face to a photoreal face. That is a significant
Yeah, that's
full
worth
price
picking up.
upgrade. But this Count Dooku had photoreal previously, and now it's just like it's sharper. Now that to me is not worth a full price pickup. That being
Yes, I
said,
would-
I did pick this up for full price, but it's for the card. It's
Yeah,
for
I'm
the
collecting
wall.
the-
It's for the wall.
Yeah.
On card. Yep.
I want to clarify that, Alex, because that I did say that, but what I mean by that is it'll be on my. I'll pick it up eventually. I won't pick it up full price. An example for that
Okay.
is Bib
and that is
Fortuna.
the difference.
Yes,
Yeah.
Bib Fortuna has a better face in the 40th
Oh
packaging.
yeah,
He has less blue on his face.
good example.
So I
want a
waited
blue
until that
one.
was cheap, but I did wind up getting that eventually. Also, he came with more cups, and that's
So-
always a good selling point.
We don't anticipate these selling out.
I don't think so. I mean,
Who
what
knows?
anniversary figures other than the 2008 Clone Wars ones for the Lucasfilm
Well,
50th have sold out? You know,
However, these are
I think the 501st could sell out because it's an army build.
He could.
I'm surprised Cody didn't. You know, it people debate this all the time, Alex. Like, whenever we kind of judge things by whether they sell out or not. But we don't know their MOQ, like their numbers back then of how many they were making. So like, some people say, oh, less people are interested in this slot, but is it because they're making less or making more, or is it really because less people are interested or what have you?
We just don't
Because
have
you-
enough information.
You would expect a Walmart, back in 2020 or whatever, a Walmart exclusive, you would expect that to sell out in 2 minutes,
Yep.
But that hasn't really been an issue this past year or so, 2 years, 1 year.
Yeah, with that Bly, it was easy to get. I think it's still up, right?
You mean Cody?
I mean
Or-
Cody. I'm sorry. Yeah, Cody.
Yeah.
It's still up, right?
I think so.
I
yeah.
think
Yeah, I
so.
think so.
I mean, honestly, I think this is a good opportunity to have new. Now, do you think new people are joining the Black Series community? Are
People are
starting
always
to?
joining
every day.
all
Yeah,
the time.
people. Yeah, every
Yeah?
day.
People
There's
come
people out
people
there
come
that-
and go.
There's people, Wilbon is right, but there's people out there that will say it's a myth, bro. There's people out there who say the new collector is a myth, which is insane. Because I can tell you right now, we get comments all the time. Hey, I just started collecting Black Series, and then followed by a question. We get tons and tons of comments like that every week. So there's definitely new collectors joining the hobby all the time.
And obviously Figureball is nowhere near as big a channel as Out of the Basement, but I can tell you also personally, I've gotten DMs, especially on Instagram, from people telling me I got into the line, found your channel. Can you give me some tips?
That's
I can
cool.
think of 3 specific instances
That's
at least
badass. That's
where
cool.
that's
Look,
happened.
So look what Brandon
new
is saying
collectors all the
too, and I think this is key. And I think actually I know that Justin has brought this up on numerous occasions that if you want something to succeed, you have to support it. And this is a good example with the STAP. And okay, you shouldn't use the word have to, right? Because you purchase what you want.
There's
buy
an
what you want.
asterisk with
Yeah,
that.
there
for
is.
sure.
But
People are always like, "You're telling me to buy something I don't want." That's
But
not
exactly.
what
You're
anybody
saying if you want it, but
yeah.
But if you
wanna buy
want
it.
something, even if it's in the genre, if it's something that you're like, okay, listen, the Stap, is it the number one vehicle or mini vehicle that I want? No. But is it something that I would like to have? Yeah. Do I support it because I want it, and as well as the potential of them doing other vehicles that I do want on the line? Absolutely. And I think this is what Brandon's kind of saying, is that we kind of have to show out for this, because if there's not a good, if people don't buy enough of these, who knows? I don't know if he's alluding to anything, but we kind of have to show up. And I see a lot of people in the chat saying that, wait for clearance. And I'm not opposed to that. I totally get that. I totally see, especially if it's a figure that you already have, like Zoo was saying, why am I going to buy it? But at the same time, it's like you almost, in a weird way, if you want something, you have to support it. You have to, and I don't know if you guys disagree, and please tell me right now, like, do you guys,
I think there's a
me or not?
giant asterisk with that, because I'm a big fan of that principle. If I really enjoy a film and I want to support that film, I'll be sure to see it in theaters, because that's
Like
the best
Andor,
way
you
to
buy all the
support.
Andor figures.
Yeah, it's the best way to support a film, is to see it in theaters. Second best way, buy it on physical as opposed to watching it on streaming. I do that, but I'm not buying movies. I love physical media, but I'm not buying movies that I don't like just for the sake of, I don't want this industry to die, which is a risk. But a lot of people read, because Out of the Basement had a very similar take with the Stap, like, we scream on the top of the mountain that we want vehicles, and then we just don't buy them, right? But at the end of the day, I can't in good faith tell people you should buy this even if you don't want it. Because if you don't want the Stap, if you don't want the Bloodfin, absolutely don't buy it. I would never advocate that you actually go out of your way to buy something you don't want. But on a personal level, I'm buying every vehicle they put out, because
100%.
I personally want to see more vehicles. I'm buying every Cantina alien they put out because I want more Cantina aliens. So on a personal level, I definitely agree, but it gets a little gray when you try to advocate that mentality to other people.
it's also something that everyone has to decide upon on their own, because I'm not an on-card collector. I don't really care about retro packaging, so it's just not for me. I'm buying the new figures in this line, and that's it. That being said, a lot of the figures, even recently, Wilbon and I today, we were talking about how Wilbon has no interest in Jedi Survivor repaints for the CIS, and I am heavily interested in that. And I feel like I don't like telling other people what to do with their money when it comes to things like that, because people are interested in different things.
Right.
Personally, for me, and I would never, I have to put an asterisk on this, because I'm not saying people shouldn't do this. Of course, if you like it, all for it. But personally, for me, I think it's kind of ridiculous that people can say, these Black Series clone and Battle Droid repaints are slop, but they put it on our Kenner card or Revenge of the Sith card, and they're like, 2, please.
Ayo,
I think
Kenner.
Oh my god!
People would
On
rather
the card.
They would rather have a box than a new repaint. But that's me.
You know what you're describing, Zoo, is everything I like is awesome and everything I don't like is slop bullshit that nobody wants, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
that's the mentality that
right,
so many
and that
people
mentality I hate, because it's always like, there's something for everyone. And I remember the first time I was ever on stream, I was Nate had invited me on Out of the Basement, and I had said this point, because everybody talks about how retro collection is slop, but you know what? There are people out there who like that line, like Red Wagon David. He collects that. And
I'm not giving that to one to you, Zoo. I hate that fucking.
I don't like it either. I think it's ridiculous. But I would never say that who is it for, because it's for someone.
Somebody, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
But carbonized credit collection, yeah, sure, there's the 5%, but for the overall good of the line, it might be worth to sacrifice that sort of stuff.
Well, that's a different thing entirely. If you're talking about whether it makes sense for the line to exist financially, then
I mean, I know Tommy has every Holocom collection figure, and that shit is bullshit. It's fucking
It is,
slop.
I will 100% say Holocom is slop. I just enjoy it from a personal
Right.
point. But I'm
All right,
not
that's
gonna
fair. That's
advocate
fair.
for we should get more.
Even the
Holocom
most
because it's fucking slop.
ardent collectors of Holocom.
Right,
agree
that's my-
that it's slop.
That's my point. There's a difference between saying that I don't want something, or maybe this line is taking away from other repaints. Like when you say they should be repainting, in-universe clones and stuff like that instead of Holocom or carbonized. That's a different conversation. What I'm just talking about is I don't like when people say that, who is this for? Because you know what? I think one of the most ridiculous things in the toy community is people caring about the garbage that's packaged, that a figure is in. I think that's one of the most ridiculous things personally. However, I know so many people who care about that. So you know what?
Yeah,
I mean, I'd be way more
look
likely.
at what happened with the.
I'm one of these people. I'd way more likely to pick something up if it's on a retro card versus in the stupid Black
Right.
Series boxes.
Yeah,
Those
and
Black
then-
Series boxes suck.
And
I'm
look what
sorry.
happened
They're
a
just-
couple of years ago, a
they're
month
just not good.
back, when the figures were using the plastic-free packaging and all that, and a lot of people were very upset. And actually, the lightsabers and the accessories were actually better packed in those box sets than they were sometimes in the with the plastic packaging, and a lot of people were upset at that. And I'm actually one of those people that if I go to a store, I'm comparing figures. I'm looking at paint applications and stuff
Yeah,
like
gotta
that,
check
and
the
I
paint
try
apps.
to get.
Gotta buy 18 to check the paint apps, guys.
Bro,
Yikes.
Tommy was doing that in store for me, getting that
I did it
Nightmare
for
for
Zoo.
good paint.
I
Hell
saw
yeah.
Now-
two platinums. I compared them.
I
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
want
man.
to touch on that slightly about collecting habits and how do you guys, because I'm one of those Amazon and big bag toy stores, just it takes the simplicity of things, and we're all adults, we have careers, we have spouses, we have things that we have to take care of. We don't have the time or the luxury to go to
sneaking past
Targets and
wifey.
Walmart.
Bro,
So
I
you
hate the
guys-
hunt. I'll say it.
but I will say this, and
The hunt.
the hunt, there's something about walking into a place and finding something that you weren't expecting. Dude,
Yeah.
the adrenaline.
I don't even consider that like the hunt. Like if you're just
It's-
going into
if you're
Target
looking-
or Walmart and you
right.
find something you've been wanting, that's not the hunt. The hunt is driving to 15
True.
different stores trying to fucking find the one figure that you
It's the
want.
fucking Clone Wars wave from Target or
The
whatever.
Target
where-
one, yeah.
Torture.
Oh my god! I had to go to 8 different Targets that morning. That was not
torture.
fun.
The
I'm
highs,
gonna be honest. I am someone who hunts quite a lot now, and I hate every second of it. And the only reason I do it is because it's solely for McFarlane. Because Todd is stuck in 3 decades ago, where he thinks that people enjoy store on in person
Chases.
only chases,
Yeah.
and I don't like it. That's why I have so many people, pretty much everyone here. Except for Justin, and it's not because of lack of he wouldn't want to. I'm sure if he saw it, he would. But everyone else here has found a McFarlane for me and said, "Oh my God, like Zoo, do you need this? Whatever." And Nate has done the same, and I like that I have a community where I've been looking for this Nightmaster, and Tommy found it for me, and that's great. But what if I didn't? What if I weren't in this community? I didn't have people like that. It would drive me crazy. I probably just wouldn't even. I'd put it out of my mind. Like I'm never going to get it because I don't enjoy doing that. And what I'll do basically is because the movie theater near me is about 30 minutes away. That's the closest theater to me. There's a Target right by it. So every time I go to the movies, I'll go to Target. And
Is
that's
that where you got the Red Bull?
that's what I'll do. I think
was
so.
it?
Yes,
Yeah,
if I
I
remember
think you
correctly,
mentioned
I
you were
did.
talking about that.
Yes. So that's just what I'll do. I will go specifically for that because otherwise, I will pick up a figure from Amazon 99% of the time.
Now, are you guys, because some people in the chat are saying that they like the hunt, are you guys the type that, if you're going to secure something that you really, really want, you're going to slap that pre-order, And then there's some figures that you're like, I don't need this right now, but if I come across it, I'll pick it up.
Yeah.
And when you do, you're like, oh yeah, or maybe not, because it happened that NECA wave, the Nightmare Before Christmas. I don't know if you guys saw that one. I'm a big NECA fan, and I didn't pre-order them or didn't order them online until I went to the Target and I actually saw them, and I'm like, man, these are nice. And it's one of those things that, you know, I prioritize. I pre-order things that I need. I'm like, I need to get this. And then anything else that I might just stroll on and find, I'll pick up that way.
Well,
do you guys do the same?
I kind of wanted to jump on, something Zoo said along those lines, which was like, like telling people to spend their money on something. Like, I think what's frustrating to me is that you have all these voices in the community telling you not to buy things, and that's okay. And then the second that you turn around and say, oh, hey, you should get this figure, all of a sudden it's the double standard of, oh, well, don't tell me what to do with my money.
Don't tell me how to collect.
Yeah, but then when you're shouting and angrily telling people not to buy stuff, everybody's singing Kumbaya.
Well, Tommy, it's okay if it's a zero. Bro. It's okay if it's a 0 out of 10 Halo figure. That's okay. That is okay.
I'm still gonna buy them all though. But no. But to your other point though, I think that it just depends on the collector. Like, it depends on how much you want something. For me, I pre-order a lot of the Black Series Target exclusives, and then like on release day, Hybrid Toy Reviews and I will go to the local Target, and we'll go with some other local collectors and pick through the case, as because they'll put it out. We pick through it. It's fun. As like, for me, hunting is fun as like a novelty thing, and I'll do it not because I need something, but more just for the fun of it and because I'm doing it with friends. But I don't know. I don't really see anything necessarily like, if hunting is your thing and you want to make it more of a chore for yourself, then fine. That's
How about you, Wilbon?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I've kind of been going through a bit of a collecting change. So like the hunt has like pretty much not really been a part of anything in my collecting world other than when I went and did a little Ollie's goofy video the other day, which was fun.
Wow, where can you find that video, Wilbon?
You can find that video on the Figureball channel, actually.
Ooh,
hey yo,
what shittos on?
No,
until tomorrow.
That video is no longer members only.
Ooh.
Anybody can go watch that.
Got to catch it early.
There you go.
That's right. No, but like I've been getting more and more picky recently. So like figures that used to be I'll wait and see if I find it have turned into just I'll pass or wait for clearance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And a lot of that has to do with availability with the line. Like generally, when you see so many figures go to clearance at Walmart or clearance on Amazon or clearance at even Pulse, I'm just like, gee, I could have waited on that. And like,
and that's the worst part.
That wasn't like a high priority thing. And I pre-ordered it day one. It's like, well, lesson learned. Now, if I'm not like super into something, I can wait for clearance.
Exactly. And that's what's going to happen is that later on, you're going to be like, no, I'm just going to wait. I'm not going to risk getting.
I want to add on to something for that because, I know lots of people, do what Wilbon just said, so I'm not shaming anybody who does that. But Psycho Emerald and I were having a conversation about this recently, and he was going to the more extreme example, talking about like higher priced imports or something like that. But for me, once I have a figure in hand, I don't really care what I paid for it because it's done. It's been paid for. So
I would say it's value. It's when I pay full price, and then 2 weeks later it's half price.
No, I can understand.
I can see what your point is.
But when
it's the Enoch pack was more than half price.
And I
could $10.
The shit was $13.
Yeah,
right.
I could understand the point.
I'm like, well, what the fuck am I doing?
Right. It's definitely frustrating, and specifically with the Enoch pack, that was annoying to see. But it's not annoying enough where it's going to like say, well, now I'm not going to pre-order. Like I'm still going to pre-order Walmart exclusives. Because if I want
pre-order the ones I really want, I'm just not in a hurry to get everything.
Right.
Does that make sense?
And I also understand that for me, it's a little different because I pre-order things I don't want.
We know about
you. An exaggeration.
And you're pre-ordering fetish.
I pre-order things. I shouldn't say that because everything I pre-order I do want, but I pre-order things knowing that I'm likely going to cancel them. But everything that I want, I pre-order because it's free. there's no reason not to pre-order for me. So when there are people that I know that say there are no pre-orders only, and I just don't get it because they say I'll just look for it in stores.
Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah.
And I don't understand.
Bro,
that.
Grand Moff Tony, he does no pre-orders.
Yeah, he does.
He's
a-
raw
go
dogging
crazy.
this hobby.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
Go crazy.
Obviously I love Tony, but
The FOMO
for me
is real.
I couldn't do that because I also like knowing. I don't know exactly when things hit, and I don't want to make a trip to the store if I don't know.
Like I would
I mean,
have
to be fair, bro, they say things come out.
Panic attack if I missed out on Shizor here.
They say things come out fucking 3 months fucking after they actually come out. So
Right, and the thing is for me is it's better to pre-order. I've been for things I really want, especially the fan channel exclusives. I have been pre-ordering them from multiple stores because who knows what will be convenient for me. So, for example, I pre-ordered the Bakara, Shizor, and Commando Droid Wave from Amazon and Big Bad. However, my Big Bad pile of loot isn't shipping for another 50 days, and I'm not going to ship it early. So when I got the processing email for those, I canceled them because I want those figures now, and I'm not going to ship my pile of loot for it. So Big Bad's not the route for me. Then on Amazon, the Commando Droid got delayed till May, which is crazy, and the Shizor got lost in the mail.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah,
I said, okay, I'll just order them from GameStop. So I placed a GameStop order with Savaja Press and the Commando and Shizor, and that should be here tomorrow. So it all depends for me because even though I had that wave on pre-order from 2 sites, the site that I'm actually getting it from is not a pre-order. I didn't pre-order from GameStop. They just were in stock, and I placed the order.
They just had them.
Right. So I just use pre-orders as if I can get it, I can get it. And if I can't, or something comes up, then I could just cancel it. And I've very, very rarely been burned. It's happened a few times. So I will put that disclaimer that I'm not saying everyone should be like me, because a prominent example that kind of hurt was the Chopper figure, Chatterback Chopper, I think it was called.
Chatterbox Chopper.
Yeah, I was going to cancel that, if I'm being honest. And then Amazon shipped it to me without a notification that they were going to ship it. And that was like $60, $70. I don't remember what that was. That was decently expensive. And I was like, you know what? I could wait for a sale price. I don't need to pay full price for this. I still wanted to get it, but not at full price. And then when Amazon shipped it, I was like, well, I'm not going to send it back because I do want the item. So whatever. But I have done that before. There was a G.I. Joe figure that Amazon sent me without a warning. And like I said, normally that doesn't happen. Normally all the major sites will give you a warning. But Amazon shipped me a G.I. Joe figure that I decided I was going to cancel, and I just sent it back because I was like, nope, not paying full price for this. So I've been burned a few times, but not enough where it dissuades me from doing that. It's only happened a few times. So overall, I would say pre-ordering things.
Yeah, it's
just
the
do
simple way. Yeah,
Why-
you're guaranteed.
I
Did
don't-
anybody pre-order the 501st?
Yep.
Yes.
Everybody?
Yeah.
3.
one.
3.
Cloner.
So Justin, are you getting rid of your Appos?
I already did, bro.
Oh, you got rid of all? Okay.
Now, I did see that these are in stock in a lot of places. Now, with Nate's, I'm not gonna lie, with Nate's recent review of the Commander Bakara, I don't know if it swayed me. I'm gonna keep, because I have it on pre-order on Big Bad. I'm gonna keep it, but it's a little, how we said, it's a little mid. What do you guys think about that Bakara? But then the Shizor, a lot of people are praising. I didn't pre-order that because I don't have too much of an attachment to it. What do you guys think about these?
Ooh, we're gonna start a war here, brother.
Dude,
Yeah,
That'd be
I don't
that'd
have
be a
my
battle.
Shizor or Commando Droid yet, but that was my Bakara in the review, so that was mine in the video. I mean, it's unfortunate. I'm not going to say it's a bad figure, but I think mid, and people kind of like
People think
misconstrue
mid means dog shit.
Mid is literally mediocre, not
I mean, yeah,
special,
not
average.
special.
So 5 out of 10.
Is it a 5 or a 7 out of
Shit.
10?
Is it a 5 or a 7?
5?
Because
7
that,
is still good. Good is just the average. You guys don't understand what I
Oh
mean.
my
by that.
fucking god.
oh my god, that
Jesus.
Zoo, if I give you
2023.
$15.
5 is
Let me
mid.
grab it.
5 is objectively a mid. That is what 5 means.
Good
It's
job,
mid.
Sue.
I'm just saying that a 7.
Yeah, here we go.
When it's
Oh, here we
averagely
go.
good,
Oh
that's
my
what it is.
fucking god.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Look what I did.
Bro, here he is.
This is what
There
Luke
it
just
is.
said is what happened with my commando as well. That's why I'm glad that I ordered it.
It's mid.
from games.
Look, it's commander mid.
But here's the thing,
I
Alex.
fixed my helmet.
Commander Skibbity.
I could never be swayed away from not picking this up because it's a prequel film character.
Yeah.
I feel like it would take a lot for me to not pick up a prequel or an original trilogy character.
I'm going to be honest, Justin. I'll go a step further.
He's
When they announce they're making a character, I don't care what that figure is like. I'm going to buy it. And I know that's maybe that sounds shill status, but for my
I gotta
collection, I care about the character. That's what I want. So the figure, if it turns out to be dog shit, I still want the character. Pre-Vizsla is an example of that.
What if it was just an unpainted generic body, but
Well,
it
if
said
it's
Commander Bakar on it?
If it's unpainted, then no. It definitely has to be painted.
Bakar
But-
is definitely disappointing, but he's like far from garbage.
And
Not a
the,
bad figure, yeah.
the other thing is, it's different strokes for different folks because for me personally, I don't know Bakar's design enough, nor do I care. So
But there's also some copium going on with this.
right.
fucking-
Well, it also depends on who you're talking about and what they're talking about and stuff like
There's
that.
people out there. There are people out there who think we're nuts for
Right,
saying,
and I'm not saying I gotta be clear because I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for me
Right.
personally, he looks like a clone, and I put him on my clone show.
I feel it, that's the difference. That's why, like, a person like me never gets frustrated with a person like you because you're not acting like I'm insane for saying,
Mhm. Right.
look at that visor. Look at the, oh, wow, we're missing, like, deco. We're missing this and that. The visor is a
Luke.
frown. Because the visor is a frown. Anyone can look at the image from Revenge of the Sith and should be able to see how it's disappointing.
Not even
But-
Revenge of the Sith, bro. Look at the side of the box.
And
Well-
I finally got it because for Wilbon and I, it was the stream Mr. Cawfee wasn't on, so it's of course that's when Bakar is there, and Wilbon and I were looking at him. We were like, the two of us are not big enough cloners to know what the fuck is wrong with this. And so it was funny because I still Cawfee will have to see next time he comes over, but I don't know if I got a good Bakar or not. Because I finally see.
Bro,
that
just
it's
look at the
good
visor and see if the paint is there or not.
right, but it's like
If it looks like a fucking parenthesis, then yeah.
I think
it's
Mr.
fucked
Coffee
up.
just has an eye for detail that
Exactly,
some others
that's what
Shut
it is.
up. Oh my god.
the funny thing is, it kind of unironically is when it comes to theatrical clone looks.
I mean, you saw in the Out of the Basement Discord, no offense to this individual, but they posted the picture and they're like, this shit's heat. Like, I got some straight gas, and it looked like the shittiest copy I've ever seen.
right,
It was like-
I had.
The worst one I've ever seen. They're like, yo, we eating.
I also had no idea that he had dots on his helmet or something. I don't know what the dot thing is.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Let me
the
spit
dot.
for a second. It's not a big deal, guys. It's a $25 action figure. What do you expect? Have you ever seen a Captain Brutus Black Series action figure
Right.
that's fully painted, a brand new unique sculpt that comes with 5 unique blasters that are all painted? And now all of a sudden I'm crazy for wanting 2 dots of paint on the helmet. That's an actual design. Never mind the weathering. Never mind the fact that us as Black Series collectors have already accepted our figures are just not weathered anymore. Like, that's just the thing. We've already accepted that. Now we have to accept missing design detail. The new Walmart Commander Cody missing the gray stripe paint on both of his arms. That to me is like, I can't get over that because
and you're
that's not just
100%
weathering. That's actual design of the character. And they say, what do you expect? It's a mass-produced 6-inch action figure. But where are you when the figures are bangers? Like, why can't I
Right.
expect that?
You're 100% right, Justin, because I'm going to give you an example of a character that I do care about the missing paint hits that you probably don't. Cobb Vanth. Those missing paint apps bother me. But
Well, and
here's
it's a
the thing.
deluxe.
Right, that's why it's even more annoying. But that's why I'm saying it's all up to subjective if you care about that kind of thing for that character. Because Bakara means something to you that he doesn't mean to me. And Cobb Vanth means something to me that he doesn't to you. So a lot of people are pissed about the paint apps on Cody's stripe or whatever. I don't care about that. But that doesn't mean I'm saying that it's okay. Because it's not okay. Design elements should not be missed. It's just that it doesn't bother me personally.
I'm curious to
for
hear
that character. That's
I'm curious to hear the resident cloners take on Commander Cody's missing gray, and then also like the Bakara situation.
Shit is stupid.
It's like a double-edged sword for me, because on one end I roll my eyes whenever I see the missing deco on any figure, not even just the clone troopers, but like when I obviously being so fanatical about the clone troopers, when I see that there's that deco missing, I roll my eyes at it. What I think kills me is, like, I think Lance Peter Luke mentioned it in the chat, like, it's like the millisecond a new action figure gets revealed, you have people that are pulling up reference photos from 25-year-old encyclopedias and scanning the figure up and down, looking for something to be wrong with it, instead of having any excitement whatsoever. Like, when Out of the Basement does a review on an action figure, you guys are pointing out inaccuracies on the figure, and you are giving constructive criticism on the figure. And then sometimes you have people that are like losing their goddamn minds over, in my opinion, I think 2 dots on Bakara's helmet is not as big of a deal as some people are making it out to be. Do I think it should be acknowledged? Absolutely. But I think that, and same with Cody's gray stripe on his bicep armor. It's like, it's wrong. It's not accurate. You can say the same about like the Arc Commander Jesse figure. The helmet is wrong. Like, but I feel like I feel like it takes away from being excited about the character coming out sometimes, because people are so focused on scanning the figure from visual dictionaries and trying to find what's wrong with it.
But that's also
These are
why
also
I
repaints. It's like 95% reuse. So why can't they just get it right?
Real quick,
that's
Tommy, on
frustrating.
that. I'm sorry to interrupt, but on that, it's like the community as a whole. Do you say no? I'm not going to purchase this because it's not accurate. When you work for a corporation, your job is literally to try to mimic whatever product you're making, right? It's literally your job. And when you miss things, is it like, do you miss them because there's no attention to detail? Do you not care enough? What is the main reason that you're missing these details that us as collectors take so seriously? And maybe if you did take us as seriously, you'd be a little bit more in tune with the community, or saying like, hey, no, we can't miss these types of things. Now, do you say as a community, say like, you know what, we're just not going to pick this up until they start making figures accurate to how they're supposed to be depicted? So it's like one of those things. Do you kind of like settle for,
because I'm still buying the shit. So
exactly,
I mean, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, people are still gonna buy it. And I remember Wilbon said it best. He said, I'm done like settling for mid, or settling, and just saying like, whatever, it is what it is, I'll pick this up. And then what if in 1 or 2 years the clone with the 2 dots comes out, then we'll pick that one up. It's like, I don't know, it's a practice that I'm just, I get it right the first time.
See, I say that, but then I still buy mid. So
But I still think
but the thing is,
you should
what other
absolutely
option do I
criticize
have?
it because you bought it. If anything, it gives you more authority to speak on it because you bought it and you have it physically in your hands. I still think, and this is where I think people get it twisted with Out of the Basement, and they've become so negative and hypercritical. No, like you absolutely should still criticize the products that you're buying. Yes, you're still buying it and you're still supporting it financially, but you should still voice those criticisms. I mean, what is the other option? Just blindly consume and just be like,
product.
like, yeah, this is the best thing ever. Yeah, please, because then they're really never going to improve. And
that's the quickest way for everything to get worse, is to not complain when things are bad.
And there are instances
that's what
of. And there are instances
Just
of
not
things,
care if it's slop.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. But there are instances of either Nate or myself passing on something because something did cross that line into, okay, this is like unforgivable or whatever. So like there is a financial point to be made as
I'm
well.
sorry.
Where you
This
won't pick something up.
This Bakara comma fucking sucks. I'm so unhappy with this fucking thing.
You know what's crazy?
See, I like the soft goods comma.
A lot of
bro.
people were criticizing the
it's
phase
such a-
one
Look,
Rex.
It's like it bunches
Comma.
up funny in the back, and I can't get it underneath the belt, and I'm gonna have to heat it up, and I don't want to do that. I shouldn't
Now,
have
Wilbon,
to heat up
I
my
do have-
figure and make
I
it
have a
fucking
question.
better.
Is articulation, and this is for all you guys, and I think I'm actually I agree with Zuboy. Actually, is articulation? Are you willing to sacrifice articulation for sculpt or for getting something that looks visually more pleasing, but lacks articulation due to either you have to do soft goods or whatever?
It's case by case.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Because there's some where plastic, robes or plastic capes look better, but then you have, like, for example, and I don't know if Zuboy would agree, that Marvel Legends, like the comic Vision with the plastic cape it's horrible. It doesn't look good. And there's some superheroes that have plastic capes that don't look good at all. Where McFarlane started having these wired fabric capes that some of them are trash, some of them feel like gym shorts, some of them actually are pretty good. And it's like Tommy said, it's case by case. So at what point do you sacrifice articulation? What's more important to you guys? And I actually want all you guys to comment on this if you can, is what is more important to you guys when you're collecting? Is if it's something visually pleasing to you guys where it just looks so accurate like NECA, or is it articulation? I know Cawfee's gonna have the best of both worlds with import.
Yeah, it's weird. I want a good balance because it's like I want the figure to be aesthetically pleasing, but like if it articulates like dog shit and I can't even get the most basic pose ever that I want out of it, it's annoying. The Imperial Armored Commando is like a perfect example. The figure looks, besides the peanut head, aesthetically speaking, it looks good, but the articulation on that figure is genuinely so frustrating that I have no enjoyment out of it.
I think I
can't stand this fucking figure.
I think we all have essentially the same answer. And the problem is what that answer means to all of us. Because I think if you were to ask all of us, the shortened version of the answer we would give is we all just want the figure to be able to get into the pose that we want. However, the reason there's so much that's varied with that is because what I may want the figure to do may be different than what Cawfee wants to.
You just want your figure to sit on the edge of the shelf. So.
But the problem is, the problem is, look, hey.
They're all taking a nap.
It's nap time.
You guys notice there are no napping figures anymore? That's been all taken away. Not a single one anymore.
Wow, just wait for the next package.
They're all on the floor now.
Roll up and...
No, not on the floor.
They're on the desk right in front of you.
No. They're all either stood up or packed away. But I think that it depends, because as much as I say that I don't care about articulation, if you watch Figureball, you can see there are times where a figure comes and I am pissed about the articulation because it's not doing what I need it to do. So that's the whole thing. If the figure
can't even do what you need to do, it's got problems.
Right.
It's got issues.
But it also depends what I want, right? Because there are some figures where I have my mind's eye of a pose for that. So if it can't get to that pose, that's where I have the problem. However, the other thing I want to talk about when it comes to a particular articulation thing that is a concern. So in recent times, it's the thigh swivel. For me personally, I don't like thigh swivel on certain Marvel Legends. It's never been a problem for me for Black Series. I never felt like it was ever taking away anything from Black Series. So whether they remove it in Black Series or put it back or whatever, I am on the side of I want it to come back because a lot of people that I know care about that, and I'd rather them be happy. But it doesn't affect what I do with my figures 9 times out of 10. Sometimes it does, but not most of the time.
Thigh swivel?
Right. However, there are times
Don't get me started.
specifically in Marvel Legends where
Did Bear grab a Ruli?
if I move the thigh, it does break up the sculpt because it's not the line that I'm talking about that breaks up the sculpt. It's the design of the pants or the shorts or whatever that is on their, legs. And that's where I won't break up the sculpt. And I'll just move it back and I'll just find a pose where it cannot break up the sculpt and do that. Right?
Yeah.
But
No,
that really only applies to certain Marvel characters for me. It doesn't apply to Star Wars. I haven't seen that with DC figures or something like that. That's just a unique design for a Marvel Legends figure. So overall, I also would not want it to be taken away like it has been, because especially for Star Wars, it's never been a problem. Like I've never received a Star Wars figure and been like, this line breaks up the sculpt.
Mhm.
So
It's a fucking line.
I don't.
I mean, it
I
really
don't
is
think-
just a line.
I know.
Right.
Like, what the?
I'll have to show
I think
you an
Cawfee.
example.
I think Cawfee summed it up perfectly earlier. Nobody was complaining about it before. Nobody was advocating to remove thigh swivel. This isn't like Hasbro being a good guy, and no, it's to save costs because it's a lower piece count.
I 100% think that the reasoning is right. Like, obviously, it's a money thing.
Right.
However, I would say that I don't necessarily like that way of thinking where it's like nobody was asking for this. Again, going back to what I said before
who?
about that.
Genuinely, nobody was.
Right,
I've
asking
never
for
seen a comment like that.
Right, but this is what I'm saying. What I'm
that.
saying
I'm
is,
sorry.
if tomorrow Hasbro announced that Marvel Legends is following suit and removing ice roll for certain things, there would be people that say, who is asking for this? And like I just said, there are many times where I'm looking at a Marvel Legend, I'm like, that breaks up the sculpt, and I
Bro,
don't.
but how much
So-
should we care about
Just
a
don't
small
use
minority?
it.
No. Right, of course you should.
People who do stop motion animation want removable helmets. Does that
Right.
mean we should cater to like the
No,
0.0005% of
not.
people who do stop motion animation?
I definitely don't think that you should cater to them, but it doesn't also mean that that person doesn't exist. So when you say that like nobody was asking for it, it's like,
But you are talking about like less than 1%.
sure.
And you're talking, so why should we, why shouldn't the majority get what they want? If it's
No.
99%
Right.
of people are fine with thigh swivel, why should we cater to that 1%?
I agree that the majority should.
It's like PFP. The community
Right,
spoke, and
but-
now they have plastic windows.
I think that's just the part that I'm just stressing is the fact that like there's whether those reasonings are stupid or not, like like the stop motion for removable helmets. There are, when you did your video about it, you see in the comments there are people out there. There are people out there.
No, you are literally, because it's a figure of speech. When you say nobody's asking for this, it's a figure of speech.
Right,
Because
but-
obviously there's going to be some individual singularity of someone. I was. But what I'm saying, when we say nobody's asking for this, it's a
Cheers, boys.
generalization, bro.
Cheers. Real quick, Justin,
Oh,
I'm sorry to
shit.
interrupt you. You know what's crazy? I actually did this on purpose on the psychology of opening up a can. When I got back, I actually opened this up purposely like this. Justin was first.
I know you did, and then I was like,
and then Wilbon, and it's crazy how that clicking sound, it just captures you, and you're like, okay, I gotta get myself a
This-
drink.
Bro, I had to get the bottle opener. Nope, pop these up. They're not twist offs, man. It was a whole.
Oh, man,
whole
that's
thing.
hilarious.
What Psycho Emerald is saying right now, this is basically
he's spitting.
This is a conversation that him and I had, which is we don't care either way, and it's something that
But we don't
community
have
is
a
so
problem
focused
with
on.
you. You are
Right,
neutral.
exactly. Yeah,
We have a problem with the people
You're
who
not
are
actively
randomly
being like, well, it's fine. You don't need it. Yes, we do, bro. We
Right.
want it.
and the
And my
people-
thing is,
That's
if
why
you
I'm
don't,
always for it. Yeah,
if
exactly.
you don't like it, don't use it. You don't
Exactly.
have to use it.
Right. And that's the thing is like you're saying, Cawfee, the Marvel Legends figures that I felt they broke up the sculpt, I just didn't use.
You
it.
just didn't use it.
So it's
exactly.
it's if it should be there for the people who do use it.
And this is why I
I'm
know
not
you were
for
talking about this last night, but
away
this
as
is
well.
why we don't have an issue with like your takes. on
Right.
stuff
Right,
like
because
this,
you're neutral on this. You
Yeah.
didn't utilize it before, but you also are like indifferent to them taking it away. You're not acting like how some people in the comments act
Yeah,
when
which is
they're
like,
like,
oh my god,
when they're like, you guys are seriously insane. All you have to do is rotate the knee. That's no. And we did that whole bit. We don't have to
Dude,
do that. again, but-
Hasbro is so fucking smart for taking the thigh
Right,
swivel
and
away.
they're, like,
Oh
defending it.
my
I'm
God,
like,
you
why
guys
are we
are
being-
insane for wanting this back,
Why,
and then they're
why
gonna
are
bring
we
back
being
thigh swivel.
charitable?
I know.
Oh
you
my
guys
God,
love-
guys!
I know you
Hasbro
guys
leave-
love your
brought back
thigh
Leave the
thigh
swivel.
$1 billion
swivel.
corporation alone, guys. You're hurting its feeling. Why are we being charitable to like such a $1 billion industry, a multi-billion dollar company making?
Thank
these
God
figures,
Brandon
bro?
left. No, I'm kidding.
No,
Bro,
Brandon is
I love
ace.
the Black Series.
Hey, so
I love
real
Brandon
quick,
is based.
Getting-
I've been completely, because we talk in the DMs. I'm completely open and honest, like with my opinions, and he's like super receptive to it. So
and also real
he
talk.
doesn't
Yeah.
just want to hear the glazing. He
Yeah,
wants
I
to
mean,
hear,
Brandon
like,
doesn't
the-
take offense to this shit, but to be fair, he's also like marketing and not designing the stuff.
Right, and
Yeah.
also just to
but
be
line
real,
planning.
if you think what is
True.
Brandon is an employee for a company, right? I don't think there are many employees work for their company that are like, oh man, I love my boss, I love my job, I hope they get more money from my work.
Chris Cox, let me touch
You know,
your cock.
Zuboy
unless
spitting.
unless maybe that you work for SpaceX or Tesla, then maybe you love your boss.
Yeah,
I'm
Sorry,
uncomfortable.
that's
enough.
another
But-
conversation.
That's a whole other can
that's
of
a whole
worms.
can of worms.
So real quick, getting back to the slide, who picked these three up?
Me,
I grabbed
didn't
Walter
pick up
Cara.
Cheeseborg, but I did pick up a car.
I got 2 out of 3. Regret getting one of them now.
I got 3 commando droids coming from Big Bad Boys.
Bro, that is the time where I truly started noticing that Wilbon and Cawfee were changing their collecting habits, because Commando Droid was top 5 Black Series want for me, like in the
Bro,
line, and
Fuck that fucking 8-year-old.
Bro, I was
cartoon
listening.
shit.
Sometimes I
That
get
shit.
whiplash listening to MNF because, I mean, usually we're so on the same page, which it's fine that we all have differing opinions. But when I heard everyone being like, "Yeah, I'm passing on the Temple Guard," I was like,
hold on, bro,
"Oh,
no, that was
not
only-
except for Zoo
And Fig too,
Fig
Fig
was
too.
half and half. Fig was like half and half.
true.
But
It's mainly me, bro.
I was expecting it from Wilbon, but then
and Wilbon
even my
faced.
cough, I was like, man, like
Bro, you
that's
should
crazy.
it's
But
Clone Wars
that's fine.
slop. Coffee doesn't care about that.
Bro, I'm all in
Fucking
on
cartoon.
Bro, I don't
PT
understand.
OT.
Coffee is refusing to commit though, because I'm over Coffee's house. He doesn't have a single Clone Wars figure on display, but bro won't sell them. He's like refusing to commit.
He's halfway out.
I
Bro's
mean,
just in
bro,
denial
I'm
right
selling
now.
all my Mandoverse.
Bro,
fucking-
sell
I'm
that
selling
Clone Wars
basically
slop.
everything new media.
Clone Wars is new media, bro. Get that slop out of there. Sell it.
That is
What do you-
not new media, bro.
It
What
is
the
to
hell?
me.
I'm sorry.
It is to me.
I'm sorry, Justin. If it's past 77, it's new media.
Oh shit!
That's what it is.
Based.
All right, now what do you guys think about this and all the
Bro.
detail?
I'm
Yeah,
so
dude.
freaking
I
hyped.
mean,
hyped.
it looks cool.
looks great.
Yeah,
It
it looks
looks
good.
great.
Ball jointed
only-
wrists.
There's one little problem with this that I have, and
What?
again, it has nothing to do with the figure.
I'm just kidding.
All it has to do with the fact is that it's a
Doug is
trooper.
cool.
So a trooper isn't high on my list.
That is not a
Character-wise,
trooper, dog.
It's a trooper.
Troop
It's
builder.
It's not a named
Those are-
character.
Yes, they absolutely are. Those are all different, like force-sensitive humans under there.
Bro,
They are not
yeah, but
clones
hold
or
on.
stormtroopers.
A stormtrooper. There's an individual person.
Zoo is obsessed with this name thing, man.
No, bro, a stormtrooper
Obsessed.
has an individual name too. We just don't know what it is. They are an individual person.
So why don't you buy multiple? Why don't you use those mental gymnastics
Bro,
that
I do.
I'm doing?
You must have missed that MNF, bro. When I
Why?
find out that a stormtrooper has a specific name, I'm like when those.
So
like,
in your
those
mind, why don't you
entities-
just army build
Crap.
stormtroopers and be like, this one is TK4256, this one is TK3119?
Because
TK421. Why aren't you at your post?
I don't know their names like that, but an example that I'll use is I skipped all the Sand Troopers in the Black Series. I know that's crazy for you. Until I read the EU
Crag.
story where all those individuals.
It's like, oh my god, his name is Crag. I need to
Mr.
buy
Mr.
him.
So
No,
you
no.
mean the slop that isn't even true?
No,
that
no, no.
sand trooper
No, no,
is
no,
not
no.
a clone
Hold on.
trooper, bro. I don't
Hold
want to
on.
hear that
No,
garbage.
no, no. I'm
Yes,
not
it is.
talking. I'm
It
not
is.
talking
Wilbon?
about the Disney
It is
Crag. I'm not talking about the Disney Crag bullshit. I'm talking about the like the 1997 EU Tales of the Cantina.
Wait,
they talked
1998
about-
Hell in a Cell, Mankind versus Undertaker.
where they talked about, that's where, Justin, I'm sure you've heard all the Cantina patrons, how they have backstories. It's from this book, Tales of the Cantina. And in the Tales of the Cantina, there's a backstory to all the Sand Troopers. Like the Look Sir droids, that guy has a name. The Move Along guy has a name. All those Sand Troopers have individual names. And then I was like, okay, they're a named character. I read the story now. So that's when I picked up. That was 2 years ago.
My fucking god.
So
This is honestly, bro, like
This is new lore right here.
bro, it's just
Why?
I like a named character rather than
This is what I'm saying.
Stormtrooper.
He has a name fetish, man.
so that's why
Name
I just
fetish is
I
crazy.
inherently
so you're only
care-
gonna get one of these.
right. I inherently
He's
care
getting the
less.
Jedi
I gotta
Temple
get two.
card.
Okay,
I
Jedi
inherently
Temple.
care less about the fact that it's just a unnamed character. However, if Disney put out a story where they said this Jedi Temple guard's name is like,
Yeah, this one's name is the Grand Inquisitor.
Yeah,
bro.
it's
so
like
why
Lum
are you
Dippo.
not doing tons of research every time a troop builder is coming out? Because you can find multiple stormtroopers
Right,
with different
but-
names. You can find Wikipedia pages.
yes, but at the end of the day, those for something like a stormtrooper or something like that, it's like they are
name
no,
character.
but listen, the difference the difference is
Bro, welcome to my world, Zoo. Now you got me. You got someone who's I'm gonna fight you to the ends of the earth. Shocker! I'm gonna
but
fight
listen,
you.
the difference is if you look at the sand trooper that says "Look, sir, droids," he has a black pauldron. That
He has
specific
a white pauldron.
okay, white pauldron, whatever. That specific white pauldron sand trooper has a name. That specific one. So
You can
know,
find other white pauldron sand troopers in that sequence. though.
sure, but like
How do you know the Black Series designers specifically meant that to be that one?
I guess technically you're right, but I would assume that
See,
the
now you
most
gotta sell them
prominent-
all, right? You gotta
I
sell
would
them.
I would assume that see, this is Craft 3D. Davin Felth, that's his name. There you go. So, now I wrote it on my Black Series list on my phone that I keep track of. I'm like, oh, that's Davin Felth. Put him on my shelf. So, why do you find that funny? I don't understand.
Dude, it's just like
That
just
shit
like
is
you not
wild.
wanting. It's just like him not wanting the KX droid from the Galaxy's Edge
Yes,
pack,
until
and then
Yeah.
Jonah mentions that there's a fucking KX droid in
100%.
Doc Ondars, and he's like, "Oh my god, I actually really fucking want this figure now,
Devin
guys."
Felth
Literally
is crazy, bro. That shit's
100%.
Oh.
Coffee is spitting right now.
Zoo is trying to build a universe on his ship.
Yes, no, that's what it is, Wilbon.
We've
Because
talked about this before. That's what
I
you
don't-
want to do.
I don't particularly care about the individual figure. I care about building a whole universe. So that's
the
why
armies are
troopers-
part of the universe.
Zoo is
True,
an enigma,
but it's
man.
like it's like the named. The thing I don't like about an army builder is that they have a name. I just don't know it, and I don't like that. I don't like having a figure
All right.
on the shelf.
All right, so
All right,
You know
go
what,
ahead.
Zoo? Here's what
So-
you do.
Bro.
You make it up yourself.
but
They
that's
have a
I
name.
don't
Have-
work for
have
Lucasfilm.
creativity. Have creativity.
So,
I
speaking
love
about
Zoo. I
army
love you,
builders
Zoo.
and named troopers. I want to talk about this, and this is
See,
one
here
of
we
those
go.
things-
Now,
Oh hell no! I'm out.
Oh no!
no. Here's
Swap?
the thing. My view,
Swap?
Alex, has changed completely on this.
for the
Once I
better or for
re-
the worse. So that's
for the
subjective,
worst
too.
because when I found out that this is
Yoda
not
got a
actually-
big old head.
this is not
Oh, this is the
actually-
one I ruined for, or Coffee ruined for Zoo.
right, because this is not actually what Gree would have looked like canonically. It actually ruined it for me because Dustin, what is wrong with you? But
Because I'm satisfied with that.
Bro's had half a can of Truly hit his system, and he's going
Nah,
fucking
Because
crazy right now.
bro's,
Ballistic.
he's like Zuboy is the architect of his own destruction. He's like, I'm gonna get this Gree because but it's not even what he looks
Yes,
like, bro.
right.
He's supposed to be
Like,
great.
It's the in universe how he would be all the time. Oh wait,
right, so I thought that that's what it was, but then it wasn't. So now I'm just using it as normal. Whatever battalion this is, I forget. What is this? 41st? Something?
Well, I don't necessarily know if he's supposed to be gray because I'm pretty sure the 41st Landing Corps is like a subsidiary
Okay.
of the 41st. You know how they have like special.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Now, so one thing I wanted to discuss is about. I know that there was a lot of controversy with this 2-pack, and I'm like I said, I'm a shill for some things, and I'm kind of for other things. But
Alex, I will say it. There should be more controversy over Yoda than Gree because Yoda's robes are just flat out wrong. At least Gree is from something, whether it be a stupid comic strip. Even in the comic, Yoda's
Is he from anything?
Yoda's robes doesn't look like that. So Yoda's robes are just wrong.
But I'll be honest, this pack, this 2-pack, it's filled with essentially what you need for a Yoda, right? Like, I think that having the Jedi Council chair, the 2 lightsabers, with the hilt and the lightsaber, the 2 heads, like this is like subjectively a great, I think, 2-pack. And now we're gonna go into a little bit of controversy, and I know that Cawfee is gonna totally.
Bro, I swear to God, if you say that fucking slop series is better than the SHF, I'm gonna fucking lose it, bro.
So this is where I get a little bit, and I have Justin
fucking
here,
Crayola crayon ass chair.
So
you got your Black Series support, bro, but the SHF did it. But
so, at what point is it that? And this all goes to mixing your collection with imports and not having an issue and having the definitive version of anything that you collect. Personally, I think the Black Series did a good job. I don't think it's mid. I don't think it was terrible. I think that for what it is it accurate? The colors, the robes and everything, maybe not. But for what it does for me, on my display is perfect. Now,
that's all that matters.
You're 100% right, though, Alex, because, again, I understand that what I'm about to say is a very, controversial opinion, and I understand that people don't agree with me, but that's okay.
Look at Josie.
For me, I like the Black Series because I don't like prequel Yoda. I think it butchered one of my favorite characters from the OT. What it did to one of my favorite characters from the OT, I'll never like. So I'm not going to spend.
Look at Tom. He's like, I like the flips and the yelling.
I'm not going to spend $100+
Embarrassing.
Oh, here comes the Zuboy, a figure that's $40 with $20 shipping is somehow $100.
Yoda is not $40.
Bro, the figure retails for $50.
Those soft goods are trash too. I'm sorry. I really want.
I agree. The plastic are better.
Right, I agree with that as well. But
Yoda retails for $50. Shipping is not $50, brother.
However much this is, I don't like Yoda enough, at least in the prequels, to buy an import. Now, if SHF,
you're spitting.
If SHF did an OT Yoda.
They made it.
You're spitting, dude. Bo-Katan. Bo-Katan's like one of the best Star Wars one of the best figures ever.
They are the same character.
But I'm sorry, Yoda. I think Yoda is more different from the PT to the OT than Anakin is to Vader.
No.
He's he's a fundamentally different character. He doesn't act anything like he does.
Zoo's on like 20%. Waffling right now, but the 80% I'm actually thinking he's spitting because that Mafex Bo-Katan is like one of the best Star Wars action figures ever made.
Like her
but
much,
it's a figure from the Mandalorian, so I'm not gonna go out of my way to pick up.
And for me, it's not even necessarily new media because I paid full price. I paid more than full price according to Cawfee, and when I told him what I paid for Din Djarin. But I'm very happy with that figure because I love Din as a character. So. Again, everything.
The character has to be worth it.
Right. Everything for me, it comes down to the character. That's why I'm waiting and seeing for these new Black Series, A New Hope characters. But I'm not potentially ruling out me ever picking up the A New Hope characters in SHF because I love those characters.
Same.
But
Tommy, did you pick any of these up? Any of these Yodas?
I have the Black Series one, and honestly, that's probably the only thing Zuboy said in the last 17 minutes that I agree with. the fact that for me,
you love me, Tommy.
I do love you, Zoo, but I do not love your takes. But when it comes to imports, I'm extremely picky because I would rather spend less on Black Series figures.
I mean,
because
if it's
buy
good
more of them.
enough and you like
Yeah.
it, then there's no issue with it.
And when it comes to like
I've
Yoda
always said that.
particularly, with imports, it's gotta like as soon as I see it, knock me out of the park, and I gotta be like, yep, gotta pre-order that right now. If I have any hesitation on an import,
Like the Mayfek
whatsoever,
Stormtrooper.
but yep, Mayfek Stormtrooper instantly
Mhm.
pre-ordered that. But when it came to the SHF one, I was like, I don't know, something just in my mind's eye just looked a little off about
Nah,
it.
what the?
But I gotta give it to the Mayfex one. I think the Mayfex one is perfect.
And
So I've
What, Tommy?
always been a supporter of if the Black Series option is good enough for you,
Mhm.
especially for the price, because again, it's going to be a third of the price of the import option, and it's good enough for you, then get it. When I talk about it, it's like this is why I'm not a fan of like comparing price specifically, which it is a factor, and I don't blame anybody for mentioning it. I'm talking purely what I think is the better looking figure.
for sure.
And I'm not trying to be like, oh, price is no object to me.
Wow, really,
I am
Cawfee?
made of infinite money. I don't have a fucking IRL GTA 5 fucking money glitch, bro.
Just say you're
It's like
broke, bro.
if it looks better to me, I'm buying the figure I think looks better.
The definitive version.
It's just like how much are
But-
you willing to invest in having a good collection?
But this is the thing, Wilbon, because look at the Ahsoka. That I think the SH Figure Arts one came out first, and then the Mayfex, and I think people got. I don't know if it was in that order. The first one, and then people were like, at first, maybe this might be the definitive one, and then the Mayfex one came out, and it's like, oh no, this one actually is better than the other import. My thing is that why is it that I have to take?
Someone's messing with a figure. I'm sorry. I can hear it.
No, you're good. Why do I have to
Fuck
take
no.
two things from two high-end companies, mix them together to get the ultimate form? I'd rather just spend $25 and get a pretty good.
If that's
Ahsoka
what you want
Tano.
to, if that's what you
Me.
want to do, that's great. And the Black Series one is good. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
and
it's just-
collecting habits. Yeah, it's what you want to collect.
It's just what kind of collection do you want to have? Do you want to have a collection that samples imports in an effort to get the best of the best?
Yeah.
It's just
Also, I'll
it's personal
definitely
preference.
I'll definitely say Ahsoka was an anomaly. Also,
Okay.
I will
yeah,
also say-
I've always been in the
not
boat.
It's not a common thing.
Yeah, I've always been in the boat where I thought the Mayfex was the better action figure. It's just the only thing about the SHF that was genuinely better was the likeness. But like,
And yeah, it's the
that's
cloak.
that's
on
not
that.
a make or break something for me. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
and it's not.
I sold the SHF. That
Dude.
was at the point where I was like, I'm buying. You know, I want to support the fucking companies. Let me buy this, this, and this. But now I'm like, whichever one looks better, I'll buy.
See, that's the thing again, and neither of us is wrong, but just different taste. Because if I was Cawfee, I would have sold the Mayfex and kept the SHF because the likeness is first and foremost for me. I'll take a shitty figure with
That's
with
the thing,
ass
bro.
articulation
The
than
likeness looked fine, but that figure's way too tall, and the knees are so fucking weird. The cape is fucking like
Yes,
her cloak
crust-
is fucking
the crust.
ass. The fucking
Right.
cum crust cloak is fucking disgusting.
right, and I think
I don't
that's
care if the
why-
head sculpt is 10% better.
That's why, like I said, it just all depends. Because for me, if I look at my imports that I have, and I'm not just talking Star Wars, I'm saying in general, every import that I have either does something that the domestic figure does not. So, for example, the Din Djarin figure I have has an unmasked head that actually looks like Pedro Pascal, and the Black Series doesn't. So I don't, and even if I did, that's a shitty old figure at this point. It's not the new Mando. So it fills a role on my shelf that the Black Series does not. If I'm gonna buy an import and all it's gonna do is upgrade a figure that I have, I don't really want to spend the money for an upgrade. However, if it's going to do something entirely different, like how I put Vader on my movie shelf when I didn't want to put just another Black Series Vader there, that filled a hole that I enjoyed that it filled, and then as well as a lot of the DC imports that I've been picking up and graciously have been gifted by Cawfee and Wilbon for my birthday, is that McFarlane is 7-inch. and these are 6-inch, and it's a completely different thing. And they also have unmasked heads that really look like the actors. So I display all of my DC imports with the unmasked head. So it's something completely different than McFarlane. So it's not replacing anything, it's adding. And to me, that's what imports are good for my collection. For my collection.
Real quick, I'm going to touch base on a couple imports that are coming out, but I did want to talk about these packs again. I'm never gonna forget how Zuboy. It was Cawfee that they were streaming and I commented. I was like, "Hey, I want this Obi-Wan," and he's like, "Dude, literally just wait. It's gonna come out again." And I think the next day, this pack was
straight up, yeah.
So did anybody?
Cawfee's a wise sage.
Pick this up, and what do you guys think about these packs, these Clones of the Republic 2-packs?
Bro,
They're
every
all
single
mid,
one,
bro. Honestly, they've all been mid.
It seemed like the greatest idea ever, but I was gonna talk about this earlier when we were just talking about overall state of the line when Brandon was still in the chat, but I feel like with Black Series, there's so many instances where it's like almost goated. You know what I mean?
Dude.
Like I feel like there's always something with so many of these releases. So
here's an example of that. This figure is so close to being good, like it requires kind of minimal modifications to get it to be good. But like you take it out of the package and it's fucking mid.
So we have the Clone Wars Obi-Wan, highly desirable. It definitely makes sense to get it back out in the line. I mean, you could even argue maybe they could use the 2023 clone tooling on him just to give him bicep swivel or what have you, and especially the leg upgrades. But my main issue is the clone because we all wanted that 212th on the 2023 sculpt with a black line, and that's just a straight up repack of the Walgreens.
I was going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is just a repack, nothing new, right?
Yeah,
I think they updated the orange paint on it or something, which is so fucking.
But it's on that 2020 sculpt, and I feel like since they have the 2023, that's what we should be expecting.
Did anybody pick this up?
Yeah,
I have this on pre-order, but the only reason I have it on pre-order is because I wanted to lock it in because I thought it would sell out, just in case the head does not look like he has eyeliner on in this. If it does, then I'm gonna cancel. I'm gonna wait till in hand.
But if you have these figures, I'm
curious.
What made you guys
and it ships.
My leg on my Obi-Wan is incredibly loose where he could barely stand. It's a pretty annoying issue. I do have Kiki's. Maybe when you come over, I'll see if you could fiddle with it and see if it's good.
I'm with Justin on this. If you guys already own these figures, why pre-order this?
Yes, I just, because I had that problem with my Obi-Wan, that's always bugged me. If you actually look, he's leaning on my shelf because I can't make him stand without the leg flopping. So I wanted to see if this is just better. But even with that QC issue, if this has a worse head, I'd rather just have the worst QC, because at the end of the day, I don't play around with my figures after I put them on the shelf, really. So even though the leg is annoying, I'd rather him stand there and look good than have a tighter joint but worse head. So I will wait and see.
Cool. All right, let's discuss some imports. And Cawfee, feel free. I got some pictures off the web, so I know nothing on this. If you can comment on it, let me know. Go ahead, take the lead.
Bro, I just got home from my trip today, and honestly, this Han Solo is one of the best figure arts releases in the past few years. I'll say it.
Is that much better than the original?
Yes.
Really?
The head sculpt is like,
you're gonna give this one to me too?
Besides the gloss, which I will comment, and I'm gonna go further on this on Monday.
Do you have them both side by side?
Yes. Like literally, they're on my desk right now, standing right next to you.
I just don't like the likeness on the Han. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know if the face looks fat or like.
You're tweaking, brother. I'm sorry.
I don't think it looks good.
It's got
I
like
think-
some sort of like anime. I don't know.
Yeah,
It
like I
has
want something. Maybe the
And I'll
nose.
be right
guys-
back, but
you guys
Tommy,
are
the face
fucking
I,
looks
I don't.
different
I don't see it on the.
IRL.
I
These are
see it
just
on
the
the.
promo
I
shots.
see it on the Obi one that like the Revenge of the Sith
can't-
Obi One, but not on this.
I know this is gonna sound crazy, but you cannot base your judgment on these figures off the promo images.
Gotcha.
Genuinely, in hand, this is like a pretty perfect Ford likeness.
Bro, you
And-
bringing this over on Sunday?
Yeah, I'll bring it over. And I mean, I have the Anakin in hand, and he, like, looking at his eyes, like, he has the weird, not like anime eyes, but like they look exaggerated or stylized.
Uncanny
And
Valley.
looking at Han, he looks like a more human. I'm gonna have to take a picture of the head sculpt.
He almost looks like if Harrison Ford and the guy that played him in Solo like had a child.
Alden Ehrenreich.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's
I'm
like
interested.
weird.
I'm interested to see how this likeness is in hand compared to Indiana Jones, because I love the SHF.
Yeah,
Indiana
Zuboy can
Jones.
attest to
likeness
the
is amazing.
SHF indie. It's genuinely amazing. But if
Would
you
you-
look
would
at the
you say it's
promo
better?
images on that, it's like
Yeah, that's
I
what
think
I was
they're
trying to
pretty
say.
comparable.
The real life pictures that Cawfee was sending in the Discord looks way better than these promo shots.
Coffee, would
Here,
you
I'm
say that
sending- I'm
Indiana
sending
Jones
it
is
to-
better than Han or worse?
they're pretty similar, honestly. I genuinely think that they based the sculpt off the same.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry. If y'all look at this picture and you still tell me that that's not a good Harrison Ford likeness, I'm gonna just say you're fucking face blind or waffling. Like, I'm sorry. I'm like straight up. I'm
Where is
sorry.
this?
General chat.
I mean, yeah. I think it looks much better.
So what is it then about the promo photos that always look so
It's
like,
lighting. It. You see the picture that I sent, right?
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
I'm
not.
looking
Maybe
at it.
it's not a final image of the actual figure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think of the picture that I sent?
Like
That
yeah,
looks great.
that to me looks like a million times better.
Better, right?
Literally,
That's what
I wanted to pre-order that figure and I didn't because, and same with that Revenge of the Sith Obi-Wan. I wanted to pre-order those, but I saw
Right.
those likenesses and I was like, bro, it does not look good at all in my
Looking at this Han, I like genuinely think that's as close to a perfect likeness that we're gonna get in the 6-inch scale.
And after owning enough Figuarts, and this has kind of been a problem over and over again, like I would say get an idea for the articulation on the promo images.
Mhm.
But sometimes it's like you kind of have to take a leap of faith with the likenesses
Yeah.
for the Figuarts, because
Yeah,
I think they make them look more animated in the promotional stuff to kind of make them seem more appealing, maybe to a Japanese audience that wants
Maybe.
something like that.
That
because
is the problem.
That's who these figures are for.
and even
That's the problem
Anakin,
for me.
he looks pretty animated in the promo images, but in hand, like he's not perfect, but like he's good.
It's
Like
something to think about, that these are not meant really for us. These are really meant for a Japanese audience.
This is
That's
true.
the thing, Wilbon, is that why it's a problem for me, because as someone who an articulation upgrade is not enough for me to want to buy an upgrade at all, let alone if it was an import, even just a Black Series upgrade, if it was just articulation. So the likeness is not just a huge deal, it's the biggest deal. So it makes it hard for me to pre-order a likeness. Once I start seeing it in hand, then it's better. I'm like, okay,
Yeah, I'm
But-
the same way.
a pre-order for a likeness is hard for me to get to when the likenesses don't look as good.
So I also sent a picture of Anakin, and I genuinely think the only thing throwing Anakin off is the eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything else about the sculpt looks amazing, and from certain angles where you can't really see his eyes, like I have him sitting on my desk and I have to like look down at him, so I can't really see his eyes, but I see the rest of the face. It looks like, hey, it's so weird. I think it literally, they just like fucked up the deco with the eyes or something. They did something weird with it.
And to me, like, the likeness isn't as big of a deal as, like, if it generally looks like the character.
If the figure, if the
and
figure's better and the
I can-
likeness is 90 or 95% there,
Right.
I can take it. Like, I'm not gonna let his eyes being printed weird ruin the entire figure for me.
Right.
See, I guess I feel differently. Like, I don't know what it is for me. When it's a Black Series figure, I don't care if the likeness is a little bit off. Because I guess maybe it's because
It's because it's a $25 figure. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like when it comes to the imports, I guess I just am so much more picky.
Yeah,
in general.
you critique more.
I guess
because
like
you
with
more
I don't
money.
think I don't think that's invalid
change,
either.
When
at
you
all.
change the way you collect, where you're buying less, where you're buying so many less figures, it's not as big of a deal if the one you buy isn't perfect.
Right.
I'll put it
Dude,
that way.
I honestly, the more that I'm gonna bring this so that Zuboy can look at it in person, but the more I look at this Anakin likeness in hand, in person, it looks better over time. Like, the eyes are still like the fucky part, but I don't know.
Does that happen to you guys where you get a figure and at first you're like, and then you like keep looking at it and you're like, oh, it's actually
Yeah,
pretty
that
good.
that
Or
happens to me
vice
all the
versa,
time.
where you're like, at first you're so fired up for a figure and you're like, this is the best thing ever. And then after you're like, you know, it's like,
for me,
crazy
it's
how that happens.
For me, it's normally the second part, and it's usually when someone points out something that I didn't notice, and I'm like,
Oh,
you
I
just,
hate that.
you just
dude.
ruined that.
Yeah.
It
You just
sucks.
ruined this
But
figure.
it's something like I forget who pointed it out, but the damn R2 Black Series having that fucking weird thing on it. You guys know what I'm talking about?
No.
Do we want to
you-
know what you're talking about?
Cawfee, you
'Cause
know
it'll
what I'm
be
talking
ruined
about.
for
Are you
us
talking
too.
about where it looks like somebody like stuck their
Yes.
fingernail in the paint?
Yeah, it's like as soon as that was pointed out to me, I was like, what the fuck?
Or like the
what
cream
is-
color kind of.
Right.
The cream
like
color
cream
kind of bothers me.
off-white
on
color.
those.
I haven't talked to you about this, Justin, since you brought it up. I don't know where you brought it up. Figure it out, maybe Lazy Sunday. I don't know. But I was thinking about what you said, and I was like, you know what? I think I might want to start doing what Justin does because it makes sense. I think I might want to buy imports specifically for OT that are not likenesses, because there's no way. Like, I want a better C-3PO than what we have, and Hasbro is just not going to make a better one than what SHF did. So at that point, I might as well just buy the SHF, because even if Hasbro makes a better 3PO,
Find God.
I could
think-
use another
I-
3PO on my shelf anyway. So
I
it's
think
like
I was saying it
I'm gonna
on Lazy
slap the
Sunday.
Cawfee guarantee on this. It's valid for the non-likeness characters, but I'm saying it like right now, but I don't even need to see the figure. There is no way that the Black Series Han is gonna look better than this.
That's what I said on the stream.
See, I would. Okay,
I know
Han-
it'll be good
or-
enough. Good enough
Han
is
is
fine.
one,
I'm not saying
but
that.
Obi, I could honestly see the Black Series.
Oh, I could see the
Obi-Wan
Black Series
being-
likeness being
having a
way
better likeness.
Yeah,
because
I
they
agree
kill it
with
with
that.
Ewan.
So
I'm just talking about.
I was talking
Han
about the
right
figure
now.
itself, just in general.
I don't know if you've ever brought them over, Coffee, but if it's, we'll have to talk later. But if it's not too many imports at once, I think I'd want you to bring over that 3PO and R2, because I think I'm kind of feeling like I might want to pick them up.
real quick, I'm
Oh,
gonna
you
go
need to.
Black Series shill. In what occasions did the Black Series do it better than the import? Can we name?
Count
Count
Dooku.
Dooku,
For sure.
Mace Windu,
Cap, shut up.
bro.
Cap.
Mace Windu.
No.
That thing looks like Samuel L. Jackson so much more than the SH figure art. It's not even
I
funny.
don't know if I buy that. He looks too doughy faced. Like,
Bro, it looks like
it-
Samuel L. Jackson if he was
it's like
20
his-
years younger than he
Okay,
actually
like
was.
it looks like he has like no like. It looks like he's been given a sedative. That's
This
that's
is-
what he looks like.
So this is how I explain it, and this is just, again, this is just what, every time I look at it, and this is exactly what I think. When I look at Mace Windu, when I look at SHF Mace Windu, to me, it looks like Tartakovsky Mace Windu.
We just got breaking news. I think if you look in the Out of the Basement Discord, Yak confirmed something.
Is it on
Little
Instagram?
tease. Because someone suggested that Nick Frost is going to reveal SM33, and then Yak just did the little pointing emoji.
Ah.
It's like, oh, you're right.
Oh.
That'll be cool.
I'm interested to see how the figure is going to
With the
stand.
peg leg. Yeah.
Yeah.
How about the Leia? The Leia that just came out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
so
that's another
figures that I genuinely think the Black Series did better is definitely Count Dooku. That's the biggest example. The Clone Troop, I think Black Series does the Clone Troopers better, even though I still don't like the removable helmets. And I will give the point to SHF that they did the theatrical weapon sculpts and not like the Clone Wars style ones like the Black Series does, but just as an overall package, the Black Series clones are way better than the SHF ones. The new Leia, yeah, I think the new Black Series Leia is better than the Figure Arts one.
There's not too many.
Yeah, there's not too many, but
And there shouldn't be.
yeah,
Because
agreed.
for 2-3 times the price, Cawfee.
Well, I'll take 2-3 times over when you used to be like for 4, 5, 6, 7 times the price.
Fucking hell.
You're getting there, Justin. You're getting there. You're
Bro,
getting
what do you
close.
mean? I have some.
What do you mean?
No, yeah, those are the only ones I can think of off the top of my head.
Bro, Mando, I'll say it.
The main thing with
Ooh.
I'm just kidding. No, I just
they're capping.
for this goes back to what Zuboy was saying about like the character really has to matter to upgrade
Right.
to an import
Yeah.
because for $25 that's a perfect Mando figure.
No,
I'm never gonna need to buy another Mando
I-
figure ever.
Just-
But the
Justin,
thing
I-
is factually speaking, I'm sorry, the Glavis Ringworld Mando is not better than the newest Mafex.
It's not better because of the
But-
context of the character.
Yeah, exactly.
I would say
If
though,
I
Justin,
was like I fucking love the Mandalorian, then I would pick up an import of it.
Yeah.
someone clip that. But yeah. But for me, the reason why it wasn't worth it to me, I was talked about how I was perfectly happy with the Glavis Ringworld until I was like that head sculpt though. So then it's like for me, I will never put the helmet on that figure ever.
Right.
So
Because for me it's Disney, so I know I'm not gonna
Right.
Mhm.
go
Right.
above and beyond to secure the import. But for Stormies, C3PO, R2 Vader, sure. All day.
I will say, in terms of the Black Series versus import thing, I do think that the new Black Series Chewbacca will be better than the SHF Chewbacca for sure. The SHF is just a little lanky. I get Revenge of the Sith
Are you
Chewbacca
gonna buy
vibes
that
from
one
the
too?
face. The Black Series?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'll definitely. The Han, I'm like, there's no way it's gonna.
So
be
did you just have like another place on the shelf to put 2 Chewies or something?
Yeah, so the OG SHF I put in Bespin. I turned that into like Bespin Escape Chewbacca, and I put like the Black Series, like kind of, the net piece, and I actually took apart the Mafex 3PO to put in his backpack. So I have like a Vac Metal 3PO in there. But this one, if I don't have a space for it, I can, I'll find some. I'll probably put him in like Return of the Jedi or something.
All right, Cawfee, you got me. I just ordered the Han Solo because I really wanted it, and then I saw the face and it really just turned me off from the figure. But
I will say the face
enjoy
is. I wanted to mention this earlier. An unacceptable thing is that the face is pretty glossy on it out of the
You're gonna
package.
want-
I
you're
did
gonna
have to hit it
spray
with a
it
matte spray.
they missed the note.
They did miss the
Hey,
nose,
back,
and
no.
for an import, that is genuinely unacceptable. And I will go more into it on Figureball and everything.
Yeah.
But post matte spray, it is like a damn near 10 out of 10.
Why do you think that happened? Cost? Or-
Weird. I don't
Factory missed the
know.
note, bro.
I don't think it's
Factory
cost.
missed
I
the
mean,
note, bro.
the whole body's reused. I
Chris
don't think
wasn't
it's
working for SH Figure Arts that weekend.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Well, they
Yeah.
wanted to make him look really sweaty because he runs around on the Death Star a lot.
You know what the problem is?
That's some has-brain shit right there.
What if the
problem
factory
is-
really did miss the note? What if that was actually true
What if
this
they
entire
weren't?
time?
What if they actually weren't waffling?
No, the problem is that Chris was actually on vacation in Japan while they were making that figure.
Oh, shit.
All right,
So-
so
so that's
this
what
entire
And
stream,
he clocked in.
Yeah.
this entire stream, I've been putting together channel member icons. So if you're a channel member on Figureball now,
Dope, dude.
you'll have an icon.
Do I have Momon now?
Dude, I genuinely fucking love this figure. Like, it's so good.
If you love it so much, why don't you marry it? Nah, see, Tommy, I've been trying to tell the boys, you're putting too much of a pause in between the laugh and who's doing that. You got to do it very quick.
Who's doing that?
Yeah, there you go.
Who's doing that?
So real quick, I want to bring up a topic
To the
and
rich
I've
kids.
For
I've
the rich
noticed-
kids, I'm broke.
that yeah,
Hey,
So-
yo, let me.
Bro, I know this is an expensive figure, but I'm sorry. I was expecting a hot toy, so when this is the first thing I see, it kind of looks like a kid's stormtrooper. I was just, oh my
Bro,
god,
the
it's so
level,
funny.
the level of excitement that me and some of my friends have had over these figures it's pretty.
Bro,
pretty, raw.
It's really
might-
cool, to be honest.
I might
think
cave
it's.
on the
I'm glad it exists.
Hono cooked, bro.
Wilbon, I have to ask you. This is a little tangent, but it reminds me of this because I'm sure most people know this, but the Rebels art style is based off Ralph McQuarrie's original art. But
Little known
Little
fact,
treat
the
for us
Rebel
real
art style
fans.
is based off
Okay.
Ralph McQuarrie's art style.
but do you know, Wilbon, that there is two box sets in 3.75 of Ralph McQuarrie figures? There's like a
Yeah,
dozen.
dude.
figures
I took a
total.
picture of them at a store and sent them to you.
They did single carded versions too.
Yes,
And,
I know.
the
I knew
previous-
about the single card, but I didn't know there were the box set. You sent me
Oh.
the box set, bro. I don't
I
even
sent you
remember that.
pictures. A picture. They had both of them at a store I was at, and you passed.
Bro,
Damn.
I don't remember this at all. Are you
This
sure?
Yeah,
bro,
I
this motherfucker be reacting to stuff and he doesn't even know what he's
Bro,
looking at.
it-
Like you,
Dude,
you
he
mention
does.
it,
OG.
You know
mention it-
Zuboy does that, bro.
you mention it like 2 weeks
Bro,
later, and
they-
he's
they
like, "Bro,
were-
are you
they
sure
were-
that I even
They
reacted to
were
that?"
a halfway decent price considering they were in hand. Like I could have grabbed them that day, and you said no.
Bro, I have no recollection of this. You must have been talking about
All right.
fucking Zach or someone.
Fuck this
No.
3.75
No,
tangent bullshit.
I knew exactly who that set was for, and I sent you a fucking text message.
Bro, okay, wait. Were these one of the things that were like supremely expensive?
I mean, they were like a
Zoominsha.
I think your brain turned off the second I said they were $100.
All right.
Wait,
I was like, they're 100, just like
Yeah,
my
100
SH
each?
figure art.
Yeah.
Okay. No, no, that makes sense. That makes sense because they go
For a $50 figure plus $20 shipping, it must be
for
$100.
eBay. They go for about 160 to 180 for the pair.
I
So
mean,
that's a little expensive,
then you
100
got to
each.
ship them.
Well, I'm
That's shipped?
including. Yeah, I'm saying shipped.
Okay.
It
Well,
goes for like 160.
Okay.
That's a
buy
little-
them then. I don't know what to tell you.
fuck this tangent. What
Dude,
were you gonna say
honestly,
about this? What were you gonna say about this figure?
Tommy, you picking this up?
Dude, I already pre-ordered this one and the other one.
That's crazy.
I'm all in because literally I saw this
cool.
one, the 7th Fleet Trooper with the Thrawn 7th Fleet logo on
Bro,
the
I
back.
saw him like, oh.
And I was like, and I know Vader's coming, and just the thought of a Rebels Vader is just, I don't know, it's so cool to me. And I was like, damn, if Thrawn comes out, because they did the 7th Fleet Trooper.
Bro, Zuboy's cooked if they do
Dude,
Thrawn.
if they do a Rebels Thrawn, I'm so cooked. Dude. Not even funny.
Well,
Bro,
dude,
Tommy,
could,
watch.
You could
How much
sell
are
your
these?
live action one.
They're
and do it
150.
animated.
they're 100.
Bro,
I think
if-
$160.
If Thrawn gets revealed, I'll chip in for Zoo.
Ooh,
Chip in.
there we go.
Bro, you
I'm
know
not-
what's crazy is a Hono Toys Thrawn would be cheaper than what he paid for that Black Series fucking set for you.
So
Crazy.
what I actually
No way. Are you serious?
Yes,
No,
bro.
How
These
much-
these retail for 160.
Yeah.
That no. Oh my god, that's
The
crazy. I
Thrawn
did
the
not
Thrawn would
expect that.
probably be like 170.
He'd probably be. I would honestly say 160 for him too. You know.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Now I think I gotta get engaged.
Honestly.
Fucking
Oh
hell.
my god.
Dude,
What?
I like Hono
It's a wedding
because
present.
I like Hono because they are
Dude,
entry
if I get a
scale.
divorce and then get remarried, will you buy me wedding gifts?
Oh my
I
God.
mean,
They are an entry level
Unfortunately, we're
1/6
getting
scale collectible.
Yeah, I'm
We're
gonna do a
getting
super
a
chat.
divorce and then we're gonna get remarried.
Well, I actually found out that Hot Toys is the parent company of Hono.
Yes,
And I didn't know
Hot-
that. till-
Hono is a subsidiary of Hot Toys.
imagine not knowing that, Tommy. You damn idiot.
Zuboy.
Hey, yo, can you do that at Tennessee Toy Con, bro?
Yeah, bro, right on you. But I saw a lot of people talking about they should do Clone Wars animated figures for Hono. I don't know that they
All right, I'm
will,
out.
because the sideshow ones did so poorly sales wise. But then again, that could come down to two things though, because with sideshow they have a bad reputation for the bodies on those figures.
Yeah, sideshow figures are mid, and also those things are more expensive than a fucking Hot Toy is.
Yeah, and then not to mention they did a Clone Wars animated line and never did a single Clone Trooper. They did all different characters.
They should have done a
except
phase
for-
one, a
Hold
plain
on,
phase
Cawfee,
one.
when you talk about these sideshow figures being ship bodies, does that mean the Clint Eastwood figures have ship bodies?
I mean, not necessarily, but they could.
Fuck, and I gotta do some research, bro.
We're also talking about 10-year-old figures at this point. Well, although I guess the Clone Wars stuff is pretty new. I'm mainly talking about their clones, but
Because the Clint Eastwoods they're about $260 each, so that's cheaper than a hot toy, right?
no,
So
it's
literally
about the
the
same
same.
price as one.
Well, I guess it depends on what it is, because fucking Revan was $330 for some reason. Crazy.
What?
That's
But
after
why was-
taxes and shipping. The figure was
Right.
like $290 or
No,
something.
bro, it was $300 before.
Bro, so just rounding up again, bro.
Bro,
Bro,
I swear to
well,
God, if
no.
I go on Sideshow and it is not $300 exactly, I'm gonna.
It was
fucking-
basically
Bro,
400.
You
if
gotta look
really
at the
think about
deluxe,
it.
bro. You gotta
Yeah.
look at the deluxe too.
Yeah,
bro.
hold on, Tommy's spitting, bro, because actually it was like $295, which is basically $300, and then you add $30 worth of tax, then that's basically $330. But if you round $330 up to $350, then you actually round up $350 to $400. It's actually
Hold on,
basically
Covey, you were
$400.
on my side though. You said
Bro,
that I
honestly,
paid more. You said that I paid more for a hot toy than you ever did.
Yeah, I mean,
Bro, just say you're broke.
Just
you know what? I gotta switch up. I gotta give that one to Zuboy.
let me
I
look
gotta
at
Bro,
it.
give
not
that one to
everybody
Zuboy.
can afford these expensive hot toys like I can.
Bro,
I understand.
I'm gonna lose my shit, bro. Revan is literally $270.
Bro, hot toys are garbage anyway. This shit light.
Bro, it's
this shit light.
$270.
it's not made of real adamantium.
He's $270. Shipping is $22 from
Garbage.
Sideshow. Where's the other $40 coming
I
from?
will-
It is not tax.
Bro, I will
Justin, you don't
tell
have any
you-
of the hot toys?
You
No.
sucking about a warm toys.
It's just it's the wrong. It's the scale, bro.
The
Like,
wrong scale.
Now,
Yeah.
Justin, and I want to, and I'm not gonna call you out in front of everybody. Is it because you're afraid that if you get him and you like him too much, you're gonna?
No, because
Bro.
those comments are those. All right, no.
Hold on.
No, no,
Just
no,
before
no.
you say anything,
Denial.
I
He's in
just checked
denial.
my fucking receipt. It was $310 for Revan.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Why
That's
are you
almost
telling
like
me
it's
that?
not $330.
Bro, no, I'm not
Bro,
talking-
you just add $20-$30 onto any price of something that you pay, and you're like, oh my god, guys, it is not fucking worth this price at all.
Bro, it was
Give people the
$310
card.
is still way more
I'm not
than
saying
I paid
it's
for Thrawn.
not, but bro,
Go
you
ahead.
do that with every fucking
Bro,
figure, I
why is
swear to
Revan
God.
more expensive than Thrawn? There's
Go ahead,
no
Justin.
reason. Why is that?
So what's the main? Yeah. So what's the main reason?
So the reason I'm not into hot toys is because,
And I'm with you.
I mean,
I'm also
there
not.
are so many reasons.
Barbie dolls.
and
I
none of
mean-
them have to do with the weight of the figure, which is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Yeah, people
doesn't
started
feel like
saying that,
value.
and yeah, like Justin
There's
and
no value.
fuck Nate started saying that. I was like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I never even said that, bro. What do you mean?
We're waffling about.
Wait, what are
So-
we talking about again? The weight of it?
No,
Yeah, they're not
he's-
made of solid copper, bro.
Bro, the thing is that
it's
Justin-
lightweight. It's
The only
Justin,
point.
everybody
The
gets
only
on your
point.
ass about that, but I
You're the
unironically-
one. You
Bro, and I stand by that. It's too fucking light, bro. I'll
because
stand by it.
because
I don't give a fuck.
Zuboy, the only thing I'll like give credence to that, the weight of something has been used as a positive in the opposite direction. People absolutely have said, "Oh, this figure has some heft to it," in a positive light. So
Bro,
I want to
say
hear
the Jurassic
that, like,
Park line, bro. Say the Jurassic Park.
bro, those goggles, are they heavy? Yeah, that means they're expensive. Put it
expensive.
back.
Yeah.
Kick it
Bro,
out.
you know how
But
many
no.
times that I picked up something and my mom took out the belt and she beat me with it because it was too expensive? Like,
Bro, no.
sometimes it's too much. It's heavy.
The real reason I'm not into hot toys, and Nate won't be either, is because of the scale. So I like to have a bunch of stormtroopers, a bunch of clone troopers, a bunch of battle droids. I like to set up whole scenes.
Dude, I can fit 8 Hot Toys on one of these, or I can fit 100 fucking plus fucking 6-inch
Bro, that is
figures on it. It's
Justin, you
actually
are-
insane.
Right.
Justin, you are spitting right now because that is what I told Wilbon and Cawfee. I said at the end of the day, money and space is an issue, but you could work around that if you really want it.
Just do
Right.
both, bro.
The biggest problem is that it's just not a scale I like. That's it.
Right.
That's
It's
just for the end of the day. It's just
scale-
not.
No,
in
that's
space.
valid.
Scale
Invalid.
in
Fuck you.
space. There's no army building. How am I going to army build
Based Wilbon?
501st clone troopers when they're 250 whatever dollars?
I mean,
apiece?
just say
So-
you're broke.
Now,
I mean, okay. So number two.
no, money is
The
it's a
price
big reason.
is,
Yeah,
the price
Yeah.
is beyond my comprehension
100%.
of spending on a singular toy.
You know what the problem is, though, Justin? Is
But
that
the
But I would have
just
backed the
pay-
Rancor
Whoa.
for 350.
Well,
Justin,
just,
here's the
just spend
problem, though.
$1,000 on a dragon, bro.
I will acknowledge my own
Bro,
hypocrisy that
what the
Wilbon. I will acknowledge my own hypocrisy that Wilbon just said because I see an $80 to $100 import, or I see a $200 to $300 hot toy, and I say too much, and then I see that $1,000 dragon, and
Yeah, it's
I'm like,
perspective.
yeah.
It's
No,
value.
dude.
This shit is
See, and I like
Now-
how he's rounding down for the dragon because after shipping and tax, it's like $1,150.
What are you talking about? Bro, the dragon is $1,028. It is not $1,100. You're smoking some good shit. What are you talking about? It's $1,000.
Bro, we gotta clip that.
Yeah,
We gotta
sorry.
clip that,
He turned into fucking
Bro,
Jar
he lost
Jar.
it.
You know who you are. Clip people who are trying to clip shit. You know who you are.
Bro, because that was the
fuck was
most
that?
wild, outlandish thing Clumpy's ever said. $1,100? What the fuck are you talking about?
No, bro's acting like did not
$80
see the
off.
picture from somebody where it was over $1,100. I think it might have been, if it wasn't you, it was Mike Case.
Right.
No, hold
Yeah.
on. Hold on. I don't know what happened with Mike Case. Because Mike was passing around.
So you get those
If
California
Mike happens
taxes?
to see this, I'd like to know because Mike was passing around his order, showing people.
He's passing it around.
Like,
He's passing it
before.
around.
He was showing people before he placed the order that it was like $150 shipping, and then he placed the order and he showed his actual order that he placed, and it was less shipping than mine. So I don't know where how the shipping went down, but.
So after taxes, it's $1,200 is what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, here,
but
yeah, no.
in a
Let me
nutshell-
do the zoo logic. So it's only $1,028, but if you round it up, that's basically $1,050. And then if you just go ahead and round it up even more, it's $1,100.
This is literally I do it to my fiance as well when I ask for the time or whatever, and it's like 3:00, but it's like 2:47. I'm like,
Bro, oh my God, Justin. This is literally what I do. If I'm on the beach, especially if I'm on the beach, right? Because I don't have
wow, privilege.
What the fuck?
because I don't have a phone. Like I don't bring my phone in the
I
ocean.
don't have a phone.
So if I'm like,
Bro spent it all on
the fucking dragon.
bro, because if I'm like, what time is it? And my mom will look at her watch and she'll say like it's 3
Just like time
o'clock.
for you to get a watch. That's what
She'll say it's 3 o'clock, and I said, "What's the actual time?" And then
Right.
she'll tell me the actual.
I'll say
time.
on the
My
dot.
mom rounds all the time, and I'm like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch!" And
because
Somebody clip
because
that so I
Zuboy,
can show his mom.
Zuboy, we're content creators and we are schedule oriented.
Exactly,
we need to know
bro.
when it's lazy Sunday and we're coming up on 1 p.m. I need to know like how many minutes do I have?
I
until
only
stream
round
time,
if
bro?
it's like a minute off. You know what I mean?
nah,
Like if it's 3:47,
I
I am not gonna be like it's 4:00. That's
I
kind of
round all- I
crazy.
round all the time. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's
But
bad.
no, in a nutshell, Alex, like, yeah, I mean, they're like 10, 11, 12 times the price. And my mind just can't comprehend that.
Justin, so how do you feel about people like Mike, like myself, like 2,000 other people who are buying a $1,000 dragon?
That shit's crazy, bro.
Well, I wouldn't apply my own personal logic onto you and act like
Well,
you
right,
need to
I'm
collect
just saying-
how I collect.
right.
Like, do you?
I mean, my mind sometimes like my
you guys
mind will
see
go
it?
to like I just can't because it's not from anything. So
Mhm.
I don't.
Wait, what is it from?
Yeah, but this is the rule of cool though, for sure.
Right, because I'm gonna sound maybe judgy, because obviously I love Fig, I love Mike, but like there are those toy lines that are not from anything, and I could never see myself being like so excited for things that are literally just Like they're
So
not
Zoo, are you
from.
No,
not
that's
getting it
why
now?
I was 100% with you, Justin. That's why I was never into Mythic Legions until they start doing animals. And that's the thing is, for me, the animal is the thing. Because I've always collected animal figures my whole life, even mythical creatures. So, like, that's why I don't really care about all these knights. So I have people like Nate and Hunter that are interested, and that might help me recoup some of the cost if Nate and Hunter are willing. And I'm not gonna like overcharge Nate and Hunter.
Right. But
So
Caleb in the chat,
That'll help it a lot.
isn't it the other way around? They're not based on lore. The lore is based on the figures, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they created
they're
their own
not-
lore.
Correct. yeah.
Right. The figures aren't from anything. It's the lore is from the
mythically-
figures. It's like the other way around, you know.
Yeah, bro. But whoever this guy is looks super.
I mean, that looks sick as
they're
fuck.
Yes,
they're
again,
sick
it's
and they're
super-
super detailed. The paint is amazing. Like they look amazing.
Bro, people were saying that this guy alone eventually will go for like $200-$300.
No, see this guy, Alex. This is super. Like I'm interested in just how this guy looks. But again, like Justin said, he's just a random knight. I have no attachment to it. So if I could sell,
you would sell this guy?
Yeah, if I could sell this guy to help recoup
Crazy.
the cost of some of the drag, like I
That's wild.
I want the animal. You know, I want the animal. That's what I want. So
I
it's
mean, yeah, but dude, this is like historic. This will never
Also-
be released again.
Also,
100%.
brother, he is definitely gonna go for more than $200 because I bought the Star Speeder fucking
Yeah.
vehicle
For
and I
2,000?
sold the carded figure
Yes.
from that for $200.
Bro,
I was
wouldn't
about
that
to
be
say, yeah, me and Cawfee recouped essentially 2/3 of the cost.
I got my
Wouldn't
Star
that
Speeder
be
for
crazy?
$60.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Wouldn't that be crazy if I could make back my entire cost of the dragon just from the
Bro.
fucking years?
But I think you'll regret it, dude. Unless you really have no.
I don't know. Zoo is
Attachment?
very particular about his animals and stuff. I would not be surprised.
Like these guys, I have no like the
this
skeleton
thing-
guys.
I have a skeleton. And
I
I'm
don't
happy
need
with my
this at
skeleton.
all. It's just this guy is like the man, bro.
He
Bro, he
is
has a fucking dragon head for a shield.
bro.
It is, it is cool, and like I said, I
Oh, they
haven't
put the
made up,
gripping hands. They didn't have this before.
You got the grippers.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool.
The grippers.
I haven't made up my mind 100% because for all I know, I'll get the dragon, I'll set them up, and then I'll be like, okay, this will be my display with these figures, and I won't sell any of them.
Oh,
So
actually,
dude,
look,
I'm
you
not-
showed
we are totally gonna do that road trip to pick this shit up.
That's
So, who's
that's
in on
why-
this,
bro.
100%?
The only thing we got to figure out, Wilbon, is how I would get it back home. If we could figure that out before the
Bro,
tier-
let's drive it to Florida.
bro, you're willing to drive the whole way?
Dude, I do that all the time. Well,
I mean,
every year I usually drive to Florida.
bro, if you're down, I mean, I'll
Dude,
do it.
It'd be crazy to go like all the way up and down the East Coast. That'd be crazy.
I've done that before a few times. and
Like we'll
it-
just go up to New York, get the thing, go back, stay the night at my place, then get up and drive to Florida.
I'm down, and then you could stay for a bit, visit.
Yeah. Right.
It'd be fun. Make a whole road trip out of it.
Nobody
Yeah.
else is picking this up.
No,
100%.
I actually
How
heard
about if the
Cawfee
cost
bought
was
two.
lower?
no.
Now, I do have a question. If the Rancor came out today, I don't know. I think somebody did an adjustment in pricing, and I think today, like,
Be just over 400.
okay, value, right? Because nowadays everything is value. What's in, do you guys think for 550 this versus what was it? The Cantina was 500 for the set with everything.
Right,
Do you
this is
guys-
infinitely cooler than the Cantina, I'll say it.
I was gonna say, is plastic and having
added-
more
There's more
Added-
paint. There's more paint on the freaking
I
wing
think
than there is on the
for-
entire cantina.
Facts. For the individual item, sure. But I think when you see what I'm gonna do, what Zoo's gonna do with the cantina, it'll look really cool when it's done. When we
Okay.
populate it.
I don't know.
But-
For me, it's not comparable because one is from Star Wars.
I agree.
So
Yeah, you
that's
have more of a
immediately going to
connection.
add,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Also,
think
we're
the-
just
I
talking
think
like the
can-
base offering versus this, because it's like you guys are going to make an awesome Cantina display, but that's
Oh,
also with
I
hundreds
agree.
of dollars of figures
I
inside.
But I
agree,
would also
but I don't
say-
think
You know what I
anybody's
mean?
buying the cantina and not putting anything in it.
I would also say though, Cawfee, that at least for almost everyone I know who has backed the dragon, the price of $550 is misleading for the dragon because if you're gonna spend $550 on it, I feel like you're gonna go all in and get the big
Yeah,
wings.
so the 550 is actually 1,030.
Right, that's what I'm
Right.
saying. It's like
Basically
you're comparing a
$1,500.
So wait, Zuboy, can you? Because I've seen so much shit about the dragon. I've seen all the photos. Can you break down the cost
okay.
and how
So-
how the hell is this coming out? To
Those
over
tiers are
1,000?
overpriced as fuck.
No,
I'll
they
say it.
they for
Yep.
sure.
So the
add-on.
tiers cost money in and of themselves, or
right,
Justin,
right.
how about
And
They're
$150
add-ons. They're not
each?
necessarily tiers. They're add-ons.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
150
add-ons.
each.
they're 150 each, and that's how it goes up to 1,000 because it's 550 for the dragon.
why are they getting a free pass then? Why like?
Because
Because they're optional, I guess.
Here it is.
Yeah,
People glaze the shit out of Four Horsemen.
they do.
They glaze.
And I
the
also
shit
think
out-
that-
and they
I
make
feel like
really
if
cool
Hasbro
stuff.
ever did something
They
like that,
make
it would be
really
like the
cool
end of
stuff.
the world. You
It would
know?
be the
But
end of the world.
It's all
Right.
very expensive, and like they kind of get a pass for the price.
I think Wilbon is spitting right now because I think that a main problem with the Black Series Haslabs is you get a lot of people online who they, I don't know what else other way to say it. When they see a price over $25, they flip out.
They flip
Mythic
out.
Legions,
Yeah.
those people don't collect Mythic.
They're not
Mythic
broke.
Legions. So the people who are scared
collect
off.
Mythic Legions are crazy people.
Dude, it's
that are willing to
literally-
spend infinite dollars.
Bro, it's literally like Hot Toys collectors when they see, $700 for a Dewback and a Sand Trooper, they're like, "Oh yeah, pre-order." Or they see 400,
That's
what is it,
nuts.
450 for the ATRT and Clone Trooper, they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm buying
That was,
it." They
that was
see
immediate. As soon as
they
it
see
went out,
$500 for the Bark Speeder and Sidecar with a figure, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm buying it."
The cool thing that I like, Justin, is that you can buy the
Sick,
Mythic
Tommy.
Legions add-ons without buying the dragon. So you
Yeah.
say, why would someone want that? What I've seen a lot of people do is they buy the Flame Effect set because it comes with the Burning Knight,
Mhm.
and they say, I'll just put the dragon head on the shelf. So like it's
Uh-huh.
coming through, so it doesn't take up a huge amount of space, like the big dragon. So you still have your little dragon display, and you get the figure. And that's something that I could see. I have already seen that it's appealing to some people. But for me personally, I do wish that there was an option to just buy the dragon and the fire effects and the wings at a cheaper price, because that's what I would go for. Because I'm not a Mythic Legions collector, so I don't really care about the knights and the skeletons and all the zombies, and it comes with like 4 or 5 figures, but that is inflating the price because Mythic Legions figures are expensive, so that's inflating the price.
And the prices
and-
go up, they hold value.
Right, and that's why the thing, like, I'm glad about that, but for me specifically, Alex, that's really doesn't apply because if I'm gonna sell them, I'm gonna sell them to my friends, and I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna charge Nate $300 for the night, So
This is the real one, yeah. No, yeah. And so, on that note, is there a Black Series Haslab today that would fund at $500?
No.
Hell no. It doesn't
Absolutely
matter
not.
what it is. It could literally do anything you wanted it to.
So why does the TVC ones fund at 550?
Because they are older
know, dude.
demographic, bro.
Shame, bro.
They're established. They have like careers that they've been in for 20, 30 years. They probably make good money. Like they're well established
Also-
into their lives. And we have people like, I don't know, people who are younger just don't have that crazy amount of spending money, I think. And I think that's why Black Series gets so much flack. With
So let me ask
anything
you-
over 25.
Let me ask you then, Justin, do you think that you, me, Wilbon, Alex, do you think, like, not counting Mr. Cawfee and Tommy, but do you think our age range are, like at the older range of Black Series collectors?
Nah, I think we're in the middle.
Okay.
I'd
We
say
got
we're-
some unks that collect Black Series.
I'll be honest with you. I have never seen, and this is go for children, for teenagers, for older people. I have never seen somebody grab a Black Series figure in Walmart or Target and like take it and like purchase it. I have never, mind you, it might just be because inventory. There's not a lot of Black Series figures, but I personally have never gone to a Target, even for Marvel Legends or McFarlane. It's so weird. Like, I don't think young teenage kids or young kids are gravitating towards The black.
See,
I
But
might be
we're
wrong.
also old though, so the people below us aren't teenagers. They're like, it sounds weird to say, but the people below us are in their like 20s, like early
Like Tommy
20s
and Cawfee.
Mhm.
late teen, early 20s, which sounds weird to say. Like I'm not part of that group anymore.
It's. I think that it's.
We unks
but-
now, bro.
Yeah, that's why the Clone Wars is it's such a big thing. Clones.
Bro, imagine
Yeah.
how-
But like I'm pretty sure
Imagine how
Tommy's
Doug's
brother is into a little bit of
That's what I was gonna say. There's definitely a huge,
Brandon's back. in the
Brandon's
there's a
back.
huge surge in collecting right now.
He's been
with-
watching the whole
with
time. He
people in middle school, people in high school.
Didn't leave.
Literally, as far as I know, this is probably anecdotal, but every single person, boys, girls, whatever, that I know that are literally from like 8th grade and up have some sort of a collection of action figures, and a lot of it is 6-inch, whether it's Marvel or Star Wars. You know, it's yeah.
Mhm.
Real
I feel
quick,
like it's there's a big resurgence in a younger generation. I think that the problem is I've had the misfortune of stepping onto the side of YouTube recently where people hate on everything that's over $24.99, and I think that's just a toxic rage baiting narrative that's going around that I think a lot of people that are just getting into the hobby casually see these gigantic action figure channels that are complaining that figures, well, they need to be cheaper, they need to be cheaper, they need to be cheaper, and they just kind of jump on that bandwagon. I think that's part of the issue.
All right, let's see this hypothetical question. So Brandon says, let's say a fan channel wave is 3 figures like Shizor, Bakara,
Okay.
Commando Droid, each at 25. If that fan channel wave was 3 2-packs at 45 to 50 each, would you split it?
It
Depending on where-
depends. It
It
depends what it is.
what's in the 2-pack. Yep.
Okay.
I will say, Brandon,
Okay.
for me, again, I'm not
Unique
speaking
characters.
I'm not speaking for everybody else here, just me. But since you're saying they're unique characters, absolutely.
I would
Yes.
probably be in.
For
Yes. Yes. As long as it's unique characters, because like the first thing that kind of sprung into my mind was the Shadows of the Empire 2-pack, where it's it's Bush Leia.
Brandon, define
Cantina
unique
aliens.
character.
Cantina aliens.
Define unique character, because the Shadows of the Empire 2-pack has a Leia figure in it that has a new head. Is that a unique? Are you
No, but-
considering that a unique figure?
Wilbon is
think-
spitting though. Like this is what we've been saying for like a year now. Do Cantina aliens, fan channel multi packs. Boom, you're gonna sell them to
Well-
the target audience. It's unique characters, bro. You know.
Yeah. I just don't want to run into like the hostage situations.
Mhm.
Like if it's actually 2 unique, truly unique figures, then yes. But there has been some missteps with the 2-packs
If
lately.
it's characters that I particularly want,
Yeah.
then sure, I'll be in for any sort of multi-pack like that if they're cool new characters.
Yeah, like what Tangy is saying.
He's saying no hostages. All right.
Bro, based.
Then it's in.
I mean, yeah. If it's 2 figures I want, I mean, what's the difference between buying them in a single or a 2-pack?
Saving money.
You know?
I will say that.
Oh yeah,
that
like I'd be all
Super
over the
Battle
2-pack.
Droid for
Oh,
$40.
Oh, that would have been
2-pack.
great. Kiadi and Bakara.
The latest
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Yes, and
Slam dunk.
Brandon,
That's peak.
this
That's
is
peak.
why Clones of the Republic is kind of driving me insane, because they're sticking the Jedi with the army builder. It should be the Jedi with the clone commander, and then the army builder gets a separate.
So
release.
Justin, picture that. Picture
also
like
for Shadows
named-
for Shadows of the Empire specifically, I would have really preferred if those had come on those purple card backs from the 90s, man.
Fair.
It would have been like with the Revenge of the Sith cards. Like I would have been buying multiple because it's that nostalgia hit for me.
And also, like, I know specifically for Justin, because Justin wanted the Luke, but he's not buying the 2-pack because of Bush Leia. If it was a Shizor and Shadows Luke 2-pack, that would be great for someone like Justin.
Well, yeah,
Or-
true.
And for something like Justin was saying, the clone commander, or the rather the regular clone and the Jedi.
Appreciate you, Brandon.
A great thing that I would like to see for the Clones of the Republic line is you put Plo Koon, like just an example. I'm not saying specifically Plo Koon, but just as an example, you put Plo Koon, so the Jedi General, and his commander, it would be Wolf, in the 2-pack, and then alongside that, you release a Plos Bros Wolfpack Trooper that
Yes.
people
You're
can
saying
army
exactly-
build over and
Do you
over and
think
over again.
that's what they attempted
Exactly
with
what
the Cult of
Justin
the Republic?
just
They
said.
just didn't.
Right, that's
execute
what I
it
was affirming, Justin, bro.
Because why does TVC and Black Series does it too? But there's also examples of this happening in TVC. And Brandon, I know you probably can't answer these types of questions, but it's always puzzled me, like to no end, why they would do a 2/12 army builder pack and then randomly include Boyle or Wax or whichever the singular one was. Because then if you buy 2 or 3 or 4, then you're stuck with so many of those unique the named character. And they did the same thing with the Night Troopers, and they do the same thing in Black Series where it's like, okay, well, how many people are only going to buy one now instead of buying multiples who wanted to army build? Because now you'll have to sell individually all these Mace
Enoch with the
Windows.
Night Trooper. It's like,
Yeah.
I end up with a shitload.
If you
Tangy spitting too, yeah. Like
if you
wanted that
thing
purple
I
trooper.
totally appreciate the fact that Brandon is here and taking the time to listen to all of us and being very engaged.
Yeah, it feels like what we've been missing in the Black Series community that it feels like TVC has had, which is a lot more interaction directly.
Yeah, and Marvel
facts.
Legends does that too. Their team Dwight
Yes,
and all those guys are super interactive with the community. and they
100%.
go on streams and they talk, and it feels like Brandon's really reaching out and hearing us. And I
Facts.
think
I mean,
that's
we're
what's
3.5 hours deep. He's
It's a shame
Chad.
because I understand how Hasbro,
He's been here for the waffling, bro.
I
can't
understand that either Hasbro or Disney, Lucasfilm, whatever, someone is strict with allowing, just more community engagement. And it's something that I do see, though, with the Marvel team. And I feel like we never really got that in Black Series. Even when we did get it in Star Wars, it's not with Black Series. So Brandon has just been great, just going not just here, not just our channel, not just out of the basement. It's just everywhere that he shows up. And I actually feel like, when we're doing the bracket right now on our channel, I feel like not just it being fun, that maybe Hasbro will look at the winners and say, okay, this is what the community wants.
Now,
That's why it makes me upset that Jason Solo loses. But
when it comes to the multi-packs, I think my two biggest wants are things that I feel like if they do them as multi-packs and do them fan channel, I feel like you could, for the most part, do away with them altogether otherwise in the line. And it's Clone Troopers and Glup Shittos, dude. I feel like if you do like the more obscure named characters, whether it's an alien or a clone, and you put them in multi-packs and send them to fan channel, you are sending those characters, those deep cut characters, to audiences that will buy them, and then you're freeing up space in your mainline waves for other cool stuff, other new sculpts and things like that.
which like they're kind of doing, but I would be down for a double down because mainline has been a lot of like, the new media stuff. What is Zuboy laughing at, bro? What the?
Oh my goodness.
Did you see 5017 set just posted he's probably not going to be doing leaks anymore?
Damn.
Who? Wait,
bro.
who is that?
That's what I was laughing
Did people
at.
make
No.
fun of his anime figures and too much?
No,
and he's
he
crying?
just tweeted 3 minutes ago, due to the arrival of new product launch at Star Wars Celebration, Hasbro has strengthened its management over its factories. Many of the accounts of the leakers around me have been deleted.
Now,
Get wrecked.
so I know that you guys and I
What
think
else was he
Justin
expecting?
has brought it up that it's good for content, right? Like I feel like leaks it helps like the channels grow and all that. I don't know how I feel about leaks though. I don't know. It's like, especially if these guys, like if Hasbro really hates leaks, and I'm not trying to, like be all
Blazing
chill.
shill.
Yeah. But I'm not like, I don't know. Leaks to me are just like, I'm not like, I don't get excited when I see
The only
I don't
The
hate
only
leaks,
reason
but I think
why
they
they're
have gotten
complete
so
for me.
out of control recently.
agree.
Honestly.
Yeah.
The only reason why I like leaks is because I like to know what's coming. I'm not someone who, especially when it comes to the action figure community, that I need or even enjoy surprises. I want to know what's coming. If Hasbro put out a press release and said, this is what we have planned for the next 2 years, I'd be super happy about that.
But I think that's what they're doing with the streams more often.
Right, and that's
They're
what I
trying
was
to
going to say. I would say
Yeah.
the fact that they're doing it more often, it's nice.
Yeah.
And I totally understand what Brendan's saying for sure. And that's why I think a good way to do instead of leaks is what they're doing now, where they're having streams more often. We're getting more reveals.
And we see the finished product versus a piece of crap on a factory floor.
I would not be surprised if there's
happened
some...
with Captain Rex, dude. We were all dumping
Right.
on the
100%. That's a great example,
The
Tommy.
whole community was just dumping on it. Then it gets revealed, and we were live on stream like, oh, holy shit, that figure actually looks pretty good.
That is 100%
It's unreliable.
true,
Like,
Tom.
we don't know if it's like an old image too.
Yeah.
Like, it could be like...
Bring back the pipe.
But also,
Bring back
Doug is spitting.
He's spitting.
I
Give me the
gotta
pipe.
say, I mean, it is a selfish reason. I definitely agree, but it is good for the health of a YouTube channel. That's like 0.001% of us, though,
100%.
obviously. So
Yeah.
that's
And I
like a
don't care.
super oddly specific.
It helped on pretty dry Monday nights.
Right, but also if our channel took a hit because we didn't have leaks, I'd be perfectly
Well,
okay
that
with
wouldn't
it.
happen.
That doesn't.
People
I'm
are
just
gonna
saying,
watch
like,
regardless.
It wouldn't.
like, that
it wouldn't actually hurt the channel. It just one less topic. We could
Right, but
we
that
could waffle about anything. On
right, that
Figureball.
stuff doesn't bother me. The only thing I will say, and I don't really know, and I don't think Brendan probably could say, but whatever reason that Hasbro stopped the pipeline, I wish that they would not do. I guess we kind of know the reason, right? Because Mr. Stevie talked about a little bit how he likes more
He
surprises.
says he likes a good surprise. And
But-
it was so
surprises,
odd
though.
because at that moment, that's when the age of leaks started.
yeah.
Mhm.
I was like, it just seems so random and out of nowhere. Like the whole factory image thing is like brand new. I mean, the past year and a half or whatever, like it's relatively brand new. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
In the ideal world, I would say no leaks. Hasbro does pipelines every stream, and they do a stream once a month. That would be
But
like
I mean, it's
perfect
it's also
real
up to
reveal.
Hasbro to like put a lock on that shit. You know, I mean, what are we supposed to do? Not cover it?
Right.
Like, what am I gonna do? Let Lukeness Monster get all those views, bro? You think I'm gonna do that?
I'm actually going to make up a list. of
Hey guys,
30
welcome back to the
characters
channel.
myself and put it up tomorrow. You know.
Well,
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel.
What's going on, you guys? I'm Lukeness Monster. Today we have 30 more figures that have been leaked to me by an anonymous source.
oh my god.
Hey, who is that source though? How accurate do you?
I
mean,
think it's
know
Justin, to be honest.
It might.
Justin knows.
So I'm gonna be completely honest with you. And this is no offense to Lukeness. Love our Lukeness. I think the majority of that stuff is just garbage.
It's wish listy.
Yeah.
The thing to me specifically,
And
now
and,
again,
and the reason the reason I come to that conclusion is because we know some things for a certainty, and they're not on. Like, there's no overlap with that.
and
stuff.
the other thing,
And the things that we know, that's legit. Like, trust me, bro. So, like, we know stuff, and it doesn't track with anything on that Luke.
right? And I think another problem is that there are super unrealistic things on the list, like 3 huts. That's kind of crazy. But
It's a little insane.
in addition, there have been things that Yakface has said openly, such as there's no KOTOR figures on the horizon that he is aware of.
Mhm.
On Lukeness's list, there's multiple KOTOR figures. That kind of
The
conflicts.
canceled Acolyte wave? Nah.
Right.
No.
I don't think that would happen. And again, I'm welcome to be proven wrong, because you know me. I would love more KOTOR figures for sure. But just if Yakface says no, and then again, I'm not saying Lucas is lying. I want to stress that. I just think
Of course.
I think he's being fed false information.
Nobody's
And-
saying
and
Lucas
Lucas
is
himself-
lying. That insinuates that he's the person making this
Right,
stuff up.
Right.
And of
And
course,
Lucas has said himself, he said take it with a grain of salt. So
And-
he's fully aware that it could be
and Zuboy, what's going to happen is exactly what happened with Out of the Basement and the Nerdzoic channel. Is we were simply expressing doubt, just like we're simply expressing doubt right now. Some of it's going to come true, and then people are going to come, oh my time, but there's still like
Justin mocked
35.
Justin mocked so hard that he unplugged his mic.
Yeah. Oh, am I back? Am I back?
Yeah, you're
You're back now.
There's like 35-40% of those figures never came to fruition, but nobody ever holds that accountable. Nobody
Remember
ever
when Shadow Squadron
questions.
came back?
Yeah, or Archive Maul, Archive Anakin, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, there were figures on that list that never came true, but since some of them did, he just got a pass. And then everyone was just like, I can't freaking believe you were hating on Nerds. Like, no, dude. I was simply just being realistic with my expectations and expressing doubt. And I'll do the same thing with the Lukeness Monster rumors. I don't think
Do you know
the
what
majority
also
of
it
those are
sounds
true
like
either.
to me? Like that comment that was just brought up on screen. It sounds like to me like the person who leaked this to Lukeness, they went on like r/Star Wars leaks, saw that Embo was going to be in Mandalorian, and then was like, "Oh, we're getting a figure of him."
Yeah.
Like, can you guys imagine? Because it's happened before. I don't know if anyone follows Star Wars leaks, but they're wrong all the time. You know, I was waiting for Hondo to appear in Skeleton Crew. It didn't happen. That was leaked like 2-3 times.
Mm-hmm.
So, can you imagine if Embo was just not in the Mandalorian movie at
Bro,
all?
I'm
Just
telling you,
completely
Zoo,
false information?
this is why I am completely clueless on everything pop culture, like modern, like, because how many times has the Mandalorian and Grogu movie been a TV series, and now it's a limited drama series, and now it's a movie, and now it's going to be a trilogy, and now this Star Wars director is getting a trilogy. Oh, now it's going to be a TV show. Oh, now it's going to be a limited run 2-season series. Like, I don't follow any of that garbage because it changes all the time.
It's also,
like you said, for Star Wars in particular, nothing is consistent, so don't bother.
I remember
Right.
when I was telling Wilbon and Cawfee this in an after show once, but unless film or TV news,
Bro, we can't say that. Tommy's here. Can't say that.
Unless film or TV news is being reported by the Hollywood Reporter, Variety, or Deadline, I don't believe it.
TMZ.
I take it with it. It has to be. It has to be reported by one of those 3 big film or TV sources for me to say, okay, that's substantial. Because all these other rumor and leak sites, you know,
Garbage.
anything.
Garbage.
Bro, Disney can't even come out with the shit that they promote. Remember the Rangers of the
Don't even give me
Ranger, like the Lando, droids.
series.
There was some droids
The
thing.
droid
Like,
show. Lando might be a movie. Oh, it's gonna be a show now.
It's coming someday.
Okay,
bro,
Whatever.
we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Oh man.
Yeah, Maroc.
I don't know if you remember.
My
Wilbon.
Snoke theory.
I don't know if
He
you
was a
remember,
fart.
but maybe not. I don't know, because I know you didn't play the game much, but I know that you obviously love the character. But there were so many leaks that were wrong going around, and rumors that Kyle Katarn was going to be introduced into canon in Star Wars Outlaws. And that was just
because of that first trailer where like the dude with
right.
like,
But the
goatee or
thing is
whatever,
that's
that
just
was not him.
speculation. That's just speculation. Then somehow random speculation turned into it's leaked. It's Kyle. He's part of the story, and it's like,
Oh my god.
people get confused. Too bad Justin's gone right now, because Justin talked about this on Lazy Sunday once. There's a huge difference in speculation, rumor, and leak. Those 3 terms are used interchangeable. They are not interchangeable words. Speculation, a rumor, and a leak are not the same thing. You know? Lukeness's list, I would call that a rumor. Yakface's master list, that's a leak.
Who are these guys?
I don't know.
Bro,
Jabronis.
can we look at this poll?
Yeah, I wanted to
HK
talk
versus-
about this real quick.
Bro, I'm gonna rage that HK lost.
This
That's so
is
fucking
insane.
dumb. I'm sorry.
Fucking L fan base. What are you guys
Double
doing?
Unite Sister, Big Mommy. Let's go.
I can't.
We're,
Also,
we're gonna,
I want
we're
to
gonna
real
read,
quick.
We're gonna read our
bro,
audience. the
nah.
riot act
In
for that
defense
shit.
of Ninth Sister, who's with me? Who's
Me,
with
bro.
me?
Let's
here?
go, Justin.
All right, Tom.
El
All
Bozo.
right, Tom.
Okay, hold on. Before we get into this, I just want to address.
I just want another mid droid that can't stand over a freaking fully articulate, like
Bro, how
a
are you
super
gonna say that?
articulated bid.
Hold
fig,
on.
bro.
How
Another
are
one
you
that can
gonna
take
say
a
that,
nap
bro?
on the zoo shelf? Let's go.
How are you gonna say that, Justin? When the
Don't
last
even compare it to
three-
the Super Battle Droid. Don't
It's
even
not- bro,
don't even compare it to the Super Battle Droid. The
can't
Super
believe
Battle
this
Droid
guy
has more
wants-
thickness,
I can't
bro.
believe this guy wants Disney slop over.
Bro, what about the
Peak
Commando
Legends,
droid? The Commando droid, the
PPU.
thin droid, bro. What about the Commando?
Bro, I don't have it in hand yet, bro. I'm not gonna judge it before I have it in hand. Are you freaking crazy, bro?
Jedi Survivor slop.
Also,
Fuck out of here.
Okay,
Bro.
the correct take is that both options would be amazing. But I feel like Ninth Sister opens the door to more possibilities.
Bro, I was
It's-
with you, Brandon. I voted Dex as well, bro.
It's a never before done thing. A fully super articulated Big Fig. I'm not talking the Wampa. I'm not talking the Tauntaun. I'm talking an actual quality like Big Fig that is
Yeah,
fully
but the
articulated.
character
Bro,
sucks.
Robot is spitting,
Pick
bro.
a better character.
Ninth
All right.
Lobster?
Okay, so if that was Dirge or if that was Dirge,
you'd
who
be
would you vote
spitting.
for?
You'd be spitting Dirge.
So for you, it's just the
Wilbon, you would
character,
vote-
Yeah,
Wilbon, you would
that's
vote
all
Dirge?
That's this whole list is the character.
bro. Nah, I got logic.
Wilbon
This
is
is the
gonna.
character.
Wilbon breaks my heart. You would vote Dirge over HK47, bro?
All day.
Yeah.
All day.
Sorry.
Bro,
All
Brandon
Tommy
putting
is
in the
spitting
chat.
right now.
Brandon putting in the chat. My boy Dex lost his am. Does that mean you be spitting to them Hasbro execs about
Bro, pitch
Dexter
Dex,
Jester, bro?
100%.
I voted Dex.
I
Hell
mean,
yeah, Tommy.
I voted Dex.
you better be putting that in your pitch, bro. Dexter Jester needs to happen.
Dirge is a top figure for me.
I just want to say real quick, Alex, I appreciate you voting in the polls.
Oh,
What
of
a bro.
course. Yeah. You
Who
got it.
wouldn't vote in these polls, bro? You must be a loser if you haven't voted yet. Go
I
vote now at
mean,
MondayNightFigureball.com. bro.
I gotta give that one to Justin.
I wonder if Brandon voted because he knows what's coming. If he still voted anyway.
He should
Are
still-
we doing round 3 tomorrow?
I was gonna hit you up later after the stream and ask if you wanted to do the thing.
It'll
tonight,
take me
but-
5 minutes to update the
Yeah.
thing.
Yo, Bobcat is spitting right now.
Bro, Justin is upset that Pelly got that many votes over Kino.
Nah, 70% is a good sweep, bro.
Bro, but those 30%, bro. I mean,
Like, those are just Andor haters, which,
Okay, what I don't understand is the Mother Talzin haters. I do not understand.
bro, I don't
okay,
get it
I don't-
either.
I don't
Especially
hate-
Zuboy, he's like, named character. I want to build out a universe. What is this? Slapsin.
Bro,
What is this?
no,
Mother
hold on.
Slapsin.
No, bro.
I want to build out the universe and have named characters.
Created
Mother
Savaggio
Slapsin.
Press.
hold on. Mother
Created
Talzin-
Savaggio Press. She revived Darth Maul. She revived Asajj Ventress. She is so integral to the show.
Satine,
Hell
all
yeah,
she does is
Brandon,
die.
let's go.
Based.
Oh.
Okay.
Based, Brandon.
I know, I'm not gonna obviously I don't want to tell chat and everything, but there are
But
instances.
I'm about to tell chat.
No, there are instances where I know I am aware of something that is coming, but I still vote for it if I would rather that. My votes for
Same.
this poll are 100% what I'd rather,
Just
even if
what-
I know
yeah.
one of them is being made.
Same.
So,
Yeah.
and the thing is I feel like for Mother Talzin specifically, she's a top 5 want for me, Tommy. Clone Wars. In Clone Wars, she's a top 5 want. It's just that she is 5. That's the thing. I want.
Satine is higher?
Yes, Satine is absolutely higher, bro.
Crazy, bruh. That's
Satine is
crazy, bruh.
absolutely higher.
What
Bro,
does she do? What does she do? She dies.
Bro, Satine is Obi-Wan's lover. She's a Mandalorian.
I knew I got him with that one. I knew I had
I
him.
love that. I love that.
Bro, what do you mean?
That's just my favorite. Fucking inject that into my veins, dude.
What? What do you mean?
Yeah. Bro, because Mother Talzin has to do with lore, bro. There's
Yeah.
lore.
Bro, but she's a fucking witch bitch.
But she's a named character. That's your whole thing.
Fucking Satine is just a normal bitch. What's your point?
Satine
Wow,
is
calling all
woman
women-
in dress.
Calling
Who
all
dies?
women bitches, Cawfee. That's fucked up.
If
Oh
there's
my
any
God.
woman in dress we need, it's
Woman in dress
Queenie
who dies.
Hold
Amidala.
on, Justin. Go back, Alex. Justin, who did you vote for this poll?
Pong Krill?
No.
Papa
Paul the
Pong.
Lesser or Stacey Teen?
Poggle.
Gotta go Poggle.
I voted Stacey, but Poggle's a fine choice too. I want both.
Bro,
Ma- Ma Jedi shelf.
Unique design over
unique
a fucking
design,
figure that's
named character,
80%
CIS.
reuse.
And this guy, no. I got a Wilbone to pick. Because he always says, I make exceptions for CIS. Does he not?
Yeah.
I do.
He says that because he's like, oh, I want the commando droid. It's so high on my list because CIS. But then he's like, Pog of the Lesser, shit, mid. Named character, CIS, that's Zoo. Named character, that's Zoo. Unique design, that's Zoo. It's the 3, bro. You
Bro,
got it.
I absolutely want Poggle the Lesser. He is high up there for prequel wants for me. But out of all of my Star Wars shelves, the Jedi shelf takes priority over everything else.
Wild.
So I
bro.
will
For
always
a guy
want
who
a
hates
Jedi.
the Jedi.
Bro,
What about the
hold on.
CIS? What about the CIS?
Yeah, but when I talk about the CIS, I'm talking about the droids, and we have them all now. Like the
All right,
tactical,
bro.
I don't
Oh,
care.
so now it's only the droids. So you don't want Wat Tambor.
No, I do want them, bro.
But
I just-
Bale winning is not it. I'm sorry.
Wait, over who?
Over
Oh,
Panaka?
yeah.
That's
Nah,
not-
Where do
bro,
you see
Bale,
that?
Bale
Oh.
over Panaka
That's
easy.
not-
Oh, I'm
bro.
with Tommy.
Nah.
We just got that Padme,
Nah.
and he would go right there.
Yeah,
with
Bro,
I
Padme.
Bale-
voted Panaka on that one.
Bro,
Guy in
Panaka
suit?
is in like half of one movie. Bale is in
Wow.
like 900
Sin-
pounds.
He's gonna pass legislation on my shelf. I can't fucking wait,
Oh
bro.
my god.
Honestly,
I think Obi-Wan
Wilbon
would
is
find his daughter.
spitting right now.
I thought this was an action figure, Zoo. I was mistaken.
Bail Organa is still fucking sick. My little wine shelf is fucking empty. We don't need a fucking
I love baiting
Bro.
him, bro.
No, but dude, it goes with a figure that we just got.
Yes.
It's called Synergy, bro.
Yes.
I
Plus,
mean,
he's
Building out that.
I know
shelf.
you don't care, but it's more action oriented. I
It's
know you
like-
don't
I'm
care
the
about that.
I'm with you on the synergy.
Plus,
It's just
bro,
that-
he got shafted. The actor, he wanted to come back, but he there was some drama with the script or something that he couldn't get access to. So he said,
I'm with you 100%. I would love a Panaka. It's just that Panaka is nowhere near a top 10 want for me, and Bail Organa is in my top 10 all time.
Nah, Cody, you lost me, bro. There's no way.
I don't know.
Stop.
No,
I voted Watto too, if I'm being honest.
Are
I
you
voted
kidding me?
Watto.
bro,
Amidala.
Queen Amidala, bro.
Bro,
Bro.
Queen Amidala is my
Iconic.
Queen Amidala is my number 2 want from Phantom Menace, but Watto is number 1.
I mean, Watto does have more to do with the plot as far as because she's only in that costume for such
Right,
a small-
Watto is absolutely more important
But
of a
I
character.
cannot.
Yeah, but
I
Queen
cannot
Amidala's
imagine a
big.
Phantom Menace display without Queen Amidala.
100%.
Now that's
The-
spit.
100%.
That's why you got to be like me, Wilbon, and only have all your prequel figures on one shelf.
Jeez.
I voted
yeah,
Queen
I-
Amidala.
you
I have
missed
2
what I said at
Padmes
the
on
end.
that shelf.
You talked over me. You missed what I said at the end. In this red dress, I cannot imagine having a Phantom Menace shelf without Queen Amidala in this.
She's on the
No,
poster, bro.
I
She's on the
understand what you're
poster.
saying, but I'm saying if I had this Padme on the shelf, which I obviously prefer, this is like the Padme look for me. I would take my Phantom Menace one off because I'm not gonna put 4 Padme on my.
So real quick,
See,
Cody
I'm
brings up
completely
a
different. I'm gonna
Go
have
ahead.
Qui-Gon with the poncho on, holding with the figure arts one with the poncho, holding the little hologram, and then the Qui-Gon with the lightsaber out, like if he's getting ready to fight Maul. I'm gonna have 2 different versions.
Bro,
of the same character.
I gotta give this one to the entire stream. I feel like everyone is spitting right now, and I'm a little indecisive.
Bro,
because
because they're both great. Honestly, this is a hard choice because
This is hard.
as much as I want Queen Amidala,
I gotta give this one to Shadow.
That
But-
Queen
so-
Amidala is the
It's
most
hard.
iconic look that we don't
100%.
have in the Black
And for
series,
Star
I think.
Wars, who
Yeah.
who plays a bigger role? Like what Watto did, obviously he plays a big role, but Queen Amidala versus Watto, subjectively in Star Wars, who's more important?
I'll give that to you, but the problem is in this outfit, she was in there for like 30 seconds. So I actually care about this outfit more so about, again, the lore, because this is Queen Amidala's queen look. So while she wasn't in the movie very long, this is her queen look, and she was queen for years. So
I mean, my
I
thing
do-
is that's just one of the most iconic pieces of Star
Right,
Wars
of
marketing in existence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
literally.
To me, it's more about less about the in universe as much as it is the real world, like
marketing and
cultural impact, the marketing, etc. Watto was like in the movie, sure, like in universe, sure, but like as far as the Phantom Menace vibe and the marketing and the trailers and everything, it's like Watto wasn't really culturally relevant. This was culturally relevant.
You know what's the interesting thing, Wilbon, is for me, when I first think of Phantom Menace, I think of Queen Amidala and Watto. So it's like
I
that's
think
why.
Qui-
they-
she's
I think of
eye candy,
Qui-Gon
Watto's
Jinn,
not.
bro. Darth
Really?
Maul. Darth Maul, Qui-Gon Jinn. Queen
Yes,
Amidala.
Darth Maul too, of course. It's those 3. I actually don't think of Qui-Gon initially, but
no, that's his
Qui-Gon's
movie,
the
bro.
Man, yeah.
no, I mean
so important.
Qui-Gon is the best part about a Phantom Menace easily. It's just funny, like when I think about the movie, the first thing I think of is that red dress and
also
Watto
little
and
Anakin
all
going,
that.
"Yippee!"
I think little Annie with the pod racer helmet was
Yeah.
on a lot of merch as well.
I know I'm severely outvoted on this one, but this one, like, I want Gar Saxon, but
Gotta
Seven
go
Sister,
Gar, bro.
Rebels, Inquisitor,
Bro,
Sarah Michelle
this is a
Gellar.
slam dunk pick over Gar Saxon.
Both are both are so good, and it's gonna look so good on the shelf. But I hope both of these
Are
get made.
for reasons.
I feel like this round specifically, like round 2, a lot of my choices were voting. Like I voted Gergerod instead of Porkins.
Me too, bro. I went
Hey,
to
all right.
Gerard.
Bro,
right.
Porkins all the way.
Hey, base Zuboy. Base Zooey.
Porkins based
Had to
Yeah,
go
100%.
bro.
Porkins.
I went
This
Porkins.
surprised me honestly. I
Bro,
didn't.
gotta go with my boy Max.
Bro,
I didn't
literally
think-
Wilbon or Max Rebo.
I didn't think a Lobot would.
Wait,
There you go.
Oh my god.
Oh, there he is.
Someone's got to screenshot that. We need Lobot Wilbon for sure.
it's Lobon.
Gee,
Okay,
yeah, it's Lobon.
Look at this poll. If you haven't voted, vote in this poll because
Oh
look
my
how
God.
close this is. 51% to 49%. All my Garandad
Alex,
lovers.
Dante, make me big.
How do I do that? Somebody guide me.
Drag
It's
me
like
up to
there's
the
like
top.
layouts.
Yeah,
And
there should
near
be,
the
like,
bottom of the
layouts, yeah.
screen, there's like
Okay.
different
It should be like
layout
the third or
options.
fourth one over.
Third or
You can
fourth
kind of
one?
experiment with it.
All right, I just went ahead and took the 5 minutes to make the round 3 poll.
Ooh.
Wait, bro, you should hold on because you're calling the 51%, 49%. It's close.
Yes. Bro, if we're posting it tomorrow, like, what the fuck is gonna change?
Yeah, there's already 358 votes, bro.
People could be voting during the stream.
Alex,
bro.
hover over
Bro,
Wilbon.
oh
and hit
my
the three dots.
god.
There should
Okay.
be an option that says solo.
It's
layout.
called.
No, it doesn't.
Bro, I disagree with Cawfee. If you want to vote Garandan, go
It
vote.
says edit name.
Nah,
and
bro,
it might-
It's called.
Is that a premium feature?
It might be.
Might be.
It's a. It's a fucking. Bro, it's a fucking week old poll at this point. It's
Nah,
done.
bro, I had to give it to the Imp Gunner. I just think the Imperial like aesthetic figure wise.
I did Imp Gunner as well.
One of my main things that I like, bro.
Wilbon.
Take the pick.
Jesus. Garandan is integral to the plot, though.
I haven't voted on some.
Also, I know it doesn't matter 100%, but Cawfee and I were talking about how Poggle would be a much more unique figure than CC-Teen. I feel like Garandan would be a more unique figure than the Imperial Gunner.
I wanted Garandan.
I disagree. I think the Imperial designs are awesome.
No, but we have 90% of the Imperial Gunner as a figure already. That's why it's strange that Hasbro hasn't.
No,
done
we
it.
don't. No, we don't.
What do you mean?
I used to think this as well, but it's
Go
not
ahead.
a case of just reusing that naval trooper body. The torso is a lot different if you look at the TVC figure.
All right.
So real quick, I didn't watch the 2003 the Clone Wars and the 2008 Clone Wars. I watched those. I mean the 2008 Clone Wars as an adult recently, and Dirge and this poll, is this an accurate representation of the cloners that follow Monday Night Figureball? Is that like, I feel like everybody talks about Dirge and everybody.
Dude, Dirge should have won, bro. He was robbed.
Wow, I
couldn't-
thought you would have
couldn't
said
bel-
Pong
I
Krell.
couldn't
Tom.
believe this whack shit.
Zuboy, Pong Krell is my number 2 most wanted, and Dirge is my number 1.
Oh, so this poll was difficult.
That
for
was that was close for me.
Mm.
It was
Bro.
a slam dunk for Dirge. I
Oh
can't-
hell yeah,
Game, bro.
Alex! I like seeing your vote for Yaddle above fucking Witch.
Yeah.
Bro,
Nice.
Yaddle's basically a glup. I don't even want to hear it.
Hold on, Justin.
She
if
is in
you-
the movie.
She's a prequel film character. If bro,
Don't even try to pull that card on me, bro, because you used a screenshot from fucking
but I used that
Tales
screenshot
of the
because
Tales of the Sloppy.
but I used that screenshot because she has her lightsaber out. So I thought, oh, lightsaber, people will vote for that.
Yeah.
But
Lights.
they would
So
use
you had to
they would
influence
use the
others.
Phantom Menace likeness, Justin. So it would be
Yeah, but bro,
they might
I
even put
voted-
it in Phantom Menace box.
I voted against Pong or Quinlan too, not in that Jedi Dooku one, but in the other one.
Mm.
And
Yeah, but-
and Quinlan is from Phantom Menace technically, and I
Right, but-
still voted against him.
Right, but I'm saying Quinlan is like a background for that.
Yaddle's
is like-
not.
But I would say that-
Yaddle's edited out of the film, bro. They've special editioned her, bro.
right. But I think that if you could if you don't know that Quinlan's in the movie, you probably wouldn't know. He's so far in the background.
Quinlan is an EU character.
Right, you'll see Yaddle in the movie. Like, you know who Yaddle is. Like if you watch,
but only if you have access to the original version of the film.
True. But
that Disney Plus, she's gone.
You're right. But I've wanted Yaddle way before Tales of the Jedi was the thing. So it's like that doesn't. The only thing that does is it moves the needle that I think it's more likely now.
Yeah.
But it's like it's not like I want her because.
But it's also a glup that she's barely in anything.
True.
Against Mother Talzin, who again like has lore and arcs and episodes and
this is where
dialogue and.
This is where Wilbon always, Wilbon knows me so well because I guarantee he knows what I'm gonna say.
It's film.
This is where it's like in universe, Yaddle is a Jedi. She's a Jedi master, and Mother Talzin is like a witch bitch.
Tommy's like, dude, come on, bro.
I just don't understand how you're always pulling the character card, and then you're like, but using this logic when
Yaddle
she's not
took
even
more
a character.
shits than Mother Talzin took shits, so that means that she's a more important character.
Because it's like Zoo's made up. It's like Zuboy is making up these like he's making up the lore,
rules, bro.
Right?
Arbitrary rules.
He's making up in-universe lore to himself.
No, I'm not. Bro.
Yes, you are. Because you said that earlier. You said it earlier when you're like, oh, I can like. Oh, now I know this character's from this, and oh, this is how he would have looked for years. So in your mind, you're like, Yaddle's a Jedi Master on the council.
I don't make
so
that up.
For hundreds of years, she was. But you are making that up because it's not shown on screen. So you're filling in those gaps in your brain.
No, I disagree because I don't.
Because you're like, your logic is, oh, she's a Jedi Master and she's Yoda's species, so she's been on the council for hundreds of years. That's like so established. Versus Mother Talzin. On screen is an actual character compared to Yaddle, minus Tales of the Sloppy. I know she gets explored more in that.
I would still say that because
I want some Tales of the Sloppy. I'll say
we don't technically. I'm not going to say that I'm an expert on Yaddle here, but I do know that we know how old she is. I don't know off the top of my head, but we know when she was born. So I feel like
Brandon.
Bro, I'm saying this. You guys talk about this prequel film love, and then that goes away.
I would buy Yaddle, but no way in hell I would choose it over Mother Talzin.
Oh my God,
I voted for Yaddle.
But
let's go.
That would Zuboy. Let's take that a step further. If it's Anakin's friend from what's his name, the human. It's like Kitster.
Kitster.
Mm-hmm.
Am I voting Kitster or am I going to vote Savage Opress from 3D Clone Wars?
Savage Opress is Darth Maul's brother. It's a bad example, bro.
Oh my God.
What the fuck? No, because you're using that logic where it's like, oh, you say you love the prequels no matter what.
Brother. That's an important. It's Maul's brother.
But a prequel, you just said prequel.
He loves his familial
film
connections,
character.
bro.
Prequel film character or Pong Krell or Savage Opress. But if it's Kitster, I mean, there's degrees to it, bro. There's varying levels to it.
You're right. But I was just saying.
I got him.
All right.
You're right.
Greedo.
I was saying
It's Greedo or Kitster.
I was saying specifically for you and Cawfee, because you and Cawfee and even Wilbon to an extent like your prequel film stuff. For me, I don't care if it's from the film or the animation. I just want the more important character. That's how I'm just saying for me.
Tommy!
Bro, Yaddle's more important than Talzin. I'm sorry.
He wants the more established. He wants the more important character. Bro, Mother Talzin, that's slap, bro.
Yaddle is more important than
give
Talzin.
me the theatrical specific, not even in the modern cut of the film. Give me Yaddle.
Bro, Yaddle is a Jedi Master. Talzin is.
No one cares. No one cares if she's a Jedi janitor. No one fucking cares. Bro.
But there's more lore. There's more like she's more established as a character.
Oh my God, dude.
Fucking hell.
Next, you're gonna tell me that you voted for the Glup Kelleran back over the Stranger. That's what you're gonna tell me.
I did not. I voted for the Stranger.
Okay, all right. Thank fuck.
Bro, even I voted for the Stranger.
I voted for the Stranger too.
Nah,
Oh my God, dude.
give me Jar Jar Binks actor with lightsabers, bro.
Okay, here's the other thing. Okay, I will acknowledge. Hold on. This
I'm
might
gonna implode if you hit me with another thing.
Tommy's not gonna like this. I could already tell you. But I could acknowledge that my distaste for Mother Talzin is because I've never, ever since I started watching the Clone Wars, I've never liked the mystical, magical side of Star Wars that Dave Filoni went into. I don't like the son. I don't like the father. I don't like that whole arc, the Mortis arc. I don't like.
Dude, that's great.
I don't like Mother Talzin. That's just not.
That's one of the best parts of the whole Clone Wars show.
I don't like the magical part of Star Wars of that. Like I don't like
the you don't like the Force being magic.
I don't like the Night Sister magic.
Oh, get this fuck out of my face!
But that's also why Wilbon. I'm gonna say something. That's also why I don't understand why the Acolyte does magic and everybody hates it, but they loved it in Clone Wars. I'm like,
it's because nobody actually watched Clone Wars that was mad about it.
Like, if you like the magic in Clone Wars, you should like the magic in the Acolyte. Like, be consistent.
Well,
like,
it was execute. What I think the execution.
I'm
is
there
different.
with Zoo. I do have to agree with that small, very small, tiny portion with Zoo. Is that if you did like the whole magic part of that, then the logic.
That's why I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck about Merrin. It's a Night Sister. I don't care, really.
Bro, but she's hot, bro. She's hot.
Oh, you know who else is hot? Cage Vanda. K-Vess is hot. Like, I'll take both of them above Merrin.
Isn't that Kit Fisto knockoff bullshit?
Said the female Kit Fisto is hot.
Bro, hold on. Are you saying we can only be attracted to humans in a sci-fi universe?
Yeah,
Bro, never watched Star Trek?
Bro, what the fuck? No.
Green aliens,
obviously,
blue aliens?
there are species that you could find attractive as a human in the Star Wars universe. But then there's Kit Fisto species. I don't know about all that, bro.
Oh yeah,
tentacles for snags, but bro.
Oh no, he's hot.
You got pecs,
bro. You're telling me, bro? This is going under my bed. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh my,
dude, the Force is magic.
The Force is magic, but that's why I don't like when they do actual magic, because it feels in conflict with the Force.
No,
but I always read it as like a different way of wielding it.
Yeah,
sure. No, I could buy that.
Justin is correct. It's just there's different ways to use it.
But it's also how if you don't like that specific sect of something, it's like they just never resonated with me. Like that's why I didn't really care about Asajj Ventress for the longest time. Until like she actually started being written as a great character, and then I was like, okay, I like how she's written, but I never liked like that Night Sister, and it's different because like my dad, that's like his favorite part of the Clone Wars.
Bro,
he likes the Night Sister.
Base Zoodad.
Base Zoodad.
That's just not my thing. Every time I would watch that, like I would be like, okay, like it's cool, I guess, but it's just I never really cared about magic. You know, that's also why I'm not a big
Star Wars though. In Star Wars,
you know, even in general, that's why I'm not a big fantasy guy because I'm not a Harry Potter fan.
You know, I kind of actually see what Zoo is saying now because my interest in Star Wars is more so on like the Empire versus the Rebellion and like
right.
The Death Star and the Star Destroyers
Justin,
and the militaries and the politics and the governance.
I see so many people who hate the time period of the Age of the Empire because they say, the rebellion is not the Republic at their full strength. The Empire is, in the midst of failure, about to fail. So they don't like how it's not like the prime Star Wars, like they say, like the Galactic Republic is like the prime era of Star Wars. But that's always been my favorite part. That's why I like Rebels so much, just because that era of Star Wars, like that specific, I don't know what they call it. What do they call it now? It's like
the Dark Times.
Dark Times. That era has always been my favorite. Like I love that era.
I agree because it's it's like ragtag band of people resisting against like immeasurable odds.
I want to say real quick, I'm reading every single comment. Everybody is saying different ways that I hate magic. Zoo hates rabbits and top hats confirmed. Just
oh my god. insane.
The new meme just.
I think I might need a snack too.
Not really. It's kind of like how I love Knights of the Old Republic too, but it's kind of stupid how Nihilus is just fucking. What is he? He's fucking dark side bullshit. Like what? I don't even know. He's not. Like Revan is a character who turned from the dark or the light to the dark and then back again. Like I like that more than Nihilus is like. He's just so evil that he doesn't have a body anymore. Like, what is Nihilus? I don't even. It's that kind of stuff never resonated with me. No,
He's Sigma Aura. That's what he is.
Facts.
So Tommy, you love the Night Sisters, I guess.
Dude, yes, bro. It's one of the coolest aspects of the Clone Wars show.
I gotta give this one to Tommy.
See, this is why probably I don't like Clone Wars as much, because the two arcs that people say are amazing, the Night Sister stuff, the Mortis arc, and then I guess if you even want to say another arc on top of that, the Umbara arc, all three of those arcs are like, they're good, but not for me.
That's fucking crazy, bro.
I acknowledge that they're good. It's just that I
tell me
don't.
you love the D Squad arc, bro.
I don't even know what that is, bro.
The one
What?
where they
You don't remember that?
droids are with the little alien dude.
Yeah.
The little bro, I kind of do
love
like that arc.
I love that one.
Dude, that arc is not terrible.
Dude,
It's memorable, Tommy. It's
I
memorable.
love that arc, but I also love the other three. That's
No,
where you lose.
No,
me.
Yeah.
see, Tommy, this is the thing that I feel like a lot of people don't understand. Those arcs are definitely some of the best arcs of Clone Wars. For me personally, it's just not what I like. And I'll give you a perfect example. It's not even like I'm hating on Clone Wars or hating on new media, because as a big EU fan, you know some things I don't like. The Yuuzhan Vong. I don't like those.
They suck.
Those are orcs, and I don't like orcs except in Lord of the Rings. Like the only time I ever liked orcs.
You don't like fantasy, so
Right, so I don't. The Yuuzhan Vong are just orcs. Never liked them. Even so, in the EU, they have Abeloth. I'm sure anyone knows Abeloth.
Yep.
baked,
right?
flaming
EU.
hot. Okay,
Abeloth is going to be in Ahsoka
Okay.
season 2. I'm
Right.
calling it right now.
I mean, again, I've never liked that type of stuff for Star Wars. So, and even then, I kind of like George Lucas is kind of spitting.
Alright,
Even
snack
though
time.
even though I agree with Timothy's on. Wait, Wilbon, before you leave, fuck, he left already. I wanted to see Wilbon's opinion on this. Okay, here he's back. You're back.
what?
Real quick before you leave, I wanted to ask your opinion on this because Timothy Zahn, obviously he created the Isalmiri, but George Lucas said he never liked that because he doesn't like the idea of a creature being able to nullify the Force.
Yeah,
I kind of agree with George there. I like the EU. I like Thrawn trilogy. I even like the Isalmiri, but I think I agree more with George's take there.
I agree in principle with George because that's not something he created, but also I like the idea of something that can negate the Force.
Okay.
I think it's interesting, but I would like agree that's like it's George's saga. He can do whatever he wants with it.
Okay.
It's his thing.
That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah.
You can go get your snack.
Snap time.
The Psycho Emerald also brings up a point of Bro doesn't like fantasy,
Bro,
but he's
he's
spending
spitting,
1K
bro.
on a dragon. So here's the thing.
It's an
Justin,
MMO.
I already tell Justin you're gonna say I'm absolutely waffling here. But here's the thing. Also with the dragon, you're not wrong, Psycho. And there is a section, I forget what that dragon is actually called. A Drake, maybe? No, a Drake is a little different. But whatever that type of dragon, they have 6 limbs. They have 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 wings. In real life, a creature like that cannot exist. The only animals that have 6 legs are insects, crustaceans, stuff like that. So an animal with 6 limbs would not exist. That's why I like, in Game of Thrones, they call them dragons. They're really wyverns. I like wyverns because they have 2 wings, 2 legs, no arms. Because realistically, if a dragon was a real creature, they wouldn't have arms. Bats don't have arms, So if this Mythic Legion's dragon was a wyvern, I'd like it even more. So the fact that it has 2 additional arms is kind of a knock for me. Because that's not like realistic. I know we're talking about mythical creature anyway, but there's a difference for when you see a mythical creature that could make sense versus something like a Hydra, which has like multiple heads and stuff like that. Like sometimes a Bigfoot, you know,
We're
that's like
talking
in the
about a
realm.
dragon.
Right, but I'm saying like a Bigfoot, a Yeti, like follows some sort of
I
like
got you.
animal
Anatomical,
biology.
like
Right.
biology. Yeah.
Or like
I
a
get you.
chimera or a griffin that has like an eagle head and a lion body. Like, you know, zoologically, biologically, that doesn't make sense. So that's why, you know, if I would prefer a wyvern over a dragon. So Psycho.
Bro, Psycho's spitting right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Fucking Doug said he turned me down. I can't.
Well, Zoo's basically spending $1,300 on it. So it's not even 1,000.
I mean,
It's if you round up, it's basically 13. Jeez.
Well, hold on. If you round up from that, then it's basically 1,500.
True that, yeah. So
You might as well say it's 2,000.
yeah.
And at that point, you know, what's 4,000? Then that's basically 5, half
Right.
of 10. So.
Bro,
definitely
spending
can't say you're broke.
$5,000 on a dragon. Holy shit!
I gotta give that one to Zuboy.
Gotta give that one to Zooey.
I think Alex regrets having us all on the stream.
No. This is all good. I like the interactions and all that. I like talking about that. Cawfee, are you actually looking? What's your next hot toy?
Waiting until Tennessee Telecom.
Yeah, bro, he's waiting. He's totally waiting. Shit's gonna arrive at his house anymore.
I have too many on
Bro.
order right now, so I need to stop. And
Just wait till
How many
Sunday.
you do? How many
Wait
do you
till
have?
Sunday, bro.
Bro, so I think I have like 15 on order right now.
You
Are
stupid
you kidding
bitch.
me?
No, I'm dead serious. Dude, I'm cooked.
Bro, Doug, I have an idea. How about we split the dragon and it could come at my house half the time and your house half the time?
Based? Fly the dragon to Doug's house?
I agree. Justin, actually, Nate and I are gonna work that out. We're gonna store it in your house and then my house. Nate's gonna come visit it at your
Why
house.
my house?
Bro, because Nate can't afford to fit it in his house, bro. It needs to go in yours.
What the?
So,
He has a bigger place than I do.
I wanted to show you guys something real quick. Let's see. And how do I do this? Oh, let's give me a second. I'm trying to figure this out.
Doug.
Bro got the blank screen.
Did you guys take a look at this?
You're gonna see that this is the stairs main piece.
Oh, is that the new one?
Oh, this is cool. I haven't checked.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this. I didn't know people got in hand already.
So I'm gonna forward it. It's 36 minutes,
See,
but it looks pretty cool. This is part of it. This is the one that I think comes with the.
but it didn't work out very well.
What does it come with?
Oh, the little droid.
Sides
Achua Prinky.
were
It comes with
broken,
Jawa.
and-
The
Wilbon
Jawa.
did.
That's right.
and
Yeah.
I was very sad. But
It's actually.
I'm in for
kinda
2 of
lost
these.
motivation to finish.
Yeah. To build it
Ooh.
up.
Actually, I take that back. There is something crazy.
Yeah, because it's
Wilbon's actually
modular.
building the entirety of
Two
Moss
ways
Eyes.
together to have one an unpainted piece of garbage.
I need a Ronto
I think you
for
got
my
a real
streets.
thing.
Did he say unpainted
It's
piece of garbage?
Gorgeous. And
I
you
mean,
might have seen
Based?
the instructions, but you can pop the lid off and you see inside of what.
Bro, I'm
it would
gonna
look
pop
like
something
without
off.
Paint.
Honestly, it does need more paint.
I'm so
It looks
happy they took
kind of dull.
time
But it matches the
and effort
actual
to do
cantina,
this.
no?
But yeah, I love this thing.
Fucking hell.
And I'm happy to finally have it because I've been.
Base as fuck.
This is $60, right?
So that's
Think
all
so.
the accessories, and as I've been kind of alluding to with them
It's
as
a nice
they
little
go
set.
on, you might
Decent.
see
Freaking shadow.
problem here, and you can
Honestly,
see I
based.
got the archways put together here. We'll talk about that more in a second, and I've got this piece in behind here.
Bro, Zuboy's in on 6.
Block off the view.
You're-
on the street.
Bro,
and
I am the
got this
worst
tiny
person
attic
to
here.
say that to since I don't army build.
Zoo, I can't wait to watch you try and show this off
You
on
can
Snags.
get
Oh
them
my god.
Close enough.
So
and,
this is the streets of
Gonna collapse.
Bro,
full.
you know, Tommy, that was like
So-
the wildest thing
So
when
your only option is going to be to
Robo was on Out of the
them
Basement.
against this.
And it was before, you know, he was ever on our show. And
fine.
I told Robo as a joke in the
That's TVC,
comments.
this one's a
I was like,
door,
you should get into
there's
TVC,
a door
Robo.
there, and this is a
And
door on
Robo's
here
response was,
to, make it look
Zoo,
like
so
it's
I should
closed.
I get some play sets and
I
they
think there's
fall apart
potential
on
with,
stream?
Yeah, he
having
did
a
mention
bunch
And I was
of
like, bro lurked and
one,
watched that.
maybe me get
It's one of my
of
favorite
these
clips.
and create
There's no way this
a
is two,
whole
right? This is the one.
All of Moss Ice.
No, that's
I
two of
think.
them.
There's two sets. Okay.
Now I think it's finally about time that we
Oh,
get
yeah,
some figures
Fucking
to
psycho.
stand in here all around.
Bro, I never said that. I don't know why Cawfee made that a meme. I never said that. It's like, I can't.
And the two bandoliers.
Bro, he's always like,
are,
I was
couple
talking to
pieces.
Robo, and he means like
So,
Robo
we
responded
do
to a
that.
comment that he left on a
Probably
video.
Take them off and flip them on. I'm not
Bro.
gonna do that. 'cause
Is that
it's
not a
one of them
form
I
of
have
talk?
open right now, and I want to keep it as it
Make it
is.
sound like
Unnecessary
you're having a
flex, but okay.
conversation with him.
No need.
Wilbon,
because
I got your Han Solo.
he looks pretty good there anyway. I think that's I think he's still
Based.
Pretty cool.
Tommy, you like this
Please?
likeness over the SHF?
Huh?
You like this Han likeness over the SHF?
Yeah, if I could see it. If I could literally see what you were showing us.
Bro, what do you mean? It's Han Solo. Look at him.
It's all blurred. What oh, is it the micro galaxy?
Yeah.
I'm like waiting for it to come into focus. I'm like, what the
No, there is no focus. That's just what it is.
dude?
Bro, you want to see what's crazy? Look at the mini Batman. You see the mini Batman? Look at this. Fucking Batman is tiny, and he has a fucking Han Solo figure.
Zoo, if you bring that Han Solo to ICC-Con, I'll eat it.
I'm actually bringing it to ICC-Con because I'm giving it to Wilbon. So
I'm gonna eat it in front of both of you on camera.
Fucking
Gonna
hell.
consume product. Consume.
Bro, are you gonna if you eat it, then are you gonna like squirt it out on cam?
I mean, I kind of one man, one Han Solo. Should I
Yeah.
just make the next viral video?
Bro, Tommy has raw footage of me making out with Osnick that he cut from his vlog.
Partially.
Hey yo.
Hey yo.
Who's going confirmed?
I'm going.
I'm
everybody.
Me.
Yeah.
I'm only going if Alex gives me $5,000.
Huh. Good luck.
Ace?
I mean,
These are pretty cool. No, everybody's
what?
going, right? I feel
No,
like all-
Alex, in all seriousness, do you know what my big problem with ICC-Con is?
Go ahead.
There's not enough TMNT guests. I think we need more Turtles guests because there's the amount that we have so far is frankly not enough. I just want them to go all in. We need more Turtles guests.
oh my god.
That's my
Bro,
biggest problem.
I was
Zuboy
talking
yapping.
to Tommy about this, but he's still in chill mode over there. He's still in chill
Ride or
mode.
die, ICC-Con.
Bro, I would be too, bro. I'd be right there with you. First come, first serve.
You know what else? I'm very excited to see uploads of fun.
Oh no way!
They're
There
actually
is.
my favorite YouTuber. So that's
First
gonna be a lot of-
responders.
Yeah, you get a discount for being.
I didn't know that.
I think it's 25%, bro.
That's
Bro,
pretty
that's
dope.
crazy because that's what it fucking says on the screen right now.
Fucking hell.
And did you know that ICC-Con is May 16th through 18th?
What? Wait, what are you, Alex?
Secret Service? No, I'm kidding. I'm somebody, but I'm nobody. I work. I'm like kind of like
He's a pig.
yeah, something like that.
He's also
yeah.
a pig.
Oh my god, are you like
Right.
Ben Stiller on
Right,
that one
it's
movie?
very-
Or
I'm like
Night at the Museum.
Mall cop. Yeah.
Right,
No.
It's so
Yeah.
funny because every time. Has anyone here seen How I Met Your Mother?
Yeah.
Do you know every time Barney talks about his job?
Super
That's-
Celeste.
That's Alex. Anytime he talks about specifically what he does, he's like, it's something. At the,
It's something.
it's something
I
at the
do,
border
I
where
do
there's involved with
something
like
with
things that are
things
happening.
and things. Yeah, and I do things and
You do things with the border.
Bro's gonna get his 25% off because you're coming this year, right?
Man, I would love to. I actually just got back from New York not that long ago, and I'm
Sick invite, bro.
I'm traveling to DC on Sunday for 2 weeks. That's actually work related.
Bro, it's not January yet.
I know.
Fucking hell.
And then we have a trip planned in September. So, but for the next one, for sure. I already spoke to my wife.
Alex, when I come to LA, we're gonna go to a Dodgers game, right?
So yeah, if you guys are down, I think who lives out here? I think Mike. And
I live out there.
yeah. No, I think there's a couple people that live here in California, right?
Yeah, you got Lance Peter Luke.
Yeah, he lives out here.
You just have to become blind if you want to hang out with Lance Peter Luke.
Yeah, you
hey,
can't
Lance
see
Peter
him.
Luke.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Craft
bro,
3D,
I
that's
can't.
not bad. 4.5 hours, that's nothing. Out
Bro.
here in the Midwest, 4.5 hour drive, that's nothing.
I legitimately can't, because every time Tommy does that, I just think of the Lazy Sunday stream. I just can't, because it kept happening.
Bro,
And then
Wilbon's got the snackies on
Justin
deck.
is like, just what's going on right now? Justin
who's
is
doing
so lost.
that?
Oh, you know what I had
Just
today for
swapping
lunch?
I need to
Snacks back and
stop, bro,
forth.
because I can eat this whole fucking box in one
Bro, I
sitting.
had Dave's hot chicken for the first time for lunch today, and not gonna lie, I was expecting Raising Cane's is better. I'll say it.
Yeah, Raising Cane's is fire. What are we doing?
Bro, my based boys, finally. I got Zuboy and Alex.
Bro,
Bro, you need to get some fucking taste buds if you think that bland ass fucking Raising Cane's bullshit tastes better than Dave's.
Bro, I have 4K footage of you saying it's good, so shut the fuck up. You piece of shit.
He
Raising
basically
Cane's
was
is
like,
better.
"Oh, it's all right."
bro.
He
I'm
says it's
sorry.
good, bro.
Hold on, Cawfee.
He didn't say, "Oh, it's so good." He's like, "It's good."
Here's the thing, Cawfee.
That's
Bro, stop,
mom-
stop telling the truth, bro. Stop telling the truth.
Cawfee. Here's
Stop.
the thing.
He's like,
Stop.
"It's good."
My mom.
Stop spitting, bro.
My mom doesn't like spice at all, right? So I got like the normal chicken. I got like medium or hot, like whatever there was, like the middlest one. I think it was called
The middlest one.
whatever.
The
The
mi-
middlest
mid?
one. It's like the mid. It's not
Is that a
mid.
5 out of
It's a
10?
5 out
No,
of 10.
it's one above
7
the
out of
mid.
10?
It's one above the mid. So I got that and it was good. My dad
Semi
got
mid.
one. My dad got one spicy above mine and it was good. My mom got no spice at all. So I gave hers a try because I'm like, I could try the actual chicken and not the sauce, the seasoning, just the chicken itself. The chicken itself was worse quality than Raising Cane's chicken. Just the chicken.
I gotta give that one to
Just
Zoo,
the
even though I've
chicken.
never had it.
It was worse quality than Raising Cane's. Then on top of that,
Canes is goated, bro.
the bread is worse than Raising Cane's, and I'm sorry, the fries.
When you
it
say
tasted
worse, then you're kind of saying that Cane's isn't good, right? Is that what I'm?
Well, no. I'm the other thing was, Cawfee complained that I think, if I remember correctly, that the fries weren't salty.
Yeah,
Did you say
he
that?
wanted more salt in the United
Bro,
States, as
the
if
Dave's-
fucking salt isn't in every
Bro,
other
Justin, if
damn
you had,
thing we're eating.
if you had the Dave's
he's like,
hot
I need
chicken-
15,000% of my daily value. They
They
need
did
Bro,
to
not
fucking,
put any
goated.
fucking
they
salt
need
on
to
those
pound
french
that shit
fries.
Bro,
on there. Shake
Justin,
it, baby. Let's go.
The Dave's hot chicken salt, it tasted like they emptied an entire gallon of salt. It just tasted
Because
like
you don't need
salt
all
and
that
fry.
salt, bro. Coffee's
was
waffling
so-
on that shit.
It was so salty.
Kick him the fuck out, Alex.
Bro, I could not do it. It was so, I honestly, it was the first time in my life where I almost couldn't finish the fries because it was just so salty.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
that
and
fries
it's
in the
like
bag
burning your
burns
mouth.
somebody's fucking ass.
It's like burning your
So-
mouth. Coffee's like, yeah, I want that.
But there's a Raising Cane's near me now, or near the movie theater that I go to. So I think I'm gonna see Black Bag recently. I saw Mickey 17. That's why I went to Dave's Hot
Hey.
Chicken. But I think I'm gonna see Black Bag in a couple of weeks.
Oh my god.
Justin
And
acts
then-
like there's 18,000 milligrams of sodium baked into the fries, and like they don't fucking pour the salt on them.
No, I'm saying there's so much salt in everything else that we consume that it makes up for it, bro. You don't need all
Yeah,
that
well, if
extra
I'm
salt
eating
on
straight
the
fucking
fries, bro.
crinkle potato, no fucking salt, then yeah, I'm gonna say it's fucking bland.
Dip that shit in the cane sauce, bro.
Bro, that shit mid.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I normally don't like. I normally
No,
don't
the
like
cane.
that
Honestly, the cane
I-
sauce was so okay.
Bro, I don't like that
What?
Thousand Island mayo base. You know that's not me. Like I don't like. I tried Dave's special sauce,
It's
whatever.
Thousand Island with some fucking pepper
Right.
in it.
I don't like Big Mac sauce. I don't like stuff like that.
You don't like special sauce.
I liked Raising Cane sauce.
There you
Bro,
go.
It was
Bro,
like
Please
Zuboy
ask
on
the
that
dude.
vent sitter shit. He knows Justin likes cane.
Look at
so he's
Piggleman.
like, I'm
Look
gonna
at
Bro.
Piggleman.
It's mid.
Bro, I'm telling you, Justin has some fried ass takes when it comes to food.
What the
raising
what?
Raising
All right,
Cane's
now,
a good take.
I'm back on Cawfee and Wilbon, bro. I'm back on Cawfee and
Bro,
Wilbon.
your pizza
What
take is
fried-
trash, bro. It's not.
What
the people
pizza
who
take?
think the people who think Cane's is all this like fucking delicious holy
face.
place must eat fucking. You must not season your fucking food in like any capacity.
Well, they live in the Midwest. They can't help it.
It might have been just the.
Oh my god.
All right, I will give it to Coffee though because Cookout easily better than Raising Cane.
Okay, I've never had that before.
I had cookout today. That shit was
Okay.
No, but Zuboy, what
You know what? I'm back on
wild
Zuboy
ass
right now because I gotta give that one to Zuboy.
what wild ass pizza take do I have? Like, what are you waffling about, bro?
Bro, Chicago style pizza is not a thing. It's just not pizza. It's casserole.
What?
Okay, first,
Deep dish?
It's
What?
called Chicago style fucking pizza.
yeah,
Bro, it's not. Bro, I
Yeah,
can call a
Zuboy's
fucking
against
kangaroo
deep
a-
dish, bro.
I can call a kangaroo a gorilla. It doesn't make it a fucking gorilla, bro.
Do not
Okay,
understand. That
But
is
the only
not
different,
an
like,
analogy.
you're like, since the sauce is on top and the cheese is under, that's not pizza.
No, it's like a fucking casserole.
Yeah, it's literally objectively what a casserole is, bro.
Okay,
All right,
are you
T-Mac,
saying it
I'll
doesn't
give
taste
I'll
good?
give this one. I'll give it to you, T.
Yeah, it does taste good.
Okay, so what's the wild take that I have?
It's not pizza.
When did I ever say it? Okay, it's called Chicago style pizza, but when have
No,
I ever
okay,
died
hold
on the
on.
hill? I'm like, yeah, it's
Hold
pizza,
on.
bro.
Justin, I will submit this argument. An American bison is called a buffalo. It's not a buffalo. A buffalo is a water
Bro,
buffalo,
a
not
facial
buffalo.
tissue is called Kleenex regardless of the logo. So
Or
what's
a
your
jet
point,
ski,
bro?
Or a jet ski, bro. Or a jacuzzi. Those are all wrong. The,
Like, what the?
Psycho is spitting right now, bro. I gotta give this one.
bro,
to you.
the English.
Bro, I
Hold on, I made homemade Bosco sticks, and they were
Bro
pretty
cooked
fucking
one
good.
time and didn't burn the house down. He's like, hold on, guys, I'm a fucking
I'm a chef. I'm
Okay.
the fucking chef now.
Bro, have you guys ever seen
going to fucking
Ratatouille?
races.
Anyone can cook. It doesn't, bro. It doesn't mean. Hold on. If you listen to Ratatouille, it doesn't mean everyone can cook. It just means a good cook can come from anywhere. Bro's never watched Ratatouille. I
Dude,
can't.
you are literally the little sous chef from the movie. That's who you are, bro.
Why don't you come? Why don't you come have some Chicago style pizza?
Bro, why don't you have some New York style?
Bro, what is it? Just regular pizza, bro?
Why don't you just eat pizza, bro?
Bro, I killed bro. I killed bro.
Bro, you gotta see, fucking.
I've seen Ninja Turtles, bro.
Bro, you gotta see Zach struggling to eat New York style pizza.
Bro, you know what pizza I want to eat? I want to eat the fucking pizza from the Goofy movie, bro.
Oh yeah, that
Bro.
cheese, bro. You just want.
Bro, you had Germania saying he doesn't like stuffed crust.
Bro,
I made homemade stuffed crust, bro.
Hey, Costco pizza's pretty good too. I'm not
Bro,
gonna
I
lie.
literally shoved that fucking
Costco
shit
pizza
in the
slaps.
fucking
It's
hole.
quite good.
I took that cheese and I fucking jammed it like.
bro. Honestly, working at Pizza Hut for those couple years and seeing how they made the
Oh, don't
stuffed
say it. I'm
crust.
about to order Pizza Hut right now, dude.
Oh
Bro,
shit.
but homemade stuffed crust. Make your
Is it that
own.
bad?
Stuff that shit in there.
Well, it just like
It's fast.
highlights how much it's gonna clog your arteries because it's literally just
what a
sticks of
buzzkill.
cheese.
Well, you'd have to be an idiot not to know that.
Well, I know, but it
Bro, I
like
don't
it,
think any-
it
that's why
looks
you don't-
worse. The preparation
Bro,
process makes it
I am
look
not
worse.
ordering Pizza Hut thinking about nutritional value.
That's
That's the
why-
last thing. I'm
Bro, that's
thinking
why you
about.
don't. That's why you don't make fucking.
Usually because
you don't
I'm either
make-
off a gummy or I'm like 6 beers
Do you
deep.
guys
And I'm
have
like,
Blaze
I want
pizza
some
out there?
fucking
Bro, you
stuffed
also-
crust
if-
right now, bro.
Bro, if you're gonna stuff your puff, you don't do it fucking every day. You do it like
You're gonna stuff
Puffer
your
pig?
puff.
like a
Puffer
few
pig?
times, like a few times a year. Like if you're not gonna jam that shit in every day. You know what I'm saying?
Shut the
Stuff
fuck up.
What happened? to
Bro,
this
what are you
thing?
saying?
You're not gonna
Rest in
stuff your
peace.
puff.
I think that means something else than what you think it means.
Zoo's just gone.
All right, let's get back.
Nah,
into it.
I got the goated pizza teats.
Bro, you got the pizza teats?
Just like my PlayStation takes, bro.
Are there any topics left for this stream?
Yeah,
Bro, that's
there's-
like
there's
when Alex
one-
was that's when Alex was saying he was getting back into hobbies as that he used to do as a kid, and that's why I recently got back into breastfeeding.
Jesus.
What the
So-
Kick
fuck?
that guy out.
So I wanted to bring up
Bro.
one last topic, and it's I think that and I don't know if Justin can agree, but the Marvel Legends team and the Black Series team, obviously it's two separate entities, but do you think that they grab inspiration from each other, parts, whatever it may be, and what do you guys think about the Maximum line, the Truth?
The Marvel Legends Maximum Spider-Man is the biggest fucking ripoff I've ever fucking
Now
seen.
wait, hold on, Tommy. Can you repeat that? But can you do it in the voice of Zero the Hutt?
Marvel Legends Spider-Man in the maximum form is too expensive, mama. I don't want a Spider-Come accessory.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
All right, now I want to hear Count Dooku whining about the Maximum Spider-Man.
Let me think.
Your swords, please. If you want this Spider-Man figure, then you should consider gardening instead. This figure fucking sucks.
Oh my god.
This figure has better articulation than the SH Figure Arts My Ass.
Oh my god.
All right. My take, bro.
Amazing.
This is too expensive. Well, it highlights for me that the only thing that collectors care about is accessories. They don't care about engineering. They don't care about quality of plastic. They don't care about articulation schemes, because all it boils down to on this is the accessories. It's the only justification that anyone has for this, because I think Mr. Cawfee puts it really well. It's a typical Marvel Legend. It has all the bells and whistles of the modern Spider-Man articulation, but it's still a Marvel Legend figure.
Yeah.
The only reason why it's $50 is all those accessories. Because take away some of
But
those
I will
accessories
say-
and it's right back to 25.
Even though I do think they will wind up using this new body of again, not in the Maximum series line, I also think that they would not have made this new body, which is like an amalgamation of all the other good Spider-Man bodies in one. I don't think they would have done that if not for the Maximum series. So I feel like people can say that that's not part of the price, that it's just the accessories. But until there is a Spider-Man figure by Hasbro on the market that is on this body, I will use that in the price because it is what I'm purchasing.
But bro, why wasn't Brutus? Why wasn't Brutus more expensive then?
Marvel Legends collectors like, it has neck articulation. It's worth $50.
Bro, I don't know.
They're
because-
creeping into import prices, but you're not getting that import quality of plastic and engineering and.
That's what a
sculpt and
lot of
everything.
people said, that it still looks like a Marvel Legends $25 figure.
Because
That's
it
like,
is.
yeah,
Just with more accessories.
It doesn't like there's no added. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's higher quality.
I mean, it looks
like
awesome.
It does.
Looks like a great fig.
And there's actually some Marvel Legends that a lot of people will connect with the import, but it'll never have the articulation. This is where I believe imports definitely way compared to Hasbro is in Marvel characters like that. What was it? The Ben Reilly Spider-Man, the Scarlet Spider. Just because it just looks so fluid, it looks so natural, and I think Marvel Legends lacks that. I still like Marvel Legends. I still collect Marvel Legends. I think for $50, I think Doug said it best. It was $10 too much. I think 40 would have been a better price range, but people bought it for 50, and I think it sold out. I think it was a tactic, though. I think a lot of people did talk about that they purposely limited the quantities at first to get the FOMO and all that, but I don't know. $50. It's people pay for a
I mean, it's
character
also
like this.
Spider-Man, so I mean, people are
Exactly.
going to pay it.
Yeah.
I think if you were going to apply this to Star Wars, which is I think the angle that you were kind of going with this is that like if you were to apply this to Star Wars, I don't hate it if you cut it down to like $40 and then took out some of like a few of the accessories, because I know that's why they're padding out the price to $50 is they loaded the box with junk. So take some of that out.
Fucking spider semen.
Yeah, right. Like there's some garbage accessories in there, but like lower it $10 and like really pad it out. Like imagine a Vader like this with like plenty of alt hands and I don't know.
Do you think Hasbro
some
prioritizes
swappable heads, like the chest plates, things like that? Make it $40.
I'm also of the weird thing where if this was $55, $60, I still would have bought it. I'm just being honest. But
what,
I would have
the
acknowledged
Archangel or the
Maximum Series Spider-Man. I would have bought that at $55, $60, but I would acknowledge that it's overpriced at that point. But I still would have bought it. But I don't think it's overpriced at $50. Like I see the value, and that's like a subjective thing. But I think it is worth $50.
Do you think that the Black Series is gonna get inspiration and do something like this?
I would not be surprised, but gun to my head, I wouldn't think so. I think
they kind of did though with that Star Killer.
Sure, but I
take
think
away the Stormies, and that's a $60 Star Killer with all those accessories and the effect piece and all that.
Also, I feel like it's a little different because I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did anyone see hate with that Star Killer set? Because I didn't really see any.
I remember seeing that it was overpriced at first.
Yeah,
they were, like, the price
there was a little waffling.
Yeah,
because of the storm. I think most of the negativity was on the stormtrooper inclusion.
It's great. It's 2 army builders. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with that. Like the cost of it at all.
See, the difference between someone like me and some other creators, though, is I'm not going to give Zoo shit. And I'm not going to say, like, you're a fucking idiot if you pre-order this. Like, you don't deserve to have a voice. Like, your opinion
on the flip
is invalid.
side,
like, that guy was straight up saying, if you defend this price, your opinion is automatically invalid. That's what he says.
Leave the hobby.
Leave the hobby.
I'm also not gonna, be on the other side and say if you think this is overpriced, then you're just an idiot or whatever. Like when you're talking about if something is worth value-wise, that is completely subjective. And I'll give you a perfect example. Something that I'm very passionate about.
Hot toys.
I mean, that's a great example, Tom.
Shit sucks because it's light. It's
for me, something that I am extremely passionate about.
Just lean into it at this point, bro.
Is Blu-rays. I will buy Blu-rays, and especially when you get 4K, that should be expensive. Every time, like, I would get a 4K in the mail or something, my dad would ask me how much I paid for it, and then he would be like, "Waste of money." My dad is like super not caring about physical media. And
that's what I'm saying is because from a certain point of view, you could say all of this is a waste of money. You could say buying the Kalnaka is a waste of money. Buying a Stormtrooper.
Every hobby is a waste of money.
And you know what's
out there collecting stamps, bro? Like
my dad collects baseball cards. And I don't think it's a waste, but some people would think that's a waste of money. So
you should say that every time he gets a fucking pack.
But it's just people find the value in different things. So just because I think the value is here,
it brings you joy, it doesn't matter.
Right. And again, I'm not saying that I could not see a world where this is overpriced. Like I said, even $5 more. Like, would I prefer if this was 40? Absolutely. But I think 50 is the absolute limit as to where I would say the value is there.
Shadow Dragon is spitting. You were waffling about fucking rebuying the fucking
bro,
shit you already bought.
Bro, that whole thing, I worked something out with that. So that was good.
Okay.
I didn't basically I'll tell you later, but I didn't wind up buying something I already had. Don't worry. But
okay.
Psycho's spitting right there too.
Yeah, so that's one thing I was gonna ask you guys, and I'm not saying we're gonna have to end the stream anytime soon or anything like that, but
I actually need to go to bed pretty soon.
I was gonna say, it's almost 2:00 in the morning.
If you
Over
guys
here.
didn't collect action figures, or if you stopped collecting action figures, how would you guys spend, or what other hobbies would you guys look to do? Or
Bro, I'm
is
gonna
this
be
something that you guys
completely-
ultimately see yourselves collecting action figures until
It would
we
be Lego
broke,
for
or-
me.
I don't know that I would have another hobby, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It would, so no collecting at all? Like I can't say like I collect Blu-rays, so could I say that?
Yeah. Like if you guys
Oh,
picked up
no
something else.
collecting.
Oh, I would do Pokemon cards, 100%.
Salad.
Yeah, I would just
I
stay
also-
with my collection of physical media like movies and
Vinyl.
though-
I would still
Yeah.
collect vinyls.
records.
I also understand Psycho
Justin, I gotta
Emerald's
show you my
point.
collection sometime. It's nice.
Bro, I want to see your collection.
Yeah.
I understand Psycho
Yeah.
Emerald's point here, but honestly, I have to disagree because saying it is a waste of money, it doesn't sit right with me because now I understand not everybody is of my opinion, but I am very anti money, wealth, capitalism in general. So not everybody is
But
like
you're
"Yeah, I'm
you're the
perfectly
final
fine."
boss of capitalism.
I understand, of course. That's where the hypocrisy. That's where the hypocrisy
I
comes
think
in.
I
the
think
thing is
Psycho
for
is
me,
also
so I-
saying like from a certain point of view it's waste
Right,
money.
but
I don't
that's
think he's
why, like,
actually
I-
saying it's waste
No,
money.
right. I understand, but that's also why waste of money is. I don't like that because to me, this is why I have money. If I know it's dark and depressing, but if I only worked for like bills, I'd probably be depressed as hell because the whole
I
point.
see what you're saying.
The whole point is I want to spend my money for what I like. So if money only went to groceries, bills, stuff like that, I'd fucking be suicidal. Like that's not not how I want
see
to
what you're
live
saying because
life.
it's something you have to look forward to. Because
What
no
gives
one
you
likes
fulfillment.
right.
Right. And again, I know some people they have to work like 2-3 jobs to afford just the basic things they live, and that's a problem, with our system as
That's
a
a
whole.
whole other can of worms.
But but
Wow.
I don't like the idea of living to work.
It's unfortunate. It's the American way.
And
Man,
some
you
people
should-
like that.
You should talk to my dad.
Right.
He loves to work. He's
Like,
obsessed with working.
No,
and his other hobby is golf, and he only picked that up like a couple years ago.
Well, but I had a friend who would work like 60, 70-hour weeks. Insane. I don't even know how he does it. And he would be proud of it. And that's so not me.
Yeah, I'm a workaholic.
60,
bro.
70,
Yeah.
80
I was like,
hours. I remember my first part-time job on the rig, boy.
No,
No, I don't.
I'll work like 32 hours of overtime a week. Like, just
Yeah.
because I
Yeah, but
love-
Tommy, you're
love my
different
job
though
and I
because
love what I
you.
do. And like I will just like, yeah, I'm a fucking crackhead when it
But
comes.
but
you-
I feel like you're a
different,
public
Tommy, 'cause
servant
you-
and you're not like in a blast furnace at a steel
This is
mill or
true.
something.
And
This
you
is very
also
true,
you have
yeah.
so much fun. Like I see you, I'm friends with you. I see how much fun you have, other hobbies that you have, and stuff. The friend that I'm talking about, like I would buy a figure. Imagine if he saw a hot toy, but he saw a figure. It's like $100, like a statue, and he said, "You spent $100 on that." And he's like, "I wouldn't spend $100 on anything unless it was gas for my car." Like he is
wow.
just so.
That's whack.
And the thing is, he makes like fucking 3-4 times what I make. So it's like, I just couldn't have that attitude where you know what the money goes for him? In the bank. And then he just keeps saving it for what? I don't know.
Bro
and-
should just start investing.
Well,
'Cause
no,
if
that's heavily
I
what
was
he
gonna
does.
say
yeah.
because if that shit's just sitting in an account, he's a
Yes, he
doofus.
is heavily into the stock market. Yes, but that's the thing is like I don't want to live a life like that.
No,
Like,
and I agree with Zoo. There's things where my wife, like, and I don't know if you guys have, your significant others that you met either collecting or like I grew this hobby with my wife when we first met. I didn't have everything that I have. And it's my like escape. Like Tommy, with what we do, it's hard. It's busy weeks and it's, you see
You can
things
see
and
some absolutely diabolical shit.
yeah.
that's
And then you see
forever, bro.
people are not, you see things that like, it's not, it's hard. And then, these little action figures bring you to a simpler time and nostalgia. And I think like, the joy of like when you were a kid and playing a video game, getting some action figures, discussing. I think what makes this hobby amazing is the community, bro. Honestly, if YouTube like ended, right, and there was no form of
that's
communication,
my biggest motivator to stay involved and keep up with
100%.
everything.
I would
Talking to
actually
you
agree with
guys
that.
in the community. It's
social media
it's so
ended.
fulfilling.
Yeah,
We are at a point right now.
I'm having more fun talking about this
Yes,
figure than
than
actually
actually
playing
playing
and
it.
messing
No,
with this figure.
I'm
It's
100% with you.
fuck that piece of
And-
shit, bro. That figure sucks.
Bro,
Alex,
that's why.
I'm sorry, Justin. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to say this real quick. But Alex, for me, I am at a time. I'm almost there with McFarlane. I hope this next year and a half that he has the line is really good. But other than McFarlane, I feel that I'm at a good place with my Black Series and NECA and Marvel Legends. Where as if the lines like abruptly died tomorrow, I would feel like my collection is content. So absolutely echoing what everybody is saying, my favorite part of this hobby now is 100% this and the fun that I have talking with you guys, the friends I've made, stuff like that. So I'm sure, Justin, that you were gonna go into that. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say because we all knew that theory that that Hasbro wasn't gonna renew the Disney license. Big switch.
Big switch.
All will be revealed at Toy Fair. Where's the accountability though? But
That's because it was changed very quickly to this is just what I think.
yeah, of course. So since that rumor came out, everyone's like speculating, what if the Black Series ends? The worst part of the Black Series ending is the YouTube channel. That would be my biggest disappointment if the Black Series ends. It's not even the figures. It's just I really can't do YouTube
be based
anymore.
like Figureball, bro, and just we're into so many lines now. If Black Series dies, we're not dying.
We'll talk about whatever else there is. Like there's always toys.
Well, that's true, but I'm not into those lines, so it wouldn't make sense for me to.
Justin,
talk
you
about
gotta.
those.
I don't know 100%. Maybe I'm wrong, and your audience watches for the Black Series and not for you and Nate. But I have to imagine there's a sizable amount of people who like you and Nate that will watch it no matter what you turn your channel into.
Yeah, I wouldn't have given a shit about that in the basement.
Like I know it's different.
Wasn't-
I know it's different because I'm your friend.
Personalities.
That's not how the algorithm works, though.
No, yes, of course, the algorithm is a big problem. But remove the fact that I'm your friend, because even before I was your friend and I just liked watching you, I like Robo, perfect example. I wouldn't consider myself Robo's friend. I'm not close with him like that. However, fucking hell, I absolutely I will watch anything that Robo uploads on his channel because I like hearing him talk. I like seeing his passion about what he likes. I watch reviews if I'm not interested in the figure because I want to hear what he has to say. And I'm not intensely watching it like this on my screen. It plays in the background while I'm doing something or whatever. So I have to imagine there are people who watch out of the basement that if you said legitimately we're turning into a Minecraft channel or we're doing movie
Bro, that's the move, bro.
Minecraft.
That's the move, bro. Black Series dies. We're going.
People would legitimately because I'm gonna be honest, especially now that me, Cawfee, Wilbon, and Fig, we do our own show. When you or I guess it's mainly Nate, but when Nate or Tommy or anyone like that uploads a review, I don't give a shit because I have the figure or whatever. But I'll watch it, especially if I want to give it a like or a comment or something like that, even though I don't comment as much nowadays. I will still support it because I like the person behind it.
Yeah, because you know them. Yeah.
Right. So it's like that's why the videos that I really like let's take Tommy for example. My favorite videos that Tommy does on his channel. The thing I like the most about Tommy's channel is when he does his discussion topics because that's
tomorrow.
See,
that's good. That's something where it's like that's pure Tommy's only Tommy can make that content because it's only Tommy's opinion. A review, it's like, yeah, I could hear Tommy's thoughts, but it's like most of the time a review is for Star Wars anyway, for me, I know when the figure is announced if I'm getting it or not. Nothing is swaying me. So a review is kind of pointless.
Well, dude, I don't really understand reviews. Honestly,
People like
I don't.
watching them though.
I don't watch reviews, and I don't shoot reviews or edit reviews.
Oh,
I don't,
bro,
I don't
I-
like doing reviews.
People have told me. My mom has told me when I started, being on Figureball. My mom is like, "Why don't you review some of the figures that you get?" And I was like, that would suck so much of the joy out of figure collecting for me, because I just don't care. And you know what happened? The comments would be like, Zoo, you didn't show off this articulation, or Zoo, that's called a ball joint swivel. And I would be like, you know what I do? I'll take a figure and I'll be like, oh, look, it could do this, and it does this, and that looks nice. That would be my review.
Unironically, Zoo, you should do that.
So real quick,
I'll do it on April Fool's Day. I think I'll upload it.
Do a Zooey review.
Doug's comment, and honestly, this is like what we're here for. Like, this is what Monday night Figureball and Lazy Sunday does for me. Sometimes, on a Monday when I was off, you have one of those days where you're just like, and then you put on, I'm not going to call it nonsense, but it's just fun time.
I mean, you can call it what it is.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say.
And this,
especially with Mr. Cawfee on there.
Interacting with people. We're gonna wrap it up soon because it's getting close to late for you guys. The last thing I wanted to ask you guys, if you had to leave on an emergency and you had to leave your house and there was only one action figure, one toy that you could take with you, what would it be?
All right, so my pets are safe, right?
Yeah. Your family's safe, pets are safe. You had to take one figure.
Justin better give the right answer here, or I'm coming for him.
Oh, you mean?
You better, bro. Otherwise,
Minecraft skeleton.
Right, if Justin doesn't pick that, I pick Justin's. I'm gonna go to his house.
Oh,
dude,
I'm gonna pick.
So the one thing that you could.
Okay,
take.
so Alex, are we talking only action figures or anything?
No, action figures.
Just action figure. So like not
not like memorabilia, anything expensive, anything like a
because I was gonna say like my Reaper statue from Mass Effect means a lot to me, but that's just a statue.
Toy, yeah.
So specifically action figure.
An action figure, yeah.
All right.
I kind of want to go with the
this
Throng
count?
set if I'm being honest.
Justin, does this count?
Yeah, are we counting signed figures? Or are we just saying like the figure itself?
In this case, just the figure, because obviously.
we're not counting signed.
Okay, because
no, just
honestly,
just a simple figure, a simple thing that means so much to you.
I'll be honest, it wouldn't be a Black Series figure because that shit's worthless and I can buy it all back.
Right.
What would it be?
I think I would grab like a NECA figure, probably like one of the horror figures, probably like the Part 7 Jason figure. I think.
Bro, no.
It might be the Star Speeder.
What?
Hold on.
It might be the Star Speeder or
what the what?
No, hold on. That
the Star Speeder. It's you can buy it on eBay, I guess, but
Justin,
what the?
No, the reason why the Part 7 Jason is still in stock, you can buy it. The other Jasons you have are all sold out. So I would pick the other Jasons.
But that means
they're not all sold out, bro.
Well, a lot of them are. Like the Part 5, that's really expensive.
Yeah, but if there's a fire, I'm not gonna fucking be checking eBay and shit.
True, but I feel like the Part 7
fuck, guys, I gotta check eBay. What's the most
There's
specific...
no like. I guess there's like Black Series Grails that I've gotten, like the Shadow Squadron set. That was like a Grail for me.
Too.
I've never played Force Unleashed or wherever the all black one is from.
Bro, what the heck? So why do you care about that set? Is it
because it's awesome,
cool,
and it was super rare and valuable and expensive.
Bro,
and it
collects
was
for value, unironically.
What the fuck? What?
The premise of the question is, what would you?
It's supposed to be like sentimental.
Yeah, it means what it means
I would
to
choose
you.
the number 59 Captain Rex because this was my first Black Series figure. I got it for $23.99 on Amazon in 2019, and this guy represents literally everything about this community and my channel and everything to me. So I would choose this guy.
There you go.
There you go.
Cawfee, how about you, man?
If I could only grab one figure,
one thing,
it would be my Hot Toys Empire Strikes Back Boba Fett.
Based.
You have
changing
also
my
a
answer.
meaning on that, right? There's like a significant meaning on that.
Yeah, my girlfriend got it for me for Christmas, and that was my first ever Hot Toy. So,
how about you, Wilbon?
I think I would go my Return of the Jedi Vader hot toy.
Base.
Zuboy.
Dude,
I don't know,
Justin
bro.
just disappeared into the dark.
Yeah, he's figuring it
The
out.
void.
The void, yeah.
If it's not like if the autograph Palpatine doesn't count because that's a memory associated with that.
Me?
That's
Justin.
2023 ICC Con, getting to meet Ian with Justin, Nate, and Zach, and getting that all of us getting that same carded figure signed is a great memory.
Well, I just want to let you know, Justin, that it legitimately.
I've never read the
brings-
Thrawn trilogy.
It legitimately brings me joy that you actually like that because you could ask Cawfee and Wilbon. I decided that I was going to get you that before you started talking about it on stream a bunch, and then you would talk about it on stream, and me, Cawfee, and Wilbon, every time we were like, "Oh, look, he's saying it. He wants it. He doesn't
Right.
know." He
Well,
wants
it's
it."
because I have everything in the Black Series.
Right.
I have everything I've ever wanted. So there's the only other Grail is the Toto 360 that I missed out on.
Bro, I'll
in
give
that
you
set.
mine that has 2 right arms.
But this set that Zuboy gifted to me, the Thrawn set, I don't even. It's not even so much the context of what this is. I think it's more just like this is like the
memory.
It's like the penultimate like. This is what Out of the Basement has achieved. Like we made a channel, and it somehow led to getting this gifted.
It resonated with someone, and
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Like someone, it just all these. It's like how we talk about the butterfly effect. Like all these events of creating this content, and then all these things had to happen for this to
Justin
come into my collection.
What's gonna happen, Justin, if I
What the fuck is going on, bro?
what's
Crazy
gonna happen
taxi?
if all of a sudden I become schizo and I just hate you? And then
What?
Bro, it
Bro,
wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, it's just like that's why I sold that. I had an extra orange Pauldron Sand Trooper and I sold it, and everyone's like, "Bro, Out of the Basement selling an old orange Pauldron Sand Trooper. What is he doing?" That was why. It's because it came from a maniac. It came from you know who, and I just like I was
now
like,
you're gonna sell the throne. No.
No, Tommy, do you want this?
Ooh, Blue Man.
yeah, I actually hate it because it's blue.
Honestly, I'm gonna wait till Alex puts his headset back on, but my answer is very similar to Psycho's because it's basically how I collect, which is I don't care so much about the individual.
Are we gonna get the classic zoo pick here, where it's one pick, but it's the entire collection?
Please
well,
don't.
that's
do
the thing.
this.
That's why you can't do that.
Bro's like, I would just grab the shelf
Just grab all
No,
of
right,
and throw it out the window.
Alex. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, there was an alarm.
No, all
It
good.
was
all good.
me. Go ahead.
But if you look at Psycho Emerald's answer, that's pretty much my answer because, as I've talked about numerous times, I don't really collect. There's no highlight of individual figure that I'm like, this is why I collect. Like I like my Jedi shelf, so it's the whole thing. So it's not like an individual figure stands out.
Tommy, here it comes.
That's why I don't have many desk buddies.
I'm
So that's not really my thing.
Bro,
I
I'm
just-
saving Bakara.
I fucking threw mine across the room.
This shit goaded.
I'm gonna
Mini
say-
desk buddies, brother. You don't even have a square foot of fucking space available on that desk.
bro, but that's what I'm saying. They're not meant. They're not like. I
Bro,
don't-
Coffee looking right into the camera. I
Bro,
love
you would
that.
be Coffee.
here we
You're
go,
gonna be
actually.
surprised when you come here this weekend. You're gonna be surprised. My room is a lot better than what you saw.
Best desk buddy.
You're gonna be surprised.
Bro, I got mine. Bro.
But so Caleb, I actually don't own a Rose T.
Hold
got
on,
mine?
actually.
But Alex, tell me this counts. It should count. It's an action figure.
Go
Hold
ahead.
on. I changed my answer. This
There
is
you
the
go.
figure. This is the figure.
Alex, this should
Bro's
count.
risen up the chuz.
Tell me if this counts.
Go ahead.
The Hasbro Marvel Legends Galactus. It's an action figure.
Yeah, absolutely. You would take that over any other thing?
I think I would take that over anything because Galactus, that was the first big fig. Like, well, I
Yeah,
mean,
but Zoo, it's Marvel slop, bro.
but It's the comics, bro. It's Galactus. Like
No,
I know it's from the comics, bro.
bro,
the Planet Devourer.
Bro, Fantastic Four means
He's just a cloud, bro. I've seen Rise of the Silver Surfer, bro. It's just a cloud.
Bro, I fucking hate. I'm gonna fucking kill myself if I hear that fucking shit. Fucking
Or it's just a cloud.
fucking
I could beat Galact. There he's gone.
Chewy.
Bro, I know all the
My
I
desk
know
buddies
all
are
the
out of
right
control.
things to say to Zuboy.
But in all
I know
seriousness,
all the right
though,
things.
this is why it's funny how, like Psycho was saying, something that.
Why do you have that fucking?
Bro, I have that figure. I have that.
My desk buddies are out of control. Hold on.
It's the thing is,
It gets even stupider.
Bro, that's a fucking Diddy desk, buddy. What the fuck?
I got
Lot
locked
Dot, I love
on.
Lot Dot.
I got locked on the desk.
The thing is,
My
Alex,
lord.
is that if you ask me what are the best
Love that.
figures in my collection, the best figures in my collection are probably.
Remember when Zeus said he likes to take their clothes off?
Yeah.
Bro, fuck it. Oh my god. The best figures in my collection are like Revan, Hot Toys, Thrawn Hot Toys,
Of course, value.
the Mafex Justice League Superman.
These are my loath cats that are paying.
You know,
to look
those are like
bad
some of
cats.
my best figures in my collection. But I just love how good of a figure they are. It's not like the sentimental value is there. You know what I would save? This is a good option.
Is he still going?
Out of the basement.
Dude, I'm so like fucking ready to go to bed.
Yeah, this is it. Come on.
I haven't been listening to anything this motherfucker
right.
said. Oh, save Osnick.
I would save my Osnick figure because
Zuby,
No. Save the.
Zuby, give me a squeeze.
I mean, it's gonna be Toy-Con, bro.
So for me, it's gonna be very simple, and it's either this Terminator. I've had this for many years. It's late.
We're not gonna get to come back, are we?
No, yes, of course. Or the TMC NECA.
Ooh,
Oh, those are sick. Is that the secret of the use?
This no, this is from the first one. Just because these movies mean a lot to me. Like the Terminator 2 was like growing up, and TMNT, the original one, I watched those with my dad, and there's a lot of connection. Look at Zuboy. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. I think we're 5 hours this
Bro,
week.
this was a
my
Figureball
God,
episode.
dude.
What?
This was
the-
a
Yeah,
figure, bro.
honestly.
I told my
What?
wife
Light
it's gonna be
work,
like
bro.
an hour and a half, 2 hours, and
Light
we went
work.
deep.
What?
Hour and a half, bro.
Yeah, I know.
You haven't subscribed already to fucking Dante's Toys?
Yeah, here.
Getting shot with the blink.
Subscribe to Dante.
This one is for Tommy because it is a clone trooper blaster. This one is for Tommy.
This is a clone trooper blaster, the DC-15.
Bro, this is what. Bro, that's what Tommy pulled off that other guy the other day.
Bro, the blicky.
You are gonna subscribe to Dante's Toys, or you are being.
Tommy, what would you do if someone pulls on you and it's just a Black Series blaster?
It's a
Look, it's a
foam
little
Han Solo
little
gun.
Black Series
They would
blaster.
already
It's the foam
be.
Han Solo.
They'd be like Queel. They'd be saying, "I am smoking." That's what they'd be saying.
Fucking hell.
But yeah, guys, so stay tuned. I think Thursdays is going to be a thing. Thursdays works for my schedule. I'll try to get you guys either individually. I'm glad that for the first stream, I had all you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I think the goal is to, like I said, I would love to get other content creators from different lines, Marvel Legends, NECA. I know there's a couple people that do that. So I'm going to try to see if I can reach out. Maybe you can look at this stream and have an idea of what we talk about and stuff like that. But yeah.
Yo,
please,
so gonna
I'm
bounce
sorry,
on
bro.
it.
So guys, thank you so much
bounce on it.
for all the 28 people that are still watching, guys.
Damn.
You son gonna subscribe.
All right, guys. Good night.
You may subscribe.
Bye.
What? What? Another beer.
2 beers. 3 beers.
What?
4 beers.
What?
What?